Darkness. A flash of light. Pain. So much pain. Make it stop. Make it stop, please. I will do anything. Stop killing me. Rowan woke in a giddy daze. His head felt as if it was placed on an anvil, and an overenthusiastic blacksmith was going at it for the better part of an hour. A burst of phantasmal pain brushed across his spine, memories of depravity and sickness choked his throat, and for a horrifying moment he could not breathe, and then like a flash of lightning the sensation passed and the memory faded. He thought he heard the distant sound of music and laughter, and if he was not mistaken, the baying of horses. Weird, there was no way horses were near his worksite or his home. His body felt crushed, as if he was under 10 stacks of weighted blankets, and he could not breathe properly. Oddly, he found it comforting, for at least it brought a little distraction from his pounding head. He had a history of migraines, so he found the pain a little familiar. Nevertheless, this was up there for the most painful experiences he had in his life. And working as a miner from the ripe age of 9, he understood the pain. A considerable chunk of his life was filled with them. Put him in the list, just put him in the list. Rowan mentally cajoled himself. It was a little trick he learned growing up. He always had a great memory, and most time it was a comfort, and yet it kept his pains fresh. At the edge of his mind, ever ready to serve him a healthy dose of remembrance. He called the list my list of glass. Don't ask him why. His eyes were still closed, and he attempted to open them to no avail. He fidgeted and struggled to bring his hands up to his face. Hands that felt like pieces of dead logs. He struggled to lift them to his face, and in what felt like forever he succeeded. How much did I drink last night? Feels like I have been poisoned, and the bastard did not do a good enough job. He muttered to himself. He had struck gold on his latest dig. Well, literally it was a diamond. Even after all the illegal cuts and fees he had to pay to the corrupt foreman, he was still left with a nice lump of change, enough to sink into a river of booze and cheap women for months, and to test how much damage he could do to his body, both physically and mentally, before it quit on him. He internally cheered himself for the minor milestone of lifting his hands to his face. Bracing himself, he raised his fingers to claw at his closed orbs. Going by the sensation of touch, he found his face filled with muck that had dried out. He gently scraped away at his face, paying close attention to his eyes, and wincing slightly when he pulled out lashes as he attempted to free his vision. Did he fall into a mud pit? There were such death traps around the abandoned mining area. In his drunken stupor, did he wander into those desolate areas? If he did, he was in trouble, for he would hardly receive help here. In what felt like forever, he was finally able to free his eye sockets. By the sweet cheeks of Ares, this headache is killing me. Rowan groaned aloud, his dry throat turning it into a long-drawn-out cough. He spat out some unknown sticky mass from his mouth and sucked in air that tasted of overripe fruits in subtle decay. He found a burst of focus from deep within and pushed through, so he could observe the surroundings where he found himself. He was sprawled on the floor, laid on his back, and so he attempted to move, and he could not. He observed that he was inside a room. It was dimly lit by candles on bronze stands that were in the shape of mermaids. The mermaids sported 3 pairs of arms that were raised upward. Each of the hands was clasped together, and candles were placed between the locking digits. His eyes caught 3 of the same stands, each holding 3 lit candles. He noted that the candles were black, and seemed to pour an excessive amount of smoke from the flames, yet this minor oddity caught his attention only for a while before it was drawn to the stands itself. Wow, the details on these candle stands are exquisite. He was rendered speechless by the workmanship. The mermaids were made with an excruciating eye for details, and they almost seemed alive. He swore he saw a statue blink, but it should just be a trick of shadows and the flickering flames, right? Yeah, I certainly drank too much. Where am I? Not seeing any present danger but still holding a slight trace of uneasiness, he calmed down and distracted himself by tracing each scale on the mermaids with his eyes, admiring the superb craftsmanship. Phew, this must cost a pretty penny. Rowan tried to run a number mentally and grimaced at another burst of pain. The light from the candle bounced back from the mermaid scales in a greenish-purple hue that made him suspect it was made from gold. That same light poured across the room to his questing eyes, and his chest locked up, and a burst of panic seized his throat. The room was covered in sprays of red, a red that was unmistakable blood. Blood varied in every shade, splashed on every wall, and the floors were covered with mysterious bumps. It took a moment for his mind to wrap around what it was seeing. Rowan's pupils narrowed, and an unconscious cry of horror came from his mouth. It came out in a high-pitched squeal. No, this cannot be real. I am dreaming, snap out of it, Rowan, snap out of it. The floors were covered with dead bodies. They had been brutally hacked apart, faces contorted in a nightmarish grimace that told of untold suffering before their passage from the mortal coil. Limbs were bent in nightmarish proportions, they had been twisted into that unnatural form. With a strength that came from panic and madness, he tried to push himself up, disregarding the loud thrum of pain from his head, neck, and shoulders that felt as stiff as cinder blocks. He managed to leverage his head upward and saw why he could not move. He was buried under bodies. A raw and primal scream came from Rowan, as he attempted to push away from the bodies, ignoring the sickening sounds and the awful sucking sensations as he pulled himself from the bodies, fighting the bile that rose from his throat. He looked around wildly, each rotation of his head bringing a new rush of horrifying new details. The room was large, clearly a master's room, and was tastefully furnished. Art pieces were scattered around the room. Two gigantic windows were covered with thick curtains, the windows, and the curtains appeared crafted with care. He saw gold trimmings on the curtains and fanciful embodiments on the windows, and everything screamed wealth and a desire to spend said wealth. There was a large brown door, inlaid with gold and mysterious markings, with the same figure of the mermaid with 3 arms, but this time the mermaid's arms pointed in various positions, in angles that did not seem to make any sense. He noticed that there was no blood stain on the door, which should be impossible because the entire walls, up to the ceiling, was liberally coated with it. Beside the door was a cabinet and a mini altar with a large book on top. It was open, and the pages were black. It did not appear to contain any characters. The doors of the cabinet were opened, and inside was a full-length mirror with an elaborate design. Why put such an expensive mirror inside a closed cabinet? He mentally shook his head away from his musing. The thought process of whoever owns this place should be the last thing on his mind. The reflection from the mirror drew him back into the horror that his wandering mind, for the moment, had chosen to forget. He swept his gaze across the mirror and saw a stranger staring back at him, covered in dried blood, so thick only a few spots of pale skin flashed through, eyes green as an ocean of emerald jewels, and hair plastered to his scalp. He stared back in shock, for this was a child. He was a child. Except he was mistaken about his 3 decades of memories and took the next logical step to madness, and came to the grand conclusion that his life was what? A simulation. A random program in the Matrix, or was there something more mysterious and mind-breaking, like him jumping bodies? Reincarnation. Transmigration. Was that even a word? Was he in hell? Or was this something silly as someone playing a prank on him? But at such a level, he was sure that God did not have that much leisure time, or did he? How much leisure time does an omniscient being have? Every moment. I am going crazy. Breathe, Rowan. It could all be a lucid dream brought on by bad alcohol or overdosing on a particular white substance. Right. Stop thinking and act. Look at yourself. A wave of chills washed over him, and he noticed in the mirror that his mouth was wide open all this while, and he had been making a low, keening noise like an injured animal. His appearance jolted him, and he pulled himself away from his reverie. I need to leave this place. That central thought was all it took to push him awake. Panic raced along his veins like acid, and he crossed the floor filled with corpses, eyes focusing dead straight ahead. Dead straight, laughter burst from his throat. Get a grip, Rowan, you're going cuckoo. He stared at his reflection, his laughing face looking more like a tortured grimace. Not a good look for you. He whispered. Hearing his voice helped, although it still felt strange hearing a different childish voice when he spoke. Have I gone mad? Shut up, brain. The door was his goal. Whatever crazy thing that happened here, or the crazier individuals who did it, he would rather not be anywhere near this location when they returned and continued where they left off. As he got closer to the door, the sound of a party filtered inside the room. He thought he had been mistaken before when he heard sounds of laughter and celebration. But his ears worked fine. There was a celebration happening somewhere close. What sort of hellish game have I found myself in? Who can have any sort of celebration besides a place like this? The sound from the party oddly seemed to scare Rowan more than the room he found himself in, the occasional boisterous laughter making him jolt as he picked his way across the room filled with the dead. He found himself shuddering and coming to a stop, eyes clouded with confusion, and for a while he stood and listened, and he began properly to filter the sounds he was hearing. At first it sounded alien and unintelligible to him, But as he listened more closely, the language seemed to merge in his consciousness and the puzzle clicked, just as a rush of images and sensations rushed through his head. Rowan bent down in pain and squeezed his skull. He recognizes this alien language. It was the ancient Maidan language, spoken only by members of the royalty of the Brahmian court and the Justice Council. It was deemed among the first languages of men given by the god king to those who shall rule. He had a flash of recollection of a solemn occasion in a red hall where the priests anointed the head of each noble child with shining ambrosia. With this, their tongues were open, and they could speak Maidan without going mad. With that knowledge came a rush of memories that were disjointed and chaotic, and he nearly buckled to the floor in pain, but now he knew his name. It was, for a bizarre reason, he had a chilling sensation that he must not speak his name, he must not acknowledge his real identity at this place. When the wave of pain passed, he pushed himself to the door regardless of what came next. He was a man of action. Let me cut myself some slack, right? Because now it seems to be that I am a child of action, he spoke wryly, his brain struggling to keep his sanity intact in any way it could. He finally left the press of bodies and stepped towards the door, glancing sideways at the altar. He hesitated before he touched the doorknob, his hand just hovering above it, pointedly ignoring the embodiment of the mermaid, which he would have sworn was looking at him. His breathing increased a notch, and with minor effort, he twisted the doorknob to the side to unlock the door. He opened it by a crack and winced as the sounds exploded in intensity. The door must have impressive soundproofing. He dithered by the doorway before pushing his way across into a passageway dimly lit by a hanging chandelier. The fluorescent bulbs throbbed slowly like a beating heart. This was most likely Noble's house. Electricity was a relative innovation by the temple of the Iron God, and only royalty and the luxuriously rich could afford it. Edging himself close to the wall, he walked down the passage. He soon came across other doors, but when he slowly tried them, they were shut. A chill breeze blew towards him, and feeling the bite in his nether region, pushed his awareness to the fact that he was buck naked. Oddly enough, he didn't care that much. Funny how waking up from a drinking binge in the body of a child inside a slaughterhouse changes your priorities. Escape first, clothes later, Rowan whispered, walking on tiptoes to the end of the passage. By now he could see railings ahead. He assumed that meant he was on an upper floor. By now the voices were less intelligible, and he could barely make out the words. He crept forward, ears straining as he picked certain lengthy sentences from the din of the party that should be below him. He could identify 3 voices, and a spark of familiarity made him focus on a particular voice, and he intensely listened. The production cost of manufacturing ammunition has tripled over the last quarter, calling in question the viability of equipping the army with these so-called firearms. The first regal voice spoke, and his heart ached at the familiarity of that voice. He heard a nervous chuckle. Surely the gains should outweigh the cost. That barbarians from the north do not lack bodies, and we cannot match them in martial prowess. We must produce more elite units to counter their numbers. A voice like the last gasp of a dying man replied, making Rowan's toes curl, and he felt a deep-seated disgust and an urge to pierce his ears. This voice made him feel as if 1,000 insects were crawling over him. A different, deeper voice harumphed. It is always you calling into question the bravery of my men and the strength of the army. We have not fallen yet. That disgusting voice chuckled, and Rowan almost hurled. General, you jest. Surviving does not mean victory. It is foolish to assume that we are not losing, even if it is taking years to come. Number, it is you who plays the fool. So many resources and wealth funneled into the Red Temple, and your experiments with so little returns. Knowledge is priceless, General, and what we gain from the experiments would push the order to the forefront in our specialized military fields. Humph, where have I heard those excuses before? Right, countless times. Does that progress also include that damned debacle above? Rowan's ears perked up. Were they talking about what happened in that room? And why do the voices seem so familiar to him? He frowned deeply. For the past few moments, memories had been clashing inside his head, and they finally seemed to have sublimated. A wave of unprompted sadness came over him, and he felt a numbing pain, and at that moment a will that existed alongside him that he was vaguely aware of seemed to give up and fade away, and a message like the last wisp of a dying flame whispered, I am sorry, Father, I failed you. There were many gaps in his memories, and many details that were hidden behind layers of fog, but he could piece together some bits and pieces, but he was missing years of memories. He was Rowan Carter, and his body name was Rowan Curanes. He was the illegitimate son of the third prince, who was 7th in line to the throne. It would also appear that what linked them was not only their similar names but also their fate. From the few details his jumbled mind could recall, their fate was one of loss and sorrow. Rowan Curains was born sickly. He was conceived by a concubine of the third prince. She was doted on by her lord prince because of her beauty, even though Rowan fell short of the prince's favor. For the prince demanded offsprings of robust health and spirit, he usually ignored him but did not treat him badly. Rowan was given all the comfort of a prince. Nevertheless, Rowan wanted to find favor with his father and let him acknowledge his presence. He dedicated himself to learning and perfecting sorcery. His memories skipped, and with a force of will he summoned up more of his life. Disaster struck when his mother rapidly fell into disfavor when it was discovered she worshipped a demon. She was imprisoned in the Golden Tower, where she was to be tortured for the rest of her mortal life. This voice, the first regal voice he heard, should be the father of this body I found myself, Rowan mused, but he wondered why he was now in the body of a child. Rowan Curains, by this year should be 25. A macabre will seem to take control over his motor functions, and he moved toward the railing, heart-thumping. He looked down at an expansive room. Three men who radiated an aura of power stood facing each other. Their combined presence drew his eyes, and everything else below him faded from view, and he was enraptured by their presence. He recognized two of them at a glance. The third was hidden under a hooded robe, and the first was General Augustus, a brawny man who should have been in his late 70s but had the body of a physically buff man at his prime. His graying hair were like silvery spikes, and his eyes appeared to be made of solid gold. He dithered by the doorway before pushing his way across into a passageway dimly lit by a hanging chandelier. The fluorescent bulbs throbbed slowly like a beating heart. This was most likely Noble's house. Electricity was a relative innovation by the Temple of the Iron God, and only royalty and the luxuriously rich could afford it. Edging himself close to the wall, he walked down the passage. He soon came across other doors, but when he slowly tried them, they were shut. A chill breeze blew towards him, and feeling the bite in his nether region, pushed his awareness to the fact that he was buck naked. Oddly enough, he didn't care that much. Funny how waking up from a drinking binge in the body of a child inside a slaughterhouse changes your priorities. Escape first, clothes later, Rowan whispered, walking on tiptoes to the end of the passage. By now he could see railings ahead. He assumed that meant he was on an upper floor. By now the voices were less intelligible, and he could barely make out the words. He crept forward, ears straining as he picked certain lengthy sentences from the din of the party that should be below him. He could identify three voices, and a spark of familiarity made him focus on a particular voice, and he intensely listened. The production cost of manufacturing ammunition has tripled over the last quarter, calling in question the viability of equipping the army with these so-called firearms. The first regal voice spoke, and his heart ached at the familiarity of that voice. He heard a nervous chuckle. Surely the gains should outweigh the cost. That barbarians from the north do not lack bodies, and we cannot match them in martial prowess. We must produce more elite units to counter their numbers. A voice like the last gasp of a dying man replied, making Rowan's toes curl, and he felt a deep-seated disgust and an urge to pierce his ears. This voice made him feel as if 1,000 insects were crawling over him. A different, deeper voice harumphed. It is always you calling into question the bravery of my men and the strength of the army. We have not fallen yet. That disgusting voice chuckled, and Rowan almost hurled. General, you jest. Surviving does not mean victory. It is foolish to assume that we are not losing, even if it is taking years to come. Number, it is you who plays the fool. So many resources and wealth funneled into the Red Temple, and your experiments with so little returns. Knowledge is priceless, General, and what we gain from the experiments would push the order to the forefront in our specialized military fields. Humph, where have I heard those excuses before? Right, countless times. Does that progress also include that damned debacle above? Rowan's ears perked up. Were they talking about what happened in that room? And why do the voices seem so familiar to him? He frowned deeply. For the past few moments, memories had been clashing inside his head, and they finally seemed to have sublimated. A wave of unprompted sadness came over him, and he felt a numbing pain, and at that moment a will that existed alongside him that he was vaguely aware of seemed to give up and fade away, and a message like the last wisp of a dying flame whispered, I am sorry, Father, I failed you. There were many gaps in his memories and many details that were hidden behind layers of fog, but he could piece together some bits and pieces, but he was missing years of memories. He was Rowan Carter, and his body name was Rowan Curains. He was the illegitimate son of the third prince, who was seventh in line to the throne. It would also appear that what linked them was not only their similar names but also their fate. From the few details his jumbled mind could recall, their fate was one of loss and sorrow. Rowan Curanes was born sickly. He was conceived by a concubine of the third prince. She was doted on by her lord prince because of her beauty, even though Rowan fell short of the prince's favor. For the prince demanded offsprings of robust health and spirit. He usually ignored him but did not treat him badly. Rowan was given all the comfort of a prince. Nevertheless, Rowan wanted to find favor with his father and let him acknowledge his presence. He dedicated himself to learning and perfecting sorcery. His memories skipped, and with a force of will he summoned up more of his life. Disaster struck when his mother rapidly fell into disfavor when it was discovered she worshipped a demon. She was imprisoned in the Golden Tower, where she was to be tortured for the rest of her mortal life. This voice, the first regal voice he heard, should be the father of this body I found myself, Rowan mused, but he wondered why he was now in the body of a child. Rowan Curanes, by this year should be 25. A macabre will seem to take control over his motor functions, and he moved toward the railing, heart-thumping. He looked down at an expansive room. Three men who radiated an aura of power stood facing each other. Their combined presence drew his eyes, and everything else below him faded from view, and he was enraptured by their presence. He recognized two of them at a glance. The third was hidden under a hooded robe, and the first was General Augustus, a brawny man who should have been in his late 70s but had the body of a physically buff man at his prime. His graying hair were like silvery spikes, and his eyes appeared to be made of solid gold. The second figure was chubby and looked like a man who enjoyed his meals far too much. He had a perpetual smile on his face that made him seem carefree, but he had a regal presence both in his demeanor and voice, which painted a confusing image for Rowan. He was like a pig that had the presence of a lion. This was the third prince. His eyes unconsciously misted over, and he felt like crying. What is wrong with me? Rowan struggled to push the uncomfortable emotions aside, and he barely succeeded. His eyes drifted to the rest of the audience. They were the normal aristocratic ensemble, men in three-piece suits, with canes that had become popular recently. It must still be all the rage because most of them were still holding them even while dancing. The ladies were in long flowing dresses that were primarily white with a dash of gold. A gloved hand rested on his shoulder. Interesting, what do we have here? His heart sank to his stomach and he was frozen in place. He could not move because the hand on his shoulder sent waves of icy chill through his body. Rowan's breathing was short and forceful, and each breath brought out plums of cold air. He was about to be frozen to death. What do you have there, Boris? A little chick, General. A little chick who survived his crushed shell. Humph. It appears your little experiment bore fruit. A sudden feeling of heat, and Rowan felt that he had been stripped down and meticulously scrutinized. Every cell of his body was dissected and catalogued. The general voice continued, although it's a little rotten and lacks any essence. Rowan, dear boy, you survived, you made it. The joyous voice of the third prince resounded in the now silent hall. Not for long, Rowan gasped. You brood on hand, my son. The hand tightened on Rowan's shoulders until he nearly screamed in pain, then mercifully let go. Sweet relief came after, as Rowan hurriedly backed away from the figure that loomed behind him. Come to me, son. Rowan's father's voice was a siren call as he hurried down the stairs, nearly tripping in his haste. The open arms of his father welcomed him. He ran into his embrace, and for that moment everything was bliss. Black, 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 black. At that moment in the room Rowan was in, the black book on the altar shivered. The pages began to turn, but they turned slowly, page by page, until it got to the 6th page. It slowed down further and seemed to struggle against an unknown barrier, but it eventually opened and rested on the 7th page. The page was blank and dark as an unfathomable abyss. Eventually, the picture of a face began to emerge from the page. It was of Rowan, but he was grown up. His eyes burned with pale flames, and words formed below the image, a language so ancient that it had left all living memory. Ascend the throne of grace, eternal mercy of all seasons. The book folded on itself and vanished. Black, 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 black. Rowan tightened his grip on his father. He could not help himself and started bawling his eyes out. He found solace from all the madness of the past few moments. Nevertheless, he felt horrified, as if he was being to cry. As far as he knew, the previous owner of this body was no longer present. His soul was gone and his memories broken. Why was he feeling such emotion for a man he barely knew? He was a grown man who had endured many tribulations in life, and he could not remember the last time he cried. Was it because he was in the body of a child? And any child's instinct was to seek safety from an adult, especially if that adult was a parent. But you see, he was an adult in a child's body, and he refused to believe that he could not control his emotions, and that lack of control horrified him. He wished that this awful moment should pass. All of a sudden, he suddenly felt a space open in his heart in which a black book appeared. He jerked a little and continued crying, but a startling transformation had happened to him. At that slight moment when he jerked in his father's arm, the world felt like it went still, and his mind became startlingly clear. He had what he could only describe as a euphoric sense of control. His body became a puppet, and strings were attached to his consciousness. Time was slowly coming back to normal speed, and it took little effort of will to let his body continue the laments to his father. His sixth sense was tingling like an overtightened guitar string about to snap. This world he found himself in was dangerous, and power that exists in fantasy could be found here, including the darkest kinds. Rowan was fascinated that his new state drew away his fears, and he achieved a startling clarity of mind. Was this what it felt like to be a Buddha? To achieve enlightenment? What is happening to me? This state made Rowan realize that this emotion of happiness and the sense of safety that he was feeling was being forced on him. His body remembered this man, and no memories of him contained any love for him. His father was a distant figure to him, regal and untouchable. After the third prince knew he had a bad constitution, he never even spoke to him. Except for his mother, handmaiden, and the few friends he had, he was isolated from the rest of his family. Rowan, the young prince, had learned how to live without a father, and he would have never run to him for solace. From his vantage point, he could feel an almost palpable source of control oozing from the body of the third prince. His next action confirmed his suspicions. There, father is here. Hush now, my dear boy." The prince pushed his sobbing body away from him and smiled warmly at him. Rowan's new perceptiveness detected a slight crinkling of his eyes, and there was a flash of deep disgust before it was covered. It would have been easy to miss, and he felt a chill. The third prince played a long game and covered all his bases, for Rowan knew that he could as well be a helpless fly snared in a spider's web. The spider was singing a lullaby to him before he was devoured. The wariness in his heart grew further. This man was dangerous. He could not let him know he had control of his senses, for he instinctively knew he was dangling on a precipice, and every movement made must be done with the utmost care, or everything was lost. He controlled his body and looked at his father with love and dependence. The third prince caressed his hair and said, "I will be taking you home soon, but I need to know if you succeeded. Did you get the recognition of the singularity?" Rowan was genuinely confused. What was a singularity? Did it concern this book inside his heart that brought this new ability to control his body beyond reasoning? Rowan sniffled and replied, "I do not understand, father. I have no memories of what happened or why I am here. What is happening, father? Why are there so many dead bodies above, and why am I now a child? Help me, father, I am so scared." Fresh tears rolled down Rowan's face whilst he looked deeply at his father and observed the rest of the trio that were raptly observing him. He discovered something about his new state, that he had a 360 panoramic vision of his surroundings. This new viewpoint drew his attention to the rest of the hall. All the singers and dancers, the merry laughter and whispered conversations were all a facade. He looked around him and all he saw were corpses. Corpses dressed in prim clothes and polished shoes, all looking at him with dead intensity. Rowan's consciousness was suddenly drawn back into his body. The book in his heart closed and faded away, but he was excited that this strange new detachment of his mind remained, though in a more limited manner. At that moment, pain filled his body. He heard a panicked cry from the third prince, and as his awareness fell into oblivion, he silently cursed at his deceptive father. His enlightened spirit had seen traces of a pale glow that struck his head from the eyes of the third prince, knocking him out. Black, 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 black. I had a long dream. A great skull rested in a lake of blood. On the skull, a mighty palace was built, a palace that now lay in ruin. My sight zipped into the palace where a man sat on a throne of ice, and before he was an army of 1,000 angels, and he said to them, "Take the light from my eyes so you can see." With a sound that shattered the skies, wings of gold unfurled, and the army of angels looked at me and smiled. I heard a whisper. I thought I was a man, but I am nothing but char and cinders. And I fell into a black abyss. And below laid a great white wolf. "Come to me," said the wolf. Black, 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 black. Young master, wake up. Rowan pushed himself from the depth of dreams. His consciousness felt lethargic, yet as his mind ascended to the light of wakefulness, he pushed himself to be alert and discerning. He was not in Kansas anymore. If he did not adapt, he would perish. The voice that entered his ears was like the twittering of a bird. He felt a soft shake and he grudgingly opened his eyes. His mouth felt dry as a desert. Water, A moment, a warm hand lifted his head, and he felt the edge of a cup pressed against his lips. Here you go, young master. Drink slowly. After quenching his hellish thirst, he looked at the speaker and recognized her. She was a young lady who could be in her 20s. She wore a black palace attire with gold buttons, a silver-rimmed glass was perched on her dainty nose, and her black eyes were filled with care and concern. She was his sworn protector. She was picked to serve him until he passed, and would never betray him, even in the throes of torture and death. Maeve, her name came to him without any thought. Where am I? Rowan whispered. Young master, you are home. You were brought back 2 days ago. Thanks be to the Holy Mother, you are now awake. 2 days? Maeve, why do you still recognize me? My body has changed. Rowan's pubescent voice was filled with confusion and loss. Maeve smiled at him. Young master, I grew up with you as a boy. I have bathed, clothed, and fed you. I know every scar and birthmark on your body. I know your voice and your scent. It is my sworn duty to serve you forever. Even blindfolded, I would still know you. And on the day you die, I shall follow you to the underworld to serve you. Rowan looked deeply at her, musing internally that her young master was gone. Help me up, I want to walk. Okay, young master, but you need to eat first. At the mention of food, Rowan placed his hand on his stomach. Indeed, I am starving. She smiled in amusement when she saw the familiar gesture Rowan used when he was famished. She hurriedly assembled the dishes that were still hot by his bedside, seemingly pulling them out of thin air. Rowan assigned that strangeness to his still blurry mind. Maeve hovered over him like a mother hen as he ate, encouraging him to eat more, her smile growing gradually as he ate an astonishing amount. Rowan nearly swallowed his tongue. The food was that good. Maeve served the meal in courses with baked oyster as the appetizer. The main course was roasted beef accompanied by savory vegetable he could not identify, and delectable pasta was served alongside it. The dessert was plum pudding with a fruit that tasted like tangerine but looked like an apple. The wine that he drank was cold, and its flavor was earthy and deep. It burned his throat on the way down, and he gasped in amazement. He tried to keep the bearing of a prince as he feasted, but suspected that he failed. Rowan saw the pleased look on her face. The previous Rowan was a picky eater and frequently skipped meals unless he was coerced. He mostly used tonics and potions to keep his vitality. Indeed, all fingers were not created equal, Rowan sighed. He shook his head at the mystery of life. Before he transmigrated, he was an orphan, dropped at the gate of the orphanage as a babe. He had a massive appetite and he was always hungry. The sisters at the convent did their best to provide for him and the other kids, but it was not nearly enough. In this life, at least I won't be a hungry ghost. Rowan thought to himself as he patted his stomach. He was once again struck by the dissonance of seeing his young hand. He should be 10 years old now. I am afraid that the god of death must be fed up with me. Not only did I transmigrate, I also became younger. He had a base sense of satisfaction as he looked at himself. Young master, it appears that not only did you not just get younger, you finally cured your ailing physique. She beamed, and with a wave of her hand she made the empty dishes disappear from the bedside table. He arched an eyebrow at that supernatural display. Maeve excitedly said, Oh yes, young master, you can now step on the paths of dominion. The dangers of transformation would be drastically reduced. Rowan frowned. Dominion. Transformation. What does that mean, Maeve? My memories are blurry. Maeve's expression became solemn, wetting her lips. She said, Young master, knowledge of the paths comes with its burden. You anticipated that you might lose your memory when you went for the ritual, so you wrote your thoughts in your diary. As a member of the royal clan, your knowledge of the path is naturally more complete than mine, and I could provide you false information, not because I intend to, but because my knowledge of the paths is still very limited. Maeve continued speaking after a slight pause, and she collected herself. You should understand, young master, most people in world would not be able to come into contact with the paths of dominion or even understand its workings even if they are shown. Rowan frowned a little at the inflection in her voice when she said this world. Were there perhaps other worlds that were known? Could they be visited? He was in a brand new world and anything could be possible. Was this an alternate reality? Or was he still in the same universe and on another planet? He figured these questions would be answered in time and he should listen more to Maeve. Or he could just be mad, and everything happening was just a feverish phantasm of a mind tearing itself apart. As always, he placed the solution on time. His new state of emotional detachment aids him in his decisions. Maeve manifested a heavy book from thin air and placed it beside him. Whatever the methods she used to do that, it was still impressive. He made sure not to appear too surprised, though he had no memories of how she was able to perform her spatial magic. He was bound to figure it out soon enough. He moved to touch the book, but she placed her hand on his. Master, be careful. You have always wanted to become a dominator. You've paid an awful price to become capable of becoming one. Zoe, maybe too much. She looked at him and he detected a slight sense of sorrow in her eyes, but still he saw pride in him. I would make sure you are not disturbed at this time. She bowed formally to him and quietly shut the door. Rowan mused at how she stopped calling him young master to master, but that slight change brought about a sort of formless pressure around him. Rowan closed his eyes, allowing his mind to become empty. It was a trick he learned during the rough patches of his life. By emptying his head, he found it easier to think. It appeared that he was sinking into the role of the prince. He accepted it. This world and the magical situation around him were sucking him inside its web, and his previous life was turning to shadows. It was easier to accept what and then what. His life these past few years had been out of control. His motivation was gone, and he drifted through each day with a lesser will to strive. He had tried, yet fate was an unkind judge. He had always been found wanting. This new situation offered something so fantastical it drew him out of his lethargy, and he had a faint expectation brewing inside his chest. So it was almost natural to let the memory of this prince, no matter how patchy it was, meld with his habits and desires blending. He opened his eyes, and he buried the traces of hesitation inside his heart. The state of his awakening in this world haunted him, and if he were to find solace in anything, it would be in the means to protect himself. Taking this step would mean he had mostly accepted the truth of this world. That he was now different, that reality as he knew it had changed. Besides, he had never seen himself as wise or knowledgeable. He did not have all the answers, and he had never pretended as if he did. He could only try his best to make the best of any situation he found himself in. Now let's find out what this journey has in store for us. Would he look back one day and regret journeying on this path? He suspected that if he never touched this book, this diary that lies in his hand, he would live well. He had won the lottery if this was the afterlife. As the son of a prince, this manor was his, he was rich, and he could forget the horrifying nature of his birth into this world. He could be happy under the protection of his father. Could he? His memories were patchy and not fully have time for deeper introspection of the circumstances he found himself in. He could at least come to a conclusion, which was that he had to tackle any situation he found himself in with a position of strength and knowledge. That had always been his motto. A man without a plan was adrift in fog. He was purposeless and was easy to manipulate and tear down. He should know. The last part of his life was precisely that of a vagrant. Running away from the truth was foolish. He was not an ostrich that would bury his head in the sands and hope for the grace and mercies of others. He was Rowan Curains, and he would not run from his problems, and if it was too much, if his bones break, and the weight of this world drained everything from him, if death came for him once more, he would go into that endless night with a smile on his face. After all, he died once before. Who was keeping count? A dominator. The words brought a slight tingle to his spine. His pupils constricted and his breathing increased. He suddenly remembered a memory, and he stood up and looked around the room. He was getting used to the memory meld, but there were still some bugs to fix. He recognized this room. It was his favorite, and he loved the view. From here he could see the misty mountains. And when the sun rose, it painted a picture of beauty over the valleys and hills that made him smile and brought him a sense of contentment. This was the manor allocated to him by the purview of his birthright. It had a moat, numerous rooms, and a barrack that contained a stable detachment of troops. The room he was in was tastefully furnished, and a soft white carpet was spread on the floor. A humongous bookshelf covered both sides of the wall, and a workstation placed near the window was covered by a large piece of hide from an exotic animal. A thought occurred to him, and he walked to the ornate standing mirror by the adjourned bathroom. He unbuttoned the top of his robe and checked his chest. On his heart laid a red tattoo of an eye. He never recollected getting one in either of his previous lives. He stared intensely at the details of the tattoo when the tattooed eye blinked and faded away, startling him. He touched the spot on his chest, and underneath his fingers he felt something bulge and squirm. He withdrew his hand in shock. The moment he touched the spot of the faded tattoo, he had received a sensation of hunger and filth of cold and an endless nothingness, and he felt a deep fear, what was hiding under his skin. Rowan sighed. Some decisions were taken away from him. No knowledge he knew would explain what lies below his skin. It reminded him a little of the hooded man in the slaughter mansion he woke up from, but somehow what he just touched felt worse, although it appeared to be asleep. He walked to the window and looked at the open vista. The air was cold, and he hurriedly buttoned his robe. The sun was setting and painted the landscape a breathtaking shade of gold and green. Rowan stood for a long while, his thought unknown. He silently turned to his workstation, bringing the heavy diary along. He finally settled and opened the diary. The first words made his pupils shrink. It read, "My Lord Father wants to kill me, but I am satisfied." Rowan had a faint fear that he may not be able to read the diary, but thankfully his premonition turned false. The words at first seemed like gibberish, but slowly it began to make sense. This process happened very fast, almost instantaneously. Those grim words were pressed into the pages as if written in distress. Again, Rowan tried to remember the past and the relationship he had with his father, but it mostly was a blur. From what he could infer, the third prince was generally known and loved by the populace. The city he governed was thriving, his policies were fair, and he gave back to the merchants and citizens. He had a keen eye for great trade deals and brought wealth to his city. But that was on the surface. That was a part he knew the third prince played. He was not interested in the propaganda for the masses, he wanted the real truth. He knew the third prince was not to be trusted when he was hugged by him. It felt like being smothered in the coils of a giant snake. Placing his focus back to the book he held, Rowan could see that the ink used on the first page was red while the rest of the diary used the traditional black ink. He brought the page closer to his nose and caught a faint whiff of iron. Was this written in blood? Red was one of the primary colors of the Curane's family. It represented the burning flames in the heart. It had no ties with blood. He did not remember writing this. He did not remember much of anything really. He mentally chastised himself. If he was going to analyze every word he came across, he wouldn't make any progress with his patchy memory of the prince not helping matters. He continued reading as he turned to the next page, anticipating yet dreading what he was to find. It turned out to be a standard diary, with inconsistent details from a writer who expected to understand the jumbled recollection and writings. Essential terms were missing, and there was no background for many of the strange terms used. Rowan made a mental note to properly investigate them. He began reading. Uleti 774. It was said that when the gods slept, Primos stole their weapons and used them to battle the calamities that plagued mankind. I confess I do have a fanciful idea that what I, together with Dennis and Clara, are about to undertake is similar to that epic undertaking, but I digress. The auction was successful and I was able to collect all the pieces of the divine weapon of ice. It was a shame I had to fork up 3 bottles of Redwin wine. My heart still pains me for that loss, but that damn greedy merchant Beirut will never do any transaction at a loss. It was a relatively short journal entry. He saw 2 names, Dennis and Clara, and after racking his memories, he could recall details of these 2. Dennis was a rambunctious noble brat, constantly looking for new thrills. He had deep pockets because he was part owner of a large steel mill. Rowan took advantage of the fact that Dennis was a thrill seeker and used his resources to pursue his occultic agenda and achieve his burning desire, freeing his mother. Clara was a librarian who had an impressive grasp of ancient text and languages. She was multilingual and had a knack for research. Although her family was not well-to-do, her father being a train station attendant, her expertise made her an invaluable member of the trio. He took out a ballpoint pen from the drawers and took out a new hardcover notebook. He would put down specific words and names so he could flesh them out properly. Biting the end of his pen for a second, Rowan began to write divine weapons. Auction, merchant Beirut. He was satisfied with this entry. He slowly turned the page of the diary to the next. Uleti 1074. I had a falling out with Dennis today. It's an understatement when I say he was not pleased with the idea of crushing a divine weapon to feed a demon, even if it's the lowest tier. It took a while to convince him about the sheer difficulty of such a task and that we would most likely fail, but he was adamant that we could not risk the divine weapon. I may have underestimated the desire for power from Dennis. His cheerful personality was a facade, I think. Clara warned me about his lust for power. Why would anyone want a power like this? That leaves your humanity behind and makes you a thing of despair. Trouble in Paradise. From what he could piece together from Rowan's memories, he was a typical scholar, head buried in books and heart set on dreams. He pursued knowledge just to quench his thirst for the unknown, and although he was born in affluence, he was not affected by his status. His sickly constitution made him not able to compete in the political arena of a large royal family, and his interests cemented away any chance of playing in power games with his brothers and sisters, so he was ignorant of how much the allure of more power was to a noble. He turned the pages and slowly sank into the retelling of Rowan's life, occasionally bringing up his notebook and jotting down specific phrases. The light began to dim as evening came around. He switched on the gas lamp beside him. It burned with a green flame illuminating his face in a ghoulish manner, and he sank back into reading. At that moment no one who saw his figure would mistake him for a child. The chair was low and the table was a little too high for him, so he had to haunch to read comfortably. He sat on the edge of his chair, yet his focus was intense and his concentration absolute. This was not the demeanor of a child. As the sun set, the moon rose. Rowan had been sitting down for over 4 hours, and so he stretched to relieve fatigued muscles. He had been able to sort through most of the diary. He closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead as he placed each memory in its place and sorted out his thoughts. This world was a strange and terrible place, where the supernatural was not the stuff of nightmare and imagination, but was a reality experienced by everyone in varying degrees. This world contained gods and monsters, and they had left their mark on its surface. Every trace of life had felt their touch, whether for good or ill. Some nobles choose to let their people live a life of ignorance, separating the supernatural from the mundane. Most were not successful, for the magic inevitably bled through the facade of normalcy. It was hard to explain away the massive shape of a dragon flying overhead, or why some children were born with the capability to bend reality. This world was called Tryon. From the edge of his perception, he heard whispers and he smelled ozone, almost as if a storm were coming, but his eyes were still closed. He had overdrawn himself and had pushed his young body far beyond its limits, and exhaustion pressed down on him. If his eyes were opened, he would have seen the area around his chest light up and, like smoke, moonlight streaming through the windows diverted and poured into his chest. A shock of cold drove him up and saw the light from the moon bending and flowing into the tattoo on his chest, and in each passing moment, the glow from the tattoo increased. The tattoo of the eyes that had faded before had returned. His breath caught in his throat, as he was not just witnessing something fantastical, it was happening to him. Rowan heard a whisper and his mind fell into a daze. He felt his heart contract and a black book entered his mind. It flipped open, and he saw a picture of his face, but he was grown up. It was a picture of a regal blonde man with green eyes. The image blinked. Rowan paused and stared at the image for a while, looking closely. The image appeared to be breathing, and interestingly enough, it was also staring back at him. Since the pages were red, the face resembled a decapitated head in a pool of blood, reminding Rowan of the circumstances when he awoke in this world. The book began to rapidly flip to the 7th page, where words began to form. The words resembled some form of hieroglyphs. Slowly they began to take shape in his head, the words shifting and bending until he could understand and read them. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 11-12. Strength 0.2. Agility 0.2. Constitution 3.5. Spirit 1.5. Class none. Title Planewalker. Skill none. Passive decipher language complete Icy Soul level 2. Records. Scion of Light level 00/5. Scion of Darkness level 00/5. Level 00/1000. Level 00/1000. Soul point 0. Remark Divine Fodder. Rowan stood for a while, his heart raced, yet his mind was calm. This state of mind reminded him of when he first had this sensation, the feeling of control when his body panicked but his mind was still. It was inside that slaughter mansion, where 3 diabolical men plot devilish machinations in the midst of dancing corpses. This book in his heart should be the most likely cause. When he was going through his diary, he had placed extra emphasis on searching for details on the ritual, yet there was no mention except for the first cryptic message in the diary. The rest was normal gallivanting of a knowledge-driven scholar, with a fair degree of knowledge on the supernatural. This knowledge included many topics, most especially the fantastical might of divine weapons, which were powerful artifacts controlled exclusively by royalty and powerful families, with different organizations owning a few of them. Rowan was fascinated by divine weapons. He had researched a lot on the subject, hoping to find a cure for his frailness but fearing the corruption they brought even more. Rowan eventually purchased a lesser variant, but there was no knowledge of any divine weapon such as this black book inside his heart, if this was at all a divine weapon. This black book, the primordial record, could be his path to power and safety. Unlike the previous Rowan, he had no distaste for supernatural power and he needed to feel in control of his life, for he felt confused and powerless. He steadied himself and slowly looked through the information presented to him. The first thing that came to him was his lifespan. According to this, he had less than a year to live. Even under the influence of the strange mental detachment, he still felt a chill that struck him deep inside his soul. Life had a different meaning when you knew the moment you were going to die. Every passing moment was felt, and every second counts. This was a sick joke against all odds. He survived death itself only to die just a year after he was reborn. Put away those false dreams. O foolish mortal, did you think you could forego your destiny? Rowan thought he could hear the voice of death as it was delivering the perfect checkmate. A bubble of anger began to grow in his soul. He was not particularly scared of dying, but no one loves to be the fool of fate, to be the plaything of the powerful. He died in mysterious circumstances in his previous life, as he could not even recollect how he passed away, only to awake in a slaughterhouse, his mind scattered, his body reduced, and now his life a fraction of what it should be. He wanted to not believe what he was seeing, having no way to test this hypothesis about his pending death a year from now, but he had an idea of how to test the validity of this record. Furthermore, he would be a fool to dismiss what was happening to him. Nevertheless, he was still cool-headed. His hands were clenched while his eyes were empty. For the moment, he had no other pressing concerns. Time to him was now his most precious asset, and he ought to use it wisely. He rapidly scanned through the information and realized that when he concentrated on each of the words, descriptions of their purpose entered his mind. The normal adult man had an average stat distribution of 1. His was a pathetic number, as his strength and agility were far below the norm. The misnomer would be his constitution and spirit. They were incredibly high, especially his constitution. He felt the number like that should be ridiculous. The stats were self-explanatory enough. Constitution should deal with the overall well-being of his body, from health to his vitality. He was a bit confused about strength, for he felt with a powerful constitution his strength and agility stats should also be high, but he may have been wrong in how those were measured. Spirit was a necessary attribute to understand the supernatural and obtain powerful abilities. Without a strong spirit, the power door was locked away. He was glad to see that it was particularly high, though not as much as his constitution. That was just ridiculous. He needed to test and see the result of that number. Rowan tried to squeeze the flesh of his hand. It felt soft and smooth. There was no hardness. Fishing for a penknife in his drawer, he slowly pierced the thick flesh of his palm. He kept increasing pressure until his hands shook, but he could not penetrate his flesh. His breath caught in his throat. Dropping the knife, he gingerly took off the glass covering the gas lamp and hovered his hand over the flame. Except for a slight warmth, he detected nothing much. He lowered his hand until he touched the flame and kept it there for 15 seconds. That was when it was beginning to hurt. The surface of his palm was charred, but to his pleasant surprise the flesh squirmed, and the dead flaky part fell off to be replaced by new soft skin. Rowan could not help but grin at his amazing healing capabilities. His laughter was short-lived, though. As a prince, he had come across powerful dominators, and he did not remember any of them having a healing factor like his. He was sure they had a far more powerful constitution than his own, yet his healing capabilities were off the charts. Well, he still had many descriptions to go through, and if this primordial record was as exhaustive as he anticipated, it would inevitably have an answer to his queries. Okay, what's next? He mused, mentally rubbing his palms together. His spirit was impressive. Most people's spirit fell at 0.5, and he was triple that amount. The next was passive skills. Decipher language was self-explanatory. One detail he skipped was that he had been able to read every text he came across, including the weird hieroglyphs used by the primordial record. If this skill also affected spoken language, he could see how this could be very useful to him. One should know that there were many races in this world, each with its unique language and cultures. The wealth of knowledge this skill would bring to him would be incalculable. He suspected Icy Soul was the strange, almost robotic detachment of his will from his body, almost making his body into a puppet. This skill had promise, and he was sure the limit of this skill lay in his imagination. All around these were great passive skills, but he knew the meat of this primordial record should be about the records. Hovering over the first, he mentally clicked it, and his perception fell into darkness. Sign of light, the domain of light favors you. Your descent ushers light on all creation, and you shall hold the sun in the palm of your hand. I saw a man who walked in darkness. His eyes were closed, and his hands were clasped to his chest as if in prayer. He walked in the darkness for an unfathomable amount of time, and when it seemed the darkness was all there was, he opened his eyes. They were twin orbs of flames that lit up the expanse, and he screamed with a voice that stirred the skies, I am light. The endless night was torn apart. Flames as hot as a sun poured from his open eyes and mouth. He unclasped his hands, and a circular shockwave of flames poured from his flesh, and the world he walked on burned to cinders. All paths of dominion for light unlocked. Orion favors you. Rowan pulled away from the vision. He collapsed on the floor, his breathing labored, his temperature had spiked, and his hair curled up and became dry. Sweat poured down his brows, and in a while he was soaked. How terrifying. That man was a walking nuclear bomb. Every gesture he made carried sheer explosive power. Could he become something like that? Rowan found the words, "Orion favors you," to be very troubling. According to mystical text, Orion was the incarnation of the sun god. He was a supreme being who governed the movement of the stars. If gods existed, their attention was not something he craved. What were mortals before the domain of gods? Nothing but specks of dust, meaningless and easily discarded. Their attention could either be a boon or woe to him. A memory occurred to him, and he hobbled down to his bookshelf. The vision had drained him, and he grunted in annoyance as he strained to reach a book near the top. Before going back and dragging a chair, safely retrieving the book, he looked at the name, Royal Curane's genealogy. He rapidly flipped to a specific page, to the primogenitor of the Curane's family. Barubil Curanes, legends called him the Scion of Light. His talents had supported god King Golgoth to the throne of Trion, creating a chance for mankind to rule the entire planet, and his prowess in the dominion of light was unparalleled. His abilities should have made him immortal. A herald of the god king himself, but he went missing, and although the Curane's family was still powerful, Rowan remembered they no longer walked the pathway of light, but a different one. The pathway of the adept. Rowan closed the book with a snap. It would appear that Rowan was a scion of light, but he had never gone through the ritual to awaken his talent as a child because he was too frail to go through the process. Perhaps if his family had known he was the heir of their primogenitor, they would have moved mountains to enhance his physique and awaken this broken talent. He laughed weakly and sighed. Tusk, so it was like this all along, what a joke. Rowan had a stoic personality, and although he did not write an elaborate dissertation on the relationship with his family in his diary, he could still see clear hints in his writings, a little pattern of abuse and neglect that Rowan hid with cheerful language and sarcastic humor. Why else was he placed in a fief at the end of the world, and it was unlikely that a noble of his age was not married or even engaged. Except for the minimal benefits of his station, he did not get any help from his family, and the only person in the world he cared for was taken from him. It was no wonder he agreed to the dastardly ritual his father made him perform. He knew he was an experiment, he knew his fate was grim, he knew he was going to his death, yet he agreed. It was the only card he had to play, to free his mother from torture and imprisonment. Rowan did not want the sacrifice of this young man to be in vain. They may think you are a failure, but I will prove them wrong. Where was this sentiment for a dead prince coming from? Maybe it was because he shared his body, and more intimately he shared his soul. It made him empathize with him on a deeper level. He had recovered from the strain of viewing the vision of Scion of Light. He was beginning to understand the intricacies of having a high constitution and a freaky healing factor. Once more he plunged into the primordial record, determined to understand everything it had to offer him, and with tense breath his mind entered into the next record. Scion of Darkness, your soul traveled through the shroud of death. You are an anomaly that walks the earth. Darkness has invaded your soul, and you shall extinguish all sparks of light. All paths of dominion for darkness unlocked. Thanatos favors you. A man in a tattered cloak walks down a snowy field. He is barefoot, and every step he takes leaves an imprint of his feet behind. Behind him rose an army of monsters, titanic colossi that rumbled the earth with each step, to gigantic floating tentacles that led to bizarre creatures the size of cities, to marauding werewolves and liches and bone dragons and myriad of creature, with forms that bleeds into shadows and coldness. Behind this lone man they were all silent, they followed him. An army that covered cities moved across a doomed world in silence. The footprint that he left behind was black, and from the blackness the snow behind him turned black. Every step he took made the world fall into darkness. In a while, the planet he walked on fell into everlasting darkness. Rowan froze after this vision, collapsing bonelessly to the floor, where he hit his head on the edge of the table with a sickening thud. His heart stopped, and for a while he thought he was going to perish. He had not spent a full day, but he was going to die for such a stupid reason as not sitting down when touching the domains of gods. Thankfully, he felt a pleasant warmth envelope his heart, and it began to beat. The warmth covered his body, and he watched in rapt fascination as black veins all over his body retreated into his skin. He raised himself, marveling at the feeling of good health after the near-death experience. It occurred to Rowan that he was not being careful enough. But the dam had already burst. Nothing would hold him back from checking out every secret here. Not trusting the chair, he sat on the ground cross-legged. His mind went back to delving into the scion of darkness, and he contemplated on the new favor from another god, this time a death god. Rowan knew you should not slap a smiling face, but unsolicited favors, especially from gods, were not necessarily a good thing. Their blessings can be heavier than mountains. But why should he worry about gods? According to the accepted texts, they were all dead or fled from this plane of existence. The god king brought down their dominion. The primordial record had opened a link to these forgotten gods. How novel. The pathway of light and darkness were two different pathways, and if Rowan did not miss his guess, would he be able to utilize both paths? Or would he have to choose? He hoped it was the former. Rowan did not feel safe in this world, and he would never reject any chance of becoming more powerful. The primordial record, what sort of existence was it? To draw two polar opposite alignments together in the same body, and yet he was aware that there were still more records left. His phantom fingers itched as he pushed the next button. A flash of black text materialized over the page. Warning, if you are about to view an omnipotent record, proceed. Omnipotence, Rowan liked that word. Would it kill him if he opened it? He hoped not, because he was going ahead. Proceed. Eternal and endless death is a footnote you have conquered eons ago, rapidly healing from all physical damage. If death still finds you, consume lifespan to be reborn. A thriving city appeared before my eyes. It reminded me of the metropolis of my previous life. Millions of people going about their day, working, eating, fighting, getting married. The breath of the city was exuberant, the sun was shining, and life seemed boundless. There was a silent groan that was felt rather than heard, and everyone went still. Even the birds stopped flapping their wings and fell, their little hearts beating so fast it exploded inside their chest. Almost like a naughty child scattering his sand castle, the city broke into pieces, and millions of lives cried in sorrow and were silenced. The ground of the city heaved and turned, and a gigantic form that defied meaning rose from the ruin. The skies darkened and shattered, and what rose was a gigantic brown palm. The city. No, the entire continent was on the palm. My sight zoomed to outside the planet. Like a butterfly opening its cocoon, a humanoid creature broke out from the planet. The subsequent explosion of the planet barely ruffled his hair. The universe was shaken at the birth of an Empyrean. Rowan did not face any discomfort when he awoke from the vision. He had been bracing himself for any metaphysical reaction from viewing this record, and was glad his fears came to naught. He was reminded of the remark about the attention of the gods when he viewed the records of Scion of light and darkness. Perhaps those reactions came because of the attention of those gods. Rowan was still in awe about what he had witnessed. This was the third time he had seen a planet die, and every one of them was as impactful as a blade through the gut. But this one felt unintentional, a side effect of an Empyrean been birthed. If he used the analogy of a butterfly, then the planet, the entire civilization was built on the cocoon of a budding Empyrean. The description of this skill was enlightening. He remembered the statement the man with the freezing hands in that nightmare mansion called him, a chick who escaped his broken shell. They all were surprised at his survival. Whatever had happened to him at that place, it was so dangerous that he was not expected to live. Was this record the secret to how he survived? If his lifespan was consumed to resurrect him, was he not supposed to appear older? He wondered why they allowed him to leave. Was his survival not a valuable reason for more experimentation on him? Was he still under some sort of observation by a third party? All these queries juggled around in his mind, and he knew there was no way to readily answer most of these questions. He just had to keep learning and improving his odds. Eternal and endless also left a bad taste in his mouth. He had only a year to live, of course. He saw the prefix after each of the records, but he had no idea how to level them. He gritted his teeth and continued. Maybe he would understand more with the next record. Soul Caesar, your existence is a confluence of impossibilities. A scion of light heralds a new age, and a scion of darkness presages its end. Your existence gives birth to a forbidden power. Everything has a soul that should return to the universe for renewal, and you have broken the balance. Hates you. Black, 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 black. Maeve walked up the stairs. Her gait was firm and steady, and each step was climbed in the same manner as clockwork. Night had fallen, and she was to make sure her master was sleeping and to take care of his needs. She had given him enough time to go through his diary. The coming days would be rough for him. She had to prepare him to face whatever storms were surely on their way. After all, he was now in the body of a child, and it presented a vulnerability that his enemies and family members would take full advantage of. Keeping the news a secret for as long as possible was the best play, but further drastic measures were needed, for this matter could not be covered for long. One could not cover a fire with paper. Reaching the door, she gently knocked after waiting a while and not receiving any response. She listened closely and heard nothing except a low moan. Opening the door, she saw the young prince standing by his bedside. He was hunched over and was fiddling with his face. His back was facing her, so she could not see his face. Maeve called out, "Young master, I came over to inquire if you required any assistance or have any queries you need answers to. You are usually too entrenched in your work. For the moment you have to go a bit easier, you have not fully recovered." Silence answered her. No, not silence, a low throaty chuckle that made her frown. The young prince continued to fiddle with his face. The room was dark as the gas lamp was switched off, and the only lighting came from the moonlight coming in through the window, but a dominator of her level could see in low light conditions. She sniffed the air and her expression changed. With inhuman agility, she lunged at the prince and seized his hands. His entire body was wet and sticky, and he kept struggling to free himself. She summarily knocked him out by placing a single finger on his nape and rapidly carried him to the bed. She gently pried away at the tool he was holding in a death grip, which was a knife. Wrapping it in a piece of linen she materialized from the air, she made it vanish. She rapidly brought a bowl with warm water and began to clean the prince. Her gaze was cold and filled with wrath and anger. The eyes of the prince were two gaping holes. He had been ruthlessly stabbing the fragile orbs. Judging by the amount of blood she had cleaned from his body, he should not be alive. The rug on the floor was soaked with blood. This was a side effect of the ritual. It was her eternal shame that she was schemed against and was not present when the prince went for the ritual. After that harrowing experience, there was no way she would allow him to die on her watch. The prince woke up with a gasp, startling her. Rowan waking up should be impossible. The power of sleep was under her domain. She wanted to spare him pain for as long as possible until she found ways to heal his eyes. Rowan gasped and turned around, clearly in shock and confusion. "Young master, it is okay. I am here." With sorrow and anger present in her voice, she continued, "Please be calm, you have lost a lot of blood. This should be my fault. I apologize for harming you. Your diary must have triggered a reaction from the ritual you partook in." Rowan gestured for her to stop wiping his face. He whispered, "Maeve, the diary was not the problem. You have done an impressive job. Fetch me my coat." "Young master, your eyes." "It's no problem. See." Rowan's eyes seemed to squirm and vibrate, and new flesh grew from the darkness of his empty socket. He slowly opened his eyes. They were white and pure and glistened white. "I am okay. Get me my coat." "Yes, young master," Maeve replied in shock as she strode to get the coat. Her amazement was total. As she pulled down a thick coat, she dimly heard from her master, "I am going to kill every last one of you. Stasa, Mama warned you not to run down the mountains road. You're going to hurt yourself." A young boy called out to his little sister, who merrily skipped along. "You can't catch me. You can't catch me." She giggled and turned to him, gesturing that he should come closer. The young man of 13 gave a low groan of frustration. His name was Regolf, and his little sister was a handful of worries. She was carefree and very playful, and she had become even more uninhibited since their mother fell sick, and she was smart enough to know that Regolf would never punish her for little misdeeds, so she gleefully took advantage. On his shoulders were piles of firewood, neatly wrapped with fronds. Winter was arriving earlier than usual this year, and he wished to stock up on firewood. He was a hard-working lad, and by this time of the year he should have gathered enough wood to last the short winter. But since their mother fell sick, he always had to keep the fire burning, or she gets strange. He adjusted the wood that was digging into his shoulders and called out to his sister, a tone of frustration coloring his voice. It had not been easy for him recently, and the strain was beginning to build up. "Come back here this instant, or no more crushed candy for you." The statement jolted Stasa, and pouting, she walked slowly to her brother and looked at him with doe eyes. "Oh, no you don't, this won't work today." Regolf sniffed and looked away from that soul-sucking gaze. "Be good, Stasa, the roads are full of stones and bumps, you may fall and injure yourself." In a crestfallen manner, Stasa mumbled, "I won't run any more, Regolf, will you still bring candy for me?" She tugged at his shirt pitifully. It was akin to tugging at the young man's heart stings. He quickly relented and her face lit up. "Yay. Regolf is the best brother in the world." The young boy felt his shoulders straighten and he walked more confidently. The happiness of his sister was an affirmation of his handwork, and it brought him fulfillment. The joyous laughter of the girl and the quiet reply of her brother followed the dew as they headed towards home. Their home was at the edge of the village and was close to the mountains. The woods were not far from the quiet home, and he could make 2 more trips before nightfall. and if he was willing to risk it, he could make it 3. Their home drew near, and it was surprisingly built with modern bricks and mortars. It was formerly a relay station where the soldiers of the kingdom collected posting letters when crossing the Sylvan Lakes, and it was now abandoned following the loss of the war with the neighboring kingdom Corinth. As the siblings approached their home, they noticeably became quieter, Stacia squeezing her brother's clothes and standing behind him. He comforted her with a head rub as he asked her to sit down by the door, while he went to the storeroom that sat adjacent to their home to store the firewood. Rigolf walked back to his sister. Stacia, I got a kilogram of beef from my master's wife. I helped her to feed the horses since Tobias fell sick. She commended my work, saying I was a hard worker. He patted the satchel on his waist. I will be cooking a sumptuous meal tonight. Stacia cheered. Rigolf smiled. Hurry up and wash your hands so you can assist me in the kitchen. You should learn to cook, as my workload in the smithy is growing as I am getting better at metal working. Stacia rapidly nodded as she proceeded to clean her hands thoroughly. Rigolf watched her with a smile. He was a handsome youth. Both the siblings drew their looks from their mother. They never knew their father, and he died in a hunting accident. When Stacia was barely 2 months old, their mother Rose became a bastion of parenthood. She made sure they both did not lack, working through the night and holding 3 jobs to provide for the family as she refused to remarry. Rigolf gladly became an apprentice to the only blacksmith in Calcutta, so he could help his mother, and for a while the family lived in contentment and happiness until Rose brought back a doll she found in the fields. Black, 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 black. Rowan pulled the surrounding coat, Maeve assisting him in tying the sash around his waist. He could see the questions on her face, but he ignored her. Thank you, Maeve, please take me to my lab. He turned and strode towards the door. Maeve hurried over and took his hand. Let me carry you, young master. I don't understand how you healed so quickly, but I know healing of any form consumes a significant amount of your body resources. Rowan swallowed any rebuttal he had. He was not feeling any signs of weakness. His healing seemed not only to affect his body, but he suspected it also healed his mind. But his legs were now short, and he needed all the time he could get. Of course, he could run, but he thought that was a stupid idea. Maeve was strong and his lab was on the next floor above him. She would be faster. He was in his last moments after all, for he had already died twice. If Maeve had not returned when she did, he would be dead. Ultimately, he had been very careless, and the presence of the primordial record and his healing factor had given him a safety blanket, and he became dismissive of the danger surrounding him. He knew his curiosity and thirst for the supernatural was a weakness, and he told himself that being more careful was not only the smart choice, but it would be the difference between life and death. Dying had been a weird experience, but he at least understood his healing factor better. Killing him would be difficult, for he healed very fast. The Soul Caesar record he viewed influenced him to kill himself, and he spent a long time slicing through his brain. It was one of the most horrifying moments in his life, to see his body move without his will. The influence the record had on him was weak, but the problem was that he had no means to defend himself. If he did not know how. Every knowledge of magic that Rowan knew did not help him at all, as his body was moving to the will of those monsters. He shuddered slightly, pushing the memory away from his mind presently. He did not trust that he had fully recovered from their influence. With a mental flex, Rowan called up the primordial record. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 11. Strength 0.2. Agility 0.2. Constitution 3.5. Spirit 1.5. Class none. Title Planewalker. Skill none. Passive Decipher Language Complete Icy Soul Level 2. Records. Scion of Light Level 00/5. Scion of Darkness Level 00/5. Ouroboros Level 00/1000. Soul Caesar Level 00/1000. Soul Point 0. Remark Divine Father. He was down to the last year, and since the primordial record did not elaborate on the precise time he was going to die, he had no awareness if he had only days or months to live. He could only feel a shroud of death hanging over him, and he could trust that instinct. After all, he was a scion of darkness. The only thing that could save him now from dying was unironically death itself. His record, Soul Caesar, made him a sort of grim reaper. He could collect souls and use them to fuel his records, pushing him onto the paths of dominion. He had to transcend his mortal flesh and become a legendary to get more lifespan. There were 3 towers and 4 turrets in Rowan's manor. The largest of them housed his lab. Maeve unlocked the door to this lab with a huge ornate key. The door must have been at least 5 inches thick and made from thick wood and metal. It must weigh at least 3 tons, though Maeve pushed it effortlessly with a single hand. The lab was silent and the air was dry. Rowan kept it this way. Many of the ingredients he used for potions and alchemy experiments got spoiled if left in a damp environment. Rowan remembered a passage he read previously. The laboratory of a noble is a wonderland where miraculous cures and pseudoscientific abominations are spawned from the minds of geniuses in varying degrees of madness and torture. This could aptly describe this laboratory. Moonlight poured through 2 huge ornate windows, shining it glow on various alchemical equipment. The lab was mostly filled with beakers and huge transparent tanks, where floating in liquid solutions were various unidentified specimens, and the walls held mounted shelves that contained various tools of the trade. This laboratory was Rowan's pride and joy, and represented one of his greatest achievements. He had schemed and saved and slowly gathered materials from various parts of the kingdom to aid him in his journey of discovery and enlightenment. He needed that aid at this very moment. He was pressed for time, and the only solution to his plight would be found here. This occurred to him when he saw the uses of Soul Caesar, his fading lifespan, and the knowledge that he would get to live if he could become a legendary. Rowan wasn't very knowledgeable about the paths of dominion. This was knowledge that was highly restricted. But he knew that the next step was to become a legendary on any path a dominator decides to take. If he remembered correctly, legendary dominators had a lifespan of 150 years, more than enough for him if he could become one. His salvation was here and Rowan was nervous. He hoped his speculations worked as he braced himself. Maeve switched on a handheld gas lamp and looked to him for instructions. Rowan wet his lips and spoke. "I am going to use the warding room, but first I need to retrieve the heavy runic glove on the top shelf." Rowan smiled at Maeve in a self-deprecating manner and gestured to his body. "I seem to have lost a lot of height recently." Maeve brought down the gloves. They were brown with various metallic circuitry etched into the fabrics. Rowan stretched out both hands and Maeve helped in putting on the gloves, making sure the gloves were properly fitted. She looked at him. "Master, you will recover everything you lost and more." She gestured to the gloves. "You are going to need help handling arcane ingredients. I must insist I be by your side." Rowan tested the gloves. They were oversized but were not cumbersome. His small hands were accommodated perfectly inside the gloves. They were cool inside. "No problem, Maeve. I would need your strength in what I am about to do now." Maeve seemed to have done this before. As she went to fetch a pair of gas masks, she donned hers after she finished placing the mask on Rowan's face. "Ready when you are, Master." Her voice came in hisses like a snake. Rowan cracked his neck, opened the warding room. Maeve walked up to a lever that was attached to a pulley system, placing her feet in a position she felt comfortable in. She braced herself and began to turn. Deep clanking echoed through the room as the warding room emerged from the floor. It was a dais that held 4 magitite stones cut precisely in the shape of a square. The square was 4 feet across on all sides, and on top of the square rested 4 items, which were a 9-leaf clover, a pair of shear, a mortar and pestle, and finally a purple wolf with gleaming red eyes. The wolf was held down not with straps or manacles, but with a formless force that exerted bone-breaking pressure on the wolf. It lay on its side, and its opened eye slowly turned to Rowan, and it was filled with endless malice. This wolf was a demon. It was the biggest wolf he had ever seen. With his new height, if it wolf stood up, it would be at eye level with Rowan. Its eye-catching purple fur resembled a poisoned flower. Its purpose was not only to draw your eyes, but to keep you transfixed as it killed you. He remembered that the wolf was poisonous, and a single bite, if left untreated, would lead to rapid necrosis. Like a spider, the demonic wolf preferred eating prey that had been by his poison. Rowan ignored the gaze of the wolf and turned to assess the shears. It was a gleaming silver all through from tip to handle. They were most likely made of mithril, and on the blades was written a symbol in the shape of a corkscrew. Rowan easily interpreted that symbol. It meant 6. Not bothering to infer the meaning, Rowan picked it up by its handle. The gloves began to emit an acrid green smoke that was poisonous and smelled like rotten flesh. The heavy runic glove served 2 purposes. One was as a key to access the magitite stone. Without the glove, anything placed on the stone would be placed under a formless pressure that could range from a minor pull to bone-crushing pressure. The second purpose was also as important. It was to help Rowan, a mortal, although he had a noble bloodline, to be able to touch a divine weapon. The shear, of course, was a divine weapon, although it was a low-level armament. There were many divisions of divine weapons based on their capabilities and usage, but he did not know them. A surge of warmth flowed into the gloves, but it was suppressed. The inlaid circuitry shone with a blue glow and the gloves became cool again. Rowan turned to the demon and opened the shears. He adjusted it in the other to fit the opening over the neck. The demon opened its lupin jaws and struggled to speak in a wheezing voice that felt like fingernails running through a board. Rowan knew the demon could speak. When it was purchased, there was a spike driven through its jaws. For a minor demon, he was told it was quite cunning, and it was unknown why this demon refused to advance given its intellect. "Mortal, why do you seek to destroy my flesh? I have neither harmed thee nor any of your kin." Maeve replied to the demon with a sneer, "Demon, your life has been bought and bargained for. You have taken the lives of countless innocent, and killing you would not tip the scale in Hyoda in your mercy, even if you are killed 1,000 times over." The demonic wolf spoke, his eyes still trained on Rowan. "Yet, I harmed none of yours. My business was done far from your shores. Would you not reconsider setting me free? I can serve you for the rest of your mortal life." Rowan fitted the shears properly against the demon's neck, surprised at the demon's offer, for its gaze was still filled with malice. Even if its demeanor changes, he would be a fool to accept its proposal. "Your bargain is rejected, demon. I can smell the blood on your breath, and I have seen the souls you have torn asunder over the centuries. You have taken pleasure in killing others. Why fight against it when the blade now rests on your neck?" Rowan looked at the demon. During the purchase, he had seen images and vivid descriptions of the carnage this demon had committed. "You squeezed every last shred of pain you could collect before you killed your victims. You do not deserve to live." The demon glared at Rowan, fury now competing with the malice in its eyes. "Do what you will, mortal." Rowan had never committed a murder. He began to steadily apply pressure. Sweat was beginning to pour down his brows behind the gas mask, and he had to rapidly blink to stop them entering his eyes. His strength stat was just too weak. Oh, of course there was the yearly turkey at Thanksgiving he got from the farm, or the occasional cookout with the boys where they hunted and killed deer or alligators, but not a living, thinking being as he was doing now. Around the neck of the purple wolf, a faint, cold mist encircled it, and slowly the chill began to penetrate it, causing the flesh to squeeze and crackle beneath the blades. Of course he could try to justify his actions. What he was killing now was filth, a despicable monster that had killed and tortured countless people over the course of centuries. Killing this foul creature was a justice far overdue. The fur became stiff and soon turned to purple dust, and the shears bit into the demon's neck. The blood that flowed was black and was thick like tar. It did not freeze like Rowan expected, but flowed and pooled on the magitite stone. He killed it because he wanted to live. It was a simple motivation. There was no grand scheme or lofty letter 1d6 letter 1d6 letter 1d6 letter 1d6 letter 1d6 letter 1d6 He had died twice a short time back, and the experience was haunting. He was no hero, just a scared man in the body of a child who did not want to die. Rowan knew his strength had reached the limit, so he beckoned Maeve with his head, knowing what she was to do. She stood behind Rowan and wrapped her hands around his and began to apply pressure. The blades began to bite deeper, cutting through the muscle. It stopped at the spine. He did not ask for this strange new life in this horrifying new world, yet he would not lay down and give up. He would use every letter 1d6 letter 1d6 letter 1d6 letter 1d6 letter 1d6 letter 1d6 to rise from this madness and discover the truth. Rowan frowned and gestured for Maeve to apply more pressure. Maeve paused. She would rather not apply more pressure that could surpass the stress limit of the heavy runic gloves. She was a little confused why her master did not allow her to personally kill the cursed creature. Nevertheless, her duty was to obey him in all things. And he would make everyone responsible for his suffering pay. Maeve stood behind Rowan and felt how frail he was. The laws of power were harsh, and her heart ached at the suffering he must have endured. She did not ask him what happened, knowing he would tell her in his time. What she could do was to support him, but she needed clarifications from him. She would loathe to add to his suffering. "Are you sure, Master? It is remarkable enough you can withstand the amount of force I am placing on your hands. I can hear the bones in your hands cracking any more and they would be crushed." Rowan's lips were fixed in a stubborn snarl. "Continue, Maeve. You can stop when I tell you to." "By your will, Master." Clearly displeased, Maeve began to apply more pressure incrementally. Rowan locked his jaws. His bones were beginning to pulverize and the pain was shocking and intense, but he had eyes only for the demon. The shear began to cut through the bones, and with a final wet snap, the head was sliced off. Through all these, the demon did not make a sound. Its eyes just stared at Rowan, and he could have sworn its eyes held amusement. Rowan left it to its foul pleasures. He had no desires to understand what was happening inside the head of this creature. "Step back, Maeve, and whatever happens next, do not interrupt me." Rowan gingerly removed the gloves from his hands, setting it aside. He placed his hands on the stomach of the demon. His eyes were closed in concentration. Maeve watched with concern and she clasped and unclasped her hand. She was ready for any unexpected events. Rowan called up the primordial record and scrolled to Soul Caesar, and he activated the record. When Rowan first opened the primordial record, a set of instructions were embedded deep into his consciousness, and when he needed them, they floated back into his mind. The knowledge of how to utilize records is one of them. Rowan had placed his hopes on activating the two omnipotent records he had. Soul Caesar was the obvious choice. He needed to harvest souls to upgrade his records to get more lifespan. Omnipotent records were powerful, and he hoped his healing factor would bear the strain of even activating the record. Well, he was going to find out now. Rowan felt a piercing pain all through his body. His eyes snapped open in shock as his torso folded in half just underneath his chest, as if a giant picked and folded him, the back of his head touching his buttocks. His mouth was opened in a silent scream, for his lungs were squished inside his chest. He slowly collapsed on the floor. Maeve wanted to step forward, but she remembered the instructions and diseased. Indistinct shapes roamed the dark lands, and their laughter resembled the cries of 2024. Infants! Rowan gave her and also his frightening healing abilities. She gritted her teeth and stood fast, her anxiety rising with every breath. From Roman's back a row of bones pierced through. They were clearly his ribs, and also part of his spine popped out, his neck twisted like a snake. With a sickening crack his bones were pulled away from his body and a gory spray of blood and floated in the air. And while new bones were regrown and the macabre event continued, Rowan laid on the floor, a low moan now and then the only indication that he was fully awake and experiencing all the pain. The bones that were stained with his blood began to reassemble in the air. It slowly formed in the shape of a ring, with 7 elongated spikes that resembled horns surrounding the ring of bone. Arcane symbols were burned into the bones, and they pulsed with Rowan breathing. They pulsed red, akin to the glow of embers. Rowan, in his pain, remembered words he felt he heard in a distant dream. "I thought I was a man." Rowan found himself repeating the words as he rose from the ground. The ring of bones rotated and floated behind him, creating a grim, majestic figure that inspired awe and horror from anyone who beheld the sight. "But I am nothing but chars and cinders." Maeve found herself kneeling, tears streaked down her face. She bowed and placed her face on the floor. At that moment, this picture could be of a mortal worshipping her god. This was the level 0 of Soul Caesar. It was called Jaws of Dagon. On the continent of Corinth, deep inside the dark mountains where the light of the sun has not shone since the dawn of this world, there lay a series of mountain range that covered the horizon, and a particular mountain stood out. Unlike the other mountains rooted in this forsaken land of despair, this mountain rooted itself in a field of bones. The bones were of all creatures that have ever walked on this world, and some that had not. Wails of pain and sorrow surrounded the fields of bone, and the air bled pus. The clouds were yellow and diseased. Indistinct shapes roamed the dark lands, and their laughter resembled the cries of infants. The color of the mountain was pale as maggots, and it shivered and squirmed in a sickening manner like a corpse riddled with countless vermin. The mountain was filled with pale fleshy sacs that trembled and pulsed, and one of the sacs became very lively. It began to vibrate intensely. The silhouette of a figure pressed against that fleshy sac. The figure was that of a wolf. There was a sound of biting and tearing, and slowly a tear was made on the sac. A roomy red eyes looked through the opening, and suddenly the eyes were filled with panic. "What is happening? This is not right, Lord." Its cries were cut off midway, and the mountain fell into silence. Rowan felt a faint pulsation beneath his hand, like the final beats of a dying heart, and with an ephemeral sounds, waves of purple mist in the vague form of a wolf was drawn into his body. The mist circled his body and was rapidly drawn into the hovering ring of bones, and it was absorbed. In a short while an invisible aura poured into Rowan, and he cried out in pleasure. "Like it. Add to library." Rowan felt his mind becoming clear, and waves of orgasmic pleasure flowed through every inch of his body because presently what he seized was the source of creation. The first fire, the beating heart of the universe, call it by any name. What he just absorbed was endless potential. Rowan called up the primordial record and scrolled down until he could see how much the soul he just seized was worth. His eyes held a wisp of expectation. This would determine if he could live or die. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 1111. Strength 0.2. Agility 0.2. Constitution 3.5. Spirit 2.5. Class None. Title Planewalker. Skill None. Passive Decipher Language Complete. Icy Soul Level 2. Records. Scion of Light Level 00/5. Scion of Darkness Level 00/5. Ouroboros level 00/1000. Soul Caesar level 00/1000. Soul point 25.0749. Remark Divine Fodder. Roman's breath stilled for a while and he smiled. He unconsciously released the breath he had been holding, and the ring of bone shrank and flew around him until it formed a bracelet on his left wrist. The Soul Caesar record effect was both active and passive. It could draw the souls of the fallen around him without any directive from him. But if he needed to collect the souls of special creatures that for all purposes could be called immortal, he needed to call up on the full might of the record, and this was just at level 0. If he continued to upgrade Soul Caesar using plundered souls, who knew what height it might reach? Rowan looked through the primordial record again and out of curiosity clicked on the remark, Divine Fodder. Divine Fodder, from the dawn of creation, no single entity has been blessed with your providence. Your existence is impossible. You held out your mortal hands and collected the sun. Any being of great power that captures you and strips you of your record shall ascend to the heavens with one step. Well, this was interesting. It would seem that his transmigration and the primordial record appearing inside of him was more than just a chance occurrence if his existence was impossible. He would choose not to believe it happened by chance. It seemed the wiser option. Beings of great power was a peculiar word choice. Rowan was nobility, and this not only meant he had access to information and resources most people did not, it also meant he had within him the capabilities to be a dominator. The doors to the paths of dominion were all but shut for normal folks. The exact reasons were unknown. There was, however, the known fact about nobility. Rowan heard the tale from his mother. He had forgotten it, for it was just a story she told him when he was young. For an unknown reason, knowledge about the origins of nobles was suppressed. Rowan scrapped through his new memories and the story came to his mind. It was said that when the god King Golgoth conquered the world of Trion and put countless races to the sword, he slew 7 gods and bestowed their hearts to his 7 brothers and sisters, and from there on the clans of nobility were born. To be a noble meant you were born from the blood of a god. Your bloodline could be traced to one of the brethren of the god king, who were all powerful gods in their own right. The reason Golgoth became the god king was that he did the impossible. He fashioned a path that could lead to godhood for a mortal. With the hearts of the slain gods, he created an undying legacy and bestowed it to his brethren. That action shifted the course of power for all eternity. And so the balance was broken. The 7 brethren could raise countless mortal descendants, and they would have a path to power. They forged 7 pathways of dominion. These pathways were a way to harness and grow the power of a god's bloodline. The other gods fled, for Golgoth and his brethren suddenly had an army of mortals with powers close to the gods. They called themselves nobles and dominion was their birthright. Even though it was highly discouraged, there had been mixing of the bloodlines over the millennia. Most ended up as failures and defects, for powerful bloodlines do not coexist. The first 7 pathways could only develop specific bloodlines, those of the 7 gods themselves. The ingenuity of men was endless, and many lesser pathways were created for the various bloodlines that resulted from the intermingling of bloodlines. Most were not powerful, but they gave power to those that did not have the direct bloodline of the 7. But none of the pathways could ever be as powerful as the first 7, for they were forged with the hearts of fallen gods. A noble of the Curans family may have a deep bloodline and be born in the legendary state. But if they do not utilize the pathway specific to their bloodline, they would not grow. They would be stuck in the legendary state and vice versa. Without a bloodline, even with a powerful pathway, you could not harness supernatural powers. So what this meant was that Rowan had the bloodline of a god, one of the 7 brothers or sisters of the God King, and the pathway was a way to develop that bloodline. Rowan realized the power of the primordial record. It contained valuable bloodlines that had inestimable power. Scion of light and darkness were among the peak bloodlines in Trion. He could develop these bloodlines without utilizing a pathway, and they could coexist inside his body. His growth would be unfathomable. He did not need to search for any pathways that would suit his bloodline. He could grow any bloodlines he acquired. Rowan took a while to temper his excitement. There was no way to anticipate the limits of the powers he could acquire. On the paths of dominion, there were various stages you could ascend to, changing your mortal shell to be able to accept and use more esoteric abilities and even extend your lifespan. To his knowledge, there were 4 stages of growth, or the 4 states of change. It began as a mortal, You had to train your body to the peak of human capabilities, reinforcing your physique with tonics and potions in order to be able to accept a bloodline. Almost every mortal who took this step failed. The lucky few that succeeded never went beyond the second state of change. To most nobles, the mortal state was a walk in the park. Their bloodlines made advancing to a legendary straightforward. There were even rumors of nobles with deep bloodline who were born as legendary or even higher. The second state of change was the bind state, also known as the legendary state. This was the utmost pinnacle for mortals without noble blood, then the rift state, and finally the incarnation state. Rowan had a delicate choice to make. When he accessed the Soul Caesar record, he went mad and killed himself twice. That event would shape the decisions he was about to make. Rowan remembered the moment he nearly perished and those responsible. The primordial keepers. They were beings that had transcended material existence. They resided outside the universe, and they managed an important part of the universe's souls. Rowan did not understand how he acquired the bloodline of the primordial keepers. If he were to guess, it would be his act of transmigration. He had seen hints of this in the primordial record. Soul Caesar encroached into their domain, and for that he was sentenced to oblivion. The only reason he was not dead was the barrier granted by the primordial record. It acted as a great filter, for without it, his mind could not comprehend the forces that dwelled in his body, and also that their influence were unable to extend into the material universe in an invasive manner without shattering the very fabrics of the universe. Yet only their malicious intent was enough to turn him into a gibbering idiot. This was even with the barrier of the primordial record. Without the timely aid of Maeve, he would have killed himself. Even still, they had succeeded. Their tampering had driven him to the edge, and it would take a miracle for him to survive, for it was impossible for any living being to practice an omnipotent record. But unknown to the keepers, however, he had another omnipotent record. The Ouroboros record was an omnipotent record that gave him a bloodline that was absolute in dominion of the flesh, and the only way he could increase his lifespan was to upgrade the Ouroboros record. Just practicing the level 0 of Soul Caesar was impossible without the perverse regeneration capability and the physique granted to him by the Ouroboros record. Rowan knew of no bloodline that could have healed the damages that activating Soul Caesar as a mortal did to his body. Any hope he had to gain more lifespan was via the Ouroboros record. Scion of light and darkness could not affect his lifespan, even if he cultivated them until incarnation state. There was no way a lesser bloodline could influence an omnipotent bloodline. It would be consumed by it. It could be said that the moment his mind touched Soul Caesar that his path had been laid out. He could not slowly develop other lesser bloodlines. Ouroboros would not allow the growth of Scion of darkness and light, even though they could have been a quick path to power. As Rowan acknowledged that fact, Scion of light and Scion of darkness quietly faded from the primordial record. His paths just grew harder. How was he to find 1,000 soul points to become a legendary without dying in the limited time he had? A step at a time. That was only what he could do. If he died tomorrow or at the end of next month, it did not matter if he knew he had done his best. Rowan called up the primordial record. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 1111. Strength 0.2. Agility 0.2. Constitution 3.5. Spirit 2.5. Class none. Title Planewalker. Skill none. Passive Decipher Language complete. Icy Soul level 2. Records. Ouroboros level 00/1000. Soul Caesar level 00/1000. Soul Point 25.0749. Remark Divine Fodder. Rowan perceived his mind felt clearer, and his eyesight increased in scope and clarity, and he noticed that his spirit increased by an entire 1 point. This was just by activating Soul Caesar at level 0. This level should be the mortal state of the technique. It should be known that even at level 0, the records had to be activated because at the moment they lay dormant. When he activated each record, his physique would change accordingly, thereby preparing him to ascend to a higher state. That was the reason his spirit increased by 1 point. The rush of pleasure that came from Soul Caesar receded, and Rowan noticed he was naked. When his body repeatedly destroyed itself and healed, his robes did not enjoy that same treatment. I have been doing this a lot lately. Perhaps what I need are extra stretchy pants. Rowan scratched his hair in embarrassment, his mind returning to a particular fictional green giant. Maeve could as well be reading his mind, for she bought a silk coat and attempted to cover him. Rowan stopped her. It's not over yet, I'm still going to. Change. Rowan glanced at her and closed his eyes. He seemed to be preparing himself. Oh. And Maeve, whatever transpired here must be kept in the utmost confidence. Master, I shall wipe my memories of this event. Maeve smiled. Rowan arched an eyebrow. He contemplated for a while. That could be for the best. He paused and said, Maeve, there has never been anyone more loyal. A weight seemed to drop from her shoulders and she exclaimed, My life is for your service, master. Rowan closed his eyes. He was not aware when the mannerisms of the previous Rowan and his fused. He could not tell. And with everything on his plate right now, he frankly did not care. It was a sobering thought that in a short period he was now someone new, two minds fused. The price of transmigration. Rowan looked at the moonlight. It was forlorn, so the both of us died and I am what was left. The moonlight spoke of change. It comforted two lost souls. Rowan was going to be activating the Ouroboros record next. It had the most dominant influence in his body, and Rowan could guess it was because it was an omnipotent bloodline that controlled the flesh. It was easy to imagine how powerful it was. If Soul Caesar could give him the ability to harvest souls of any being in the material universe, what insane ability Ouroboros give him? His regeneration was already broken as a mortal. If he became a legend, what could kill him? He called up the Ouroboros record and activated it, and for a while he thought nothing had happened. He suddenly had the feeling of weightlessness, and looking down he saw himself hovering over the ground, and an unknown instinct made him pull his knees to his chest. He slowly floated off the ground and hovered 5 feet above the floor. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. What was that? Master. Maeve queried, an amused look on her face she tried to hide by coughing. Nothing. Please just read some clothes for me. Rowan tried to hide the blush coloring his face. He suddenly felt his heart squeeze inside his chest, and goosebumps covered his hands. Maeve shivered and backed away till her back touched the walls. A low groan sounded like the chanting of a forgotten dirge, and the air split apart. A gray serpentine creature came from the crack. It had no eyes or mouth, and it did not have any scales, but runes and mystic text that seemed to have a will of their own ran down its frame. It kept drawing more coils of itself through the crack. Rowan's eyes went closed, and he seemed to be falling asleep. Maeve was locked in place. Her young lord was doing things that should be impossible, for anyone else would be afraid, but Maeve was excited. She wanted to look at the creature, but her eyes began to bleed. She turned back and heaved, puking out blood and pieces of viscera. Unconsciously, her attitude to Rowan had begun to change. It began when she saw the ring of bone floating behind him. Something about the nature of what she witnessed demanded devotion, and that feeling was rising again in her heart. But her duty was also to protect her lord, so she forced her body to move, noticing that the effect on her lessened when she stopped looking at Rowan. She turned her back to him and placed her focus on the surroundings, every of her senses honed for danger. At the edge of her hearing, Maeve began to hear the distant tolling of the bell. Behind her, the serpentine creature drew itself to the floating Rowan and began to coil around him. It slowly formed the rough shape of an egg, before it solidified into a single mass. Inside the egg, the head of the creature assessed Rowan. Slowly a crack appeared on its face and a cavernous maw opened, filled with needle-sharp teeth. It suddenly struck. An old priest dispersed the last of the worshippers. It was getting late. Purdu was a priest of Malekith, a dark god. He walked down the cloister, checking the windows and making sure the doors were locked fast. He recently began this series of actions, and the nights were no longer safe. When Purdu came to this small town at the edge of nowhere, he found it to be very much to his liking. Rowan, the nobleman who governed the town of Calcutta, was gentle and discerning. The people here had no bias against dark priests, as they were grateful for the healing he brought and for the knowledge he taught. He found peace in this quiet town and knew this was where he wanted to stay till he died. Recently, he had been gathering good seeds he intended to bring to the decennial selection of knights and priests for the church. That was before residents started going missing. Fear and hysteria were beginning to sweep the town, and strange sicknesses had befallen many women in the town. Something had been coming to the church every night, only the ward at the door was holding it back. Nevertheless, every night he could hear it breathing outside the door. The great bell in the central square began to toll, and Purdu looked up. There was one last open window, and through it the sight of the bright moon poured. It brought a chilly light. Regolf and Stasis slept far from their mother's bed. They slept by the fireside, with the yellow glow of the flames seeming to be the only light in an enclave of darkness. Rose had not left the bed for weeks, and the smell that came from her was stomach-churning. The sounds she made were worse. Cooing and shushing sounds came from the bed, as the low voice of Rose sang a lullaby to a wrapped bundle she held at her breast. Sometimes she laughed, sometimes she cried, but that wrapped bundle never left her embrace. Stasa slept fitfully. She squeezed her brother's hand tight. Rudolph had always tried to stay awake to the best of his capabilities, his eyes locked at their mother's bed. He kept logs of wood beside him, ready to stoke the fire and to feed the flames. He slapped himself to keep him awake. He recently began to sleep during the early hours of daylight. However, tonight he was very tired. The long trek carrying firewood and the hearty meal drew the last of his weariness away from him, and he fell into the arms of sleep. The last thought on Rudolph's mind was, what does mother eat? The tolling of the bell sounded over the horizon. The noises from the bed of Rose stopped, and two pairs of glowing eyes turned to the children. The serpentine head struck at Rowan's neck, and with a sickening wrench his head was torn off. In a maddening frenzy it struck at the rest of Rowan's body, and in a flash Rowan was in pieces. A closer look revealed something strange. The cuts were mirror smooth. Rowan's dismembered body floated inside the egg, and no blood flowed from the cut. His body had been neatly sectioned into 33 pieces. He did not feel any pain, which was a blessing, though he wondered how he was still alive. That thought had no meaning, however, from someone who had returned from death multiple times. Rowan felt he should have a record or something for the achievements. Oh, you're saying you survived a fall from a cliff? Me? I just died like 3 times. But you know who's counting, am I right? The head of the creature suddenly reared back and struck its neck. It worked at it and beheaded itself. A thick flow of golden blood poured forth, and in a while it filled up the egg. His body floated inside the golden soup that felt very warm. If his body was complete, he would have stretched in pleasure. This must be what being inside a mother's womb must feel like. Rowan felt an incomparable comfort. He struggled for a moment when his body began to liquefy inside the egg, but he slowly settled as instinctually he knew this was what he needed. His body was going to be reforged and needed new materials. He was replacing his bloodline and his physique, and slowly he fell into a pleasant sleep. He wondered what he would become when he came out. He hoped it was something powerful. Maeve turned back and saw the huge egg that hovered a few inches off the floor, her eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. Something flashed past the open window. She turned and frowned. The moonlight tonight felt off in a manner she could not place her fingers on. She walked to the window and, standing by the edges, looked around but found nothing. Must be a bat, she thought as she went back and guarded Rowan's. Nothing would get past her watch. The air beside her shimmered and a massive hammer appeared by her side. She idly stroked it as she peered around in watch. Inside the egg, a pale outline of a skeletal system was beginning to form. It happened slowly, and even as the night passed and a bright new day began, it was incomplete. Black, 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 black. The rising sun fell over the small town of Calcutta, dispersing the gloom of night. Slowly the vibrancy of life filled the air, and everything dark and mysterious almost seemed like an afterthought, a forgotten dream. But that was only on the surface. The carpenters, tailors, and blacksmiths began their daily trade. The ringing of metal and the buzzing of saws rang out, and apprentices ran about delivering supplies and taking orders. The pub opened, and due to them closing earlier than usual, it was packed full, many people wishing to drown their unease in booze. The Flying Hog was the most popular pub in town, and also the gathering spot for small meetings and the occasional celebration. The town crier, a rambunctious youth of 15, was heard calling for a town hall meeting by noon. The captain of the soldiers stationed at the noble's manor would be coming to hear their problems. This sparked a series of conversations inside the pub. A particular rude voice took center stage. Its owner had seen better times. Matted hair and beards spoke of excessive depravity and a lack of hygiene, so those noble can leave their fancy halls, an elaborate feast to check on common peasants like us. There is a reason I don't like drinking with you, Glenn. Put one shot inside you and you yap more than a freaking sow. Another equally disheveled man replied to him. Oh, get off your high horse, Jerry. I don't remember you losing any family. I lost me boy last week. Good riddance, that lad won't let my daughter rest. Sickening how he undresses her with his eye. You and you. I'll kill you. A scuffle broke out between the two drunk men, but their quarrel was lost under the din of the pub. Hey, the old priest's calling for volunteers to check the old mining tracks outside the village. He says he needs 10 men with weapons to accompany him. Well, that's not a bad idea, but would it not be better if we hear from the captain of the guards first before making any abrupt decisions?
Me?
Great suggestions. I don't know about you, but these incidents do not seem normal. I have lived in Calcutta my entire life and I have never seen anything like this. An old man replied to two young men who were farm hands. They came to the pub because it was the best place to receive information outside the occasional town hall meeting, and the beer was good, so that didn't hurt either. Anyway, I don't trust nobility. We could be animals to them. I rather we listen to the priest and solve this problem with our own hands. The loud voice of Glenn broke the surrounding noise. Silence, fool! If this was in the principalities of any other noble, you would be drawn and quartered for muttering less. Do not let the magnanimity of Lord Rowan make you forget your place. This voice was from the owner of the pub, Madame de Clara, a woman in her 40s. Although she had gray hair and deep laugh lines, it was impossible to hide the fact that she must have broken a lot of hearts when she was younger. Her charm remained, but it had changed into charisma by the years and by the responsibilities she carried. Little bitch. Glenn muttered under his beards and turned away. If Madame de Clara heard him, she gave no sign. Madame de Clara continued, I know this is a painful and stressful time for all of us, but this is the time when we ought to have one voice and keep a calm head. I have it on good authority that Lord Rowan returned yesterday and he brought back with him a fresh batch of soldiers. Now it's all a matter of clearly stating our case to the right authorities and we should start seeing resolution to our problems. We should all know that these disappearances are not normal and it's not something we can tackle. Madame de Clara paused and looked at the crowd. Some new faces had packed outside the door and windows. Remember the last heat wave? Lord Rowan opened his coffers to us, or many of us would have starved. What about the tax freedoms we enjoy? The expression of most of the people in the bar appears to appear with her assessment. The people of Calcutta were hardy folks who lived on the edge of the kingdom, so they were used to crises and had a firm sense of togetherness that only suffering can bring. That's right, Jerry, who was just in a brawl, rose and said, this issue began when Lord Rowan went on a trip. Now that he's back, we can see a quick resolution. Only people like you would love to be cuddled by the nobles, suckling their royal tits and forgetting what it means to be a man. Glenn, you stupid son of a swine, what else can we do? If you had a solution, why did you lil brat disappear? A powerful voice spoke with an air of finality, silencing the crowd. The meeting would be held in the town hall. Make sure your affairs are in order by then. Old priest Perdue can be our spokesman to the captain. I expect to see a packed hall by noon. This crisis is getting out of hand. We need solutions quickly. It was a burly man who should be the town blacksmith Bianier as he addresses the gathered people. He was the master of Regolf. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Misha, the town's foremost fisherman, said. The catch had been getting worse, but since 3 days ago the lake is now empty, not a shadow of a fish in sight. This news brought a new wave of shout and panic in the pub, and it took a while before it settled. Rowan woke up in darkness and silence. He had a weird sense of grandiosity, and he realized what he was feeling was a new type of sensation. His flesh had been liquefied and were being transformed. This transformed flesh was what carried this awareness. It felt right. It felt complete, present in the moment, as if he was just a wisp of smoke before, but now he was transforming into metal. Soul Eater gave him clarity of mind. It enhanced his soul and he became more aware of spiritual forces and other fundamental forces of nature like gravity and light. Where Roberose went the opposite direction, it enhanced his bodily perception. He could almost tell each of his bones apart. Besides, that was all he was at the moment, bones. The level 0 of Roberose record bone core. Rowan noticed a small granule growing inside his skull. It floated inside the empty dome. It slowly spat out long pieces of silk-like materials that began to attach to his skeleton. He was slowly being rebuilt, discarding his former shell for something new. His skeleton was absorbing the golden liquid, turning slowly bronze. Then another round of absorption began, and the bronze color began to deepen to a shade of gold beginning from his skull. Rowan thought of many things at this moment, and he took his bony hands to his jaw and bit off his thumb. It was the only part of his skeleton that was not yet transformed. A new thumb grew in its place, this one more golden. There was this final moment of panic where he felt he had lost something entirely, when he knew he had taken a step he could never return from. He wondered if it were not for his limited lifespan, would he have taken this step? He was no longer human, and if not for his physique being similar to a human, there was no more relationship with him to the race he was birthed from. So you are leaving no part of me behind. Rowan clutched the thumb bone. The golden liquid sensed his conviction and flowed around the bone. Let this be a vestige of our presence. Rowan did not know how long this process was going to take. Building up always takes longer than breaking down, so he settled back into sleep. Well, at least, Rowan thought, I still kept my human form. I could have easily become a giant snake or maybe a frog. Lek 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 lek. Maeve watched the egg for the entire night before leaving and sealing the doors to the laboratory. She had other duties that needed attending to. She kept to one circle. Rune beside the egg. If it made any movement, she would be alert. Her place was beside Rowan, and she needed to settle the many minor issues that arise from a large household. The staff were to be updated with new changes in the manor. Luckily, the affairs of the manor were sparse, and Rowan was not acknowledged at court, so he had fewer responsibilities, a blessing in disguise for the moment. Maeve knew the importance of keeping Rowan's transformation under wraps, and she did not entirely trust the staff, for spies could be among them. With the powerful dominators at the royal city, there was no chance Rowan could go through this wondrous metamorphosis in peace if they became aware. At the moment of Rowan's return, Maeve deliberately laid off every non-essential staff in the manor, reducing them to the bare-bone minimum required to ensure the steady operation of the manor. The 30-bedroom manor now appeared desolate. Even though this action would inevitably attract suspicions, it held far lesser risk for Rowan, who was in a state of weakness. A short while later, Maeve had finished organizing the daily affairs of the manor and was about to return to her master, when the butler announced a guest. The dark priest Purdue. There was a troubling update that the cook, a lovely woman by the name of Catherine, was missing. Maeve found that news was deeply disturbing, but she kept that matter aside and decided to attend the priest. Maeve frowned. She did not want to be far from her master except when necessary, but she remembered that the priest was an interesting fellow. Dark priests ply their trade in areas of conflict, their spells most suitable in dealing death. Few was as peace-loving as Purdue, and Rowan especially loved this priest, his simplicity and wisdom charming the heart of the young noble. Maeve sighed and walked to the guest room, eager to be done with whatever matters the priest brought forward. She did not find the priest amusing. Wolves were meant to be wolves and sheep to be sheep. She believed everyone had a purpose in life and detested those who strayed far from their potential. As she walked into the guest room, she saw the priest surreptitiously slip into his robe, a piece of cake, no doubt to be given to the poor children who took advantage of the priest's generosity. She made a mental note to tell the cook to wrap up some pastry for the priest when he was leaving. You requested the presence of Lord Rowan, priest. Nevertheless, she was in a hurry and had no time for small talk. Every moment of not being beside Rowan made her uneasiness grow. Purdue coughed. You see, it's you I intended to find. Is that so? Then why is that, priest? Maeve elegantly sat on the chair facing the priest, her back straight like a ruler. Lord Rowan is a great land owner and noble, but, to be frank, there are matters he cannot touch, paths he cannot walk. Purdue paused and assessed Maeve. Seeing the composed look on her face, he continued. Something is going wrong in our little town. We have been having cases of mysterious disappearances. Our stored produce are getting spoilt faster than normal, and there have been reports of strange sighting in the night. Maeve interrupted him. The guard captain informed me of his plan to head into the town today for more in-depth information which he would pass across to me. Perhaps you should be going to him with your queries. He is more than capable, and whatever he cannot handle I would take charge of. Purdue clutched his robe to himself. In any other instance, I believe that should be the wise option, but I believe there is more to this series of incidents than meets the eye. Maeve arched her brows. She felt an unknown palpitation in her heart, and the sense of uneasiness in her heart grew. Continue, she said. Clearing his throat, Purdue began to talk, but his voice had unknowingly fallen to a whisper. Most of the town folks think it's a recent matter, folks missing and all that, but you see, one of my hobbies is bird watching, in particular the Moto birds, and since the month of Tulvi late last year I have noticed their population of the birds dropping, which frankly should be quite impossible. Moto birds are incredibly prolific. I had my suspicions, and I tried to investigate if there were any other invasive species, but I could find none. Lately I correlated a frightening conclusion. When the last of the birds disappeared, people started going missing. It is just recently I have been made aware of the lack of presence of fish and other marine life in our lake, which is beyond troubling. The Sylvan lakes are massive, and I find it alarming that it has suddenly become devoid of life. Purdue paused, a hint of deep fear and horror in his eye. I think an abomination is here in this town. I think it has been here for a while and was growing in secret. We should inform the Justice Council or the Curran's family quickly. Maeve had a strange look on her face and stood up. Of all the causes of this problem, from mortal shenanigans to rogue dominators, why do you pick an option as far-fetched as an abomination? Perdue coughed, his cheek blushing red either in embarrassment or annoyance. Great question, Melody. My speculations, I fear, are not unfounded. He fished for an item inside his expansive attire. Years passed, when I was an acolyte under a high priest of Malekith. Perdue bowed and touched 3 fingers to his forehead, a sign of obeisance to his god. I followed a caravan of spice traders down to the lands of Kuresh from our Purgatory Islands. A caravan 10 miles long. It was my first missionary journey, you see. The dark priest must have seen the frown growing on his face of Maeve, for he hastily continued his story. During the trip, we were attacked by a monster. This thing with too many limbs, and it was fast. Lightning fast. Most members of the caravan died in the first few minutes. The priest paused as if he were reliving a particular frightening memory, as he squeezed his hands tight and his eyes carried a haunted look. I remember the sequence by which the attack started. It began with missing animals, then the slaves, and when it chose to openly attack the caravan, a wet fog covered the caravan. The Perdue's voice dropped to a whisper, his shoulders were squared as if he was in a defensive stance. I and a few others barely survived. Only due to the timely rescue of Dorian the Red, son of Scarlet. He granted me a single tooth from that creature. Perdue drew from his chest a serrated tooth that could serve as a dagger. The tooth was black and carried with it a fishy smell last night. It began to bleed. The tooth. He brought it out and showed her. Maeve paused as she could see a bead of blood slowly forming on the tip of the tooth. The blood slowly ran down the blade and was absorbed, and it began the circle once more. You are confident that this tooth came from an abomination? I swear on my life. Everything I just spoke was the truth. Perdue, this story of yours is interesting. I know it sounds far-fetched, my lady, but I believe this is enough evidence to show a relationship between this crisis and my previous experience. We must evacuate the town. Maeve frowned. If your speculations are correct, I fear it could be too late. She pointed outside. Perdue turned and whimpered. The town was slowly being covered in fog. Maeve's countenance changed and she exploded from where she stood. She did not bother opening the doors but blasted through them. The flowing rune she kept above with Rowan had been broken. Black, 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 black. Boom, boom, boom. Rowan heard as much as he felt his heartbeats, and all his senses rejoiced. They were powerful, and he had 2 of them. They felt right. 2 engines of power ran bronze blood through his veins. His hands shook, and he vibrated a little inside the egg. Soon he would be reborn. He did not have eyes yet, or ears, and his spirit was stuck deep inside his flesh observing the changes happening to him, or he might have seen the shadow over his egg. Or he might have heard it. Dab, 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 black, 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 black. Regolf woke up to the sounds of his sister giggling and his mother singing. For a moment, he thought the events of the past few weeks were just a bad dream, a facsimile of a feverish mind. His mother was back. Oh, how he missed her. The days of worries and long shedding of tears were gone. Stacey had been very naughty, and he had tried his best to keep her in check. He hoped Mother would not be angry with him for giving her too much sweets. He missed her cooking when he came back home, and her songs as she told them stories of their father and his bravery, making him want to grow older and carry those responsibilities. That was why she gave him the name of his father. Regolf, a strong name. A name that endures. For a little while he thought he was capable enough that slowly he was beginning to fill the massive shoe his father left behind, but the absence of his mother left him bereft, her strange sickness left him confused, and only the thought of Stacey and her well-being gave him the strength to carry on. Perhaps the wise thing he should have done was to tell the adults about what was happening in his home, yet he had felt a strong desire not to. To reveal his sick mother to the world felt painful. His mother was a proud woman, and if she knew that the people saw her as feeble or mad, it would break her. Regolf was proud he kept it inside the family. Finally, it seemed his perseverance had paid off. His mother was back to normal. He opened his eyes to an empty house. The windows and doors were opened, and a fresh breeze blew into the house. The air smelled like pine nuts and flowers, and his heart beat faster in excitement. Was the nightmares over? The sound of Mother and Stacey was coming from outside near the kitchen. He tried to stand and failed the first 2 times. He assumed it was due to sleeping on the floor, leading to stiffened muscles, but at least he could sit up. He looked at his legs, but something drew his eyes away. It was Stasa walking inside with a bright smile on her face. Sleepyhead, you are now awake. Mama is showing me a magic trick and you have missed a lot. Let me show you. She ran to him and held out her left hand. Her missing left hand, Mama cut my hand, but it doesn't hurt, it even feels very nice. She giggled in joy, her laugh increasing in tone and pitch. It almost seemed as if she was screaming, "Come on, big brother, you have to try it." Regalf felt a moment of dissonance, and he nearly went back to sleep because this was a bad dream, and the only way to wake up from bad dreams was to sleep it away until it was forgotten when you woke up. He felt a sensation in his leg, this time it hurt a little, and he had a feeling of constriction and wetness around his legs. He wanted to look at it, but the crazy laughter from his sister drew his attention. Stasa, what happened to your hand? Who did this? Where's Mother? Where is she? Can you call her inside the house? My legs are stiff and I cannot stand up. Regalf's panicked voice resounded in the room. His eyes were wide and held confusion and anger. Stasa recoiled from her screaming brother. She puckered her lips. Big brother is a meanie, why do you want to push me away? As sudden as her laughter, she began to cry. Regalf panicked, consoling and shushing her, telling her everything was okay until she nodded and calmed down. Since Big Brother is not pursuing me away, then why did you tell me to call Mama from outside when she is here with us? She is here. Why can't I see her? Regalf looked around, but he saw no one. Silly brother, look at your legs, Mama is doing another magic trick, and she giggled. Regalf rolled his eyes in growing fear and exasperation. Stasa had been bleeding all this while, though very slowly. He needed to get her to the apothecary. He looked down at his legs. Currently, whatever had been stopping him from viewing it had been shattered by his mounting fear and concern for his sister's well-being. His eyes focused when he saw his legs. He began to scream. Mother had brought a doll back from the field. The doll was of a girl with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. Regalf had carried it once and dropped it. The doll felt like holding a person. It was heavier than it looked. Now that doll was slowly swallowing his legs. Its mouth had stretched until its ears, and it had already worked its way to his knees, and its dead blue eyes were fastened to his face. As he screamed, those eyes lit up in annoyance. Hush, dear. His mother walked in holding a butcher knife and the limb of Stasa. Your baby sister hates to be disturbed when she eats. At that moment, something snapped inside Regalf. It would take 45 seconds to get to the alchemical laboratory. Maeve intended to make it in 5. She did not just run up the stairs, she leaped from railings to walls, skipping across the space like a buzzing bee. A murderous bee. With her movements, the railings bent. Thankfully, they were made of metal, so they could handle the pressure exerted by her actions, but she left deep gouges in the walls as she used them to boost her speed to the next floor. The entrance to the alchemical laboratory was in front of her, and she slowed, the space around her hand flickered, and she held a wicked sharp knife that was curved and serrated at the back. It could slice flesh as well as cut through bones like butter. She pushed the heavy door open, her eyes taking the yield of every detail inside. The windows were broken with the shards scattered around the floor, and a shape clad in dirty robes stood before the egg. Maeve quietly walked inside, avoiding the shards of glass on the floor. She saw it was a woman with stringy brown hair tied in a knot, her head swaying side by side. She heard a wet sucking sound, and she saw the woman was running a long black tongue on the egg, sticky saliva running down the egg, her eyes closed as if in bliss. Okay, she had seen enough. She channeled her rage into focus, knowing she would have to be quick and clean to avoid any excessive amount of disruption to Rowan's transformation. Maeve charged, crossing the lab in a blink of an eye. The abomination must have heard, for she turned and Maeve saw the true spectacle. Wrapped around the chest of the woman was a baby with a wide smile. The mouth of the baby was filled with blackened teeth, and it had been gnawing at the egg. What tied the baby to the woman was her yellow intestines that still dripped with fluid. This only made her pause for a small moment, but it was enough for the woman to charge at her. Maeve did not stop, she proceeded faster and she drove low, tackling the female legs from under her. The abomination fell on her face, which hit the ground with a wet sound. Maeve stood up quickly, the knife no longer in her hand but buried under the ribs of the woman straight into her heart. The blade was slanted to the side. Maeve had twisted the knife when she stabbed the abomination, shredding the heart inside the chest. She waved her hand and 2 short axes appeared. Maeve was aware that if this was an abomination, a blade through the heart would not kill, only decapitation would kill these creatures. But the series of movements had placed the egg behind her, and that was all that mattered. She stepped forward to finish the job when, like a series of still pictures, the abomination picked itself up. Two hands jerked and pushed its torso up, its leg rotated, and its feet turned backward. A low snarling sound emanated from its throat, and it stood, the joints of the abomination making snapping sounds like rusted gear. The abomination turned to face Maeve, and her appearance was more ghastly. Her face was split open from the fall. The tear led from her forehead to the side of her lips, exposing the dull gray bones and her squirming muscles underneath. And what bled from her wound was yellow pus, and it was foul-smelling. One eye poked out of her socket. The baby on her chest had its eyes rolled up and was showing only the white. It made a low whining sound. The abomination suddenly crouched like a spider, and moving with deceptive speed like a man-sized insect, attacked. Maeve let the two axes fall, and she materialized a bow and multiple arrows. With her right hand holding the arrows, she held the bow with her left, and she drew and accurately nocked an arrow using her fingers to thumb an arrow from the pile she held in her hand. She closed an eye and let loose. The first arrow went through the right shoulder of the crawling abomination, the second through the bicep, and the last pinned her hand to the floor. As the abomination opened her mouth to scream, another arrow went through her throat. At this time, the axes Maeve dropped were just reaching the ground, and they unexpectedly faded away and reappeared in her hands, which were now visibly missing the bow. With two quick steps, she was at the abomination, and she struck. The first blow decapitated the head of the woman, the second sliced the baby's cranium in two from the forehead down to the chin, and the snarling sound ended. The abomination collapsed to the floor, body twitching and yellow blood squirting all over the ground. The head snapped its teeth as if it were biting the air, the eyeballs rolling around seemingly looking for prey. But as more blood drained from the head, its activities ceased. Total time used in the battle from start to finish: 5 seconds. She waved her hand, and every weapon she used in the battle vanished, and a black sack with a bucket and mop appeared. The egg behind her shivered. "Apologies for the noise, master. Just taking out some trash." It took 35 seconds to activate the security doors and windows in the laboratory. She should have been done by then. But before that, she materialized a towel and disinfectant, and she began cleaning the saliva on the shell. The situation was getting out of control fast, and Maeve detested chaos. It was after the fight that she realized the thing she just killed was the missing cook, Catherine. Catherine was a sweet woman who was a mother of 3, and her youngest son served as a guard in the manor. Breaking this news to her children would be hard. But this was the nascent horror of an abomination. Its ability to cause pain and strife was unequaled. Maeve hoped they were not too late before this town tore itself apart, and most important to her was the well-being of her lord. A blooming suspicion began to grow in her chest. The third Prince Damien had been insistent on Rowan returning to his land, even though it has been wiser for him to be closer to the top apothecaries in the capital. Maeve had given in, seeing the state of Rowan, but now she felt this was a mistake. She pushed that thought aside for the moment. There was still work to do. Maeve held her remains in the black sack as she walked to the yard, summoning the guardsmen. The flustered priest followed behind. In a short while, the elite combatants appeared before her, including their captain. There were 12 of them, all fitted with the royal guardsman armor. It carried all the necessary characteristics of armor made by dominators. These included firepower, mobility, flexibility, armor protection, and shock effect. 3 of the guardsmen appeared to be archers. A massive rapid-shooting crossbow was carried on their backs. Another 3 were shieldsmen. They held massive metal slabs that contained harsh lines of runes, and the rest had their specialties. The guardsmen wore plate armor that covered every inch of skin. The armor was dark red, and it had a metal mask in the guise of a scowling man. They each had a 4-foot sword attached to their hips, and their gait shook the ground. Each of the guardsmen was a soldier in the peak of their mortal state. Each of them could wrestle a bear bare-handed. Captain Titus was given a portion of the Hydra bloodline. He was a legendary state dominator, and coupled with his armor, he was a slaughter machine. His chosen weapon was the massive warhammer. She threw the sack on the ground in front of the guardsmen and said, "We have a serious problem on our hands." Maeve assessed the royal guardsmen, in her gaze taking note of every detail in their bearing. These men would be fighting alongside her very soon, and she needed to be certain their abilities were up to par. They were not directly under her command, but were under the control of the Curran's family. "Captain Titus, these are remains of an abomination I just killed inside the manor. Except for the pale face of the priest who swallowed, the rest of the guardsmen's eyes only went colder. Captain Titus walked to the dismembered corpse of the abomination and crouched beside it. He drew a short dagger, and in a while he neatly dissected the corpse into pieces, separating the torso from the limbs. During the grisly procedure, the limbs began to twitch as the claws on the hands dragged furrows in the ground. Captain Titus stood up. So it's true, the only way to kill an abomination is by beheading. Yes, it is, Maeve said, but this is not the true extent of the blight these creatures are known for. What you see here, the captain is in the larvae stage of the abomination. If it kills and consumes a set amount of prey, it would evolve into its battle form. That means we have a limited window of opportunity, said the captain. We should burn the corpse. Do they not also eat the bodies of their fallen? Yes, they do. That is why our chances now, I believe most of the abomination have begun to pair with their host and become larvae. We should rid them of more host bodies, said Maeve. Already it might be too late. If larvae of an abomination are inside the manor of the prince, I shudder to think what would be happening in the towns, forests, and lakes around us. No, Captain, this is a rescue mission. You have a limited amount of time to gather the people and organize the transportation for them. Captain Titus frowned. That is a monumental task that would most likely fail. Fighting abominations in an urban location with complications arising from distraught family members is a recipe for disaster. I recommend we bring the prince and evacuate. The priest blanched. He opened his mouth to speak, but a gesture from Maeve silenced him. I understand your point, Captain, but the best fuel to evolve abominations are humans. And although I don't know how many people have been taken, I figured it would be less than 5%. If we can deprive the abominations of enough bodies to consume, we may be able to survive this event. Furthermore, how is Lord Rowan going to keep his stance in his family and the royal courts if he abandons his land without fighting for it? We evacuate his people to the best of our abilities and hope there is a chance to destroy this plague. I don't like it. Nevertheless, I would follow your instructions, but if it gets too hot, I am pulling out and evacuating with the prince. The captain said in a gruff tone as he gave hand signals to his warriors like a well-oiled machine. They drew up to their full height and readied themselves. Burn it, said the captain, as one of the guardsmen set towards the corpse of the twitching abomination. He brought out a little black bead and turned it. Before dropping it in the body, in a second it went up in flames. The body parts twist inside the flames as they slowly burned to ash and let out thick black smoke. Maeve nodded at the sight and turned to the dark priest Perdue. They would escort you to the town, spread the word, and immediate evacuation is now in effect. They are to be led here to the manor. Priests, do not waste time trying to save everyone. The old and the sick should be left behind. The priest appeared lethargic as he nodded his agreement and stood behind the armored men. In a short while a cold light flashed in his eyes and he muttered in his breath, "Save my people. I must save my people." Maeve waved Captain Titus closer. I leave the small details and arrangement of your forces to your discretion. However, the Lord's safety must be kept paramount. Do not go deep into the town, else this fog might hinder your sight. Priorities for evacuation are the children. The terms of war now apply, and you are given free reins to dispense your duties as you see fit. Captain Titus saluted her by hitting his fisted hand to his chest, the sound akin to a hammer on an anvil. The manor is protected by sigils, so this is the time to evacuate as many citizens as you can into the manor. By nightfall, the gates would be permanently shut. Maeve gave Perdue a final warning before she turned back into the manor. The priest was a bleeding heart, she had warned him at least. She called on the butler to start preparing the staff for a massive number of people that would be arriving soon. Then she hurriedly went up to the laboratory. Black. Glenn left the bar and returned to an empty home. His brow was locked in a frown as he muttered curses under his breath. Glenn had suffered a lot in his life, and most days when he came around, he was amazed that he was alive, that he made a family, and that he even had a son. The last precious gift his dear wife had given him, may her beautiful soul rest in peace. He spoiled his boy rotten. He wasn't concerned about naysayers saying it was wrong. They have not walked in his shoes or seen the suffering he endured growing up. His boy was his world. If the heavens were to collapse, he would be there to hold it up. He gazes at a spot beneath the floor. His drinking had not blurred his memories, it made his focus singular, and reminded him of what lay beneath the ground of his house. Damn nobles! They are all worse than monsters. I know they are responsible. They are the reason my boy is not here with me. Will make him pay, even if it's the last thing I do. They will pay. Like a man possessed, he dragged his feet to a spot near his fireplace and slowly knelt, groaning softly as if he were being forced. His hands shivered and he nearly threw up, but he dug deep for his hatred and strength came to his limbs. Bracing himself, he performed the next series of actions without much thought put into it. Glenn shifted the rug beside the fireplace. Underneath was a metal box. Opening it by unlatching a pair of locks, he took out an axe. The axe was made of a material similar to wood. It was the last heritage of his cursed past. He had hoped to keep it buried, placed here to never see the light. This weapon had been a bane of his family, and he had no regret in sealing it away. Every night since his boy was taken, his dread had been growing. But today it was different. Usually the feeling of eerie suffocation that the night brought was dispersed by the coming daylight, but today was unlike the rest. The darkness he felt did not go away. It lingered. That feeling was growing, and Glenn knew deep inside his bones that whatever evil that was growing in secret was now ready to reveal itself. He hefted the axe. He was ready for them. The fog came into town, and it brought his son with it. It brought back all the missing people. His boy carried a child in his arms and he was grinning. Glenn felt his heart tear to pieces as tears fell down his face. My boy. Rowan was in a dilemma, for his transformation was taking far longer than expected. He had used the transformation of Soul Caesar as a benchmark for the time needed to activate an omnipotent record, but he made a mistake, for Ouroboros was the direct opposite of Soul Caesar. Soul Caesar domain was in the spirit and soul, and it could be argued that the transformation of his soul was still ongoing because Rowan was aware that his spirit was still growing. If his spirit was still transforming, he couldn't know, for his capabilities to understand the mystical and invisible realm of the spirit were still limited. Soul Caesar broke his bones and mangled his flesh to craft the jaws of Dagon, and this was a bloodline that primarily focused on the spirit, what more Ouroboros whose domain was the flesh. What was happening to him was marvelous, and as his spirit followed the process of his growing body, he gained a unique appreciation for its capabilities. His understanding of his body grew, and he knew that for the Ouroboros bloodline, it would take at least a year before he could leave this shell. He did not have that time. Disregarding the dangers he was in, he still shuddered when he remembered that creature rubbing and gnawing away at his egg. Everything about it screamed wrongness, a deviant. Rowan had never been religious. Although the orphanage he grew up in was run by a church, he had never accepted the doctrines. Humans were plenty evil themselves. There was no need to assign the folly of men to demons. But not here. Oh no, not here. Demons here are real, and evil was not just a concept. It walked the earth, and it stays beside you and lives with you. He could feel the revulsion in his body when the creature was beside him. It felt like cockroaches climbing across his face, yet he still felt a weird hunger inside his spirit. Jesus, don't tell me this body has a hidden fetish to be violated. His trusted left hand, Maeve, appeared, and Rowan knew for the moment he was secure. The clean manner Maeve had slaughtered the creature still left him in awe. Rowan had seen violence, but not like this. It was almost like art, and Maeve was a skilled painter. Every motion she made carried a purpose, and no single movement was wasted. How much battle would you have to fight to become someone like that? If he remembered correctly, Maeve's favored tools of battle were heavy weapons. He did not know her bloodline, but she had great strength. He knew she did not give her all because her main concern was his protection. When she killed the abomination, he received a wisp of its soul. It was not as abundant as the demons, but it solved one of his speculations. He did not need to kill before he obtained the benefit of collecting souls, although he did not know how much it factors into how many soul points he received, for he only collected 3 soul points from the slain abomination. However, all his speculations would be useless if he died in the next hour. The hands of fate were manipulating his life, and he did not have an easier bloodline to enhance. He called up the primordial record. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 1111. Strength 1.7. Agility 0.9. Constitution 4.5. Spirit 2.7. Class None. Title Planewalker. Skill None. Passive Decipher Language Complete Icy Soul Level 2. Records. Ouroboros Level 00/1000. Soul Caesar Level 00/1000. Soul Point 28.0777. Remark, Divine Father. He would be amazed at the growth in his stats, if not for the pressing concern about the measly soul points he had, and that he needed 1,000 to get to the next level. According to knowledge from the primordial record, a single point in any of the stat represented the average of all humans, and 10 points in any stat represented legendary. What did it mean that he was still in the mortal state, yet his constitution was almost halfway to legendary? He was still growing, and his bones were a little over 5 feet now. He was no longer a child. If he continues to develop in this egg, his stats might break through legendary while he is still immortal. As much as he hated the primordial keepers, their bloodline was outstanding. His spirit had already grown again, and this was without him even doing anything to boost the bloodline. If only he had more time, it would be a simple thing to just live a leisurely life, and his stats would continuously grow. Was this what it meant to have an omnipotent bloodline? He ran his senses through his growing body. He was still bones and muscles with only his twin heart and brain already formed. The rest of his organs were still growing. He knew even his heart and brain were not fully developed. He must be the most pitiful member of the Ouroboros bloodline to ever exist. For them, centuries were like seconds, and he should have had the benefit of an extended lifespan as a mortal to slowly grow, even if he were to spend decades inside his egg. Therein lay the crux of the matter. His new body might be powerful and have a long lifespan, but his soul was spent. Every time he died, the fuel for his resurrection was his soul, and the only way he had found out to grow his soul was to change his state. This all leads to one thing. He must kill. He must commit endless bloodshed in a short amount of time to become a legend. But how was he to do that? Rowan pondered, his mind making different scenarios to beat his impending death. First, even though he might lose the benefit of easy stat growth inside the egg, and he was not fully formed, he must break out and start harvesting souls. This may cause incomparable damage to him, but at least he would get to live, and maybe in the future he might repair the damages. Anything was possible given time, the one thing he solely lacked. Maeve appeared before the egg. It appeared to have shrunk a little. A golden line in the shape of a snake swallowing, its tail was embossed on the gray egg like a tattoo. The golden tattoo brightened and dimmed as if it was breathing. Unaware if Rowan was aware of his surroundings or even if he could hear her. She spoke, "Master, there have been some unfavorable developments. Your land is under attack." According to the priest Purdu, he believes this is a work of an abomination. He is correct. Maeve paused and looked at the egg, which was now flashing with golden light. It seemed to be telling her to continue to test that hypothesis. She said, "Master, can you hear me?" The egg flashed twice. Excited, Maeve began to narrate the rest of the priest's tales and the arrangement she had made. "Well, I wonder if it's to your satisfaction." The egg was still for a while, and then she heard a gurgling sound in a low voice. "This abomination, I assume it is the same from the lore of the Great Massacre." "Yes, Master, it's a long shot, but certain conditions and places could trigger a similar phenomenon to occur." "Maeve, my transformation requires fuel I need to kill. If this abomination is similar to the myth, it would have hundreds of split bodies. Those would be essential to me. The reason I killed that demon is related. Forgive my impertinence, Master. Your state is not suited for battle. I don't see how that's possible. Also, I do not doubt there would be abominations that have evolved to their battle form. They would make terrifying foes. I understand, Maeve, trust me. I am not so foolish to bite more than I can chew. At the least, I need to be somewhere close to the battle. I do not think that is a wise option, Master. If I'm to provide a suggestion, we are bringing the people to the manor. The abominations will inevitably follow. Be that as it may, I won't be leaving your side for the foreseeable future, but first I have to secure the manor to make sure there is no hidden danger. Then I would leave it to you. Oh, and Maeve. Yes, Master. Be careful. She smiled. I will be with your blessing. Rowan had made his decision, but first, he should use the soul points he had already gathered and pour them into the Ouroboros record. He called up the primordial record, and he started feeding the Ouroboros bloodline. He pushed a single soul point first into Ouroboros, that act holding great significance for him. What was that saying again? A tall tower begins with a single brick, or that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step, or something related to that. For him, the journey of 1,000 soul points begins with one. See what he did there? No, never mind then. Well, let this first soul point be his foundation, and on it, he would build a tower that scrapes the sky, or at least he hopes so. Too many things could go wrong. It would be easy to have the mindless optimism of youth, but he was a grown-ass man, and maturity brings the knowledge of your limitations. Maturity was the acknowledgement of that awful fact in life, that you were not invincible. You would soon reach your peak and you would not exceed it, and slowly you would decline. Your skills had a limit, and your growth too, and as you reached the limits of your capabilities, the only thing you could do was manage your expectations. He would argue that youth was the best moment in the lifetime of a man where you could do anything, and touching the skies was possible only if you strived, and life seemed oh so simple. His youth was not the best. Poverty, backbreaking work, and an awful incident that broke his body and a better part of his mind sliced off a considerable portion of any great experience he might have had. He still kept the memory of the best times dear to his heart, but he tempered it with understanding and acceptance. His list of glasses was never full, yet he wanted to avoid adding more. His youth would tell him he could fight this setback. He only needed to believe in himself, but the benefit of youth was time. Time to make mistakes. Time to be laid back and relax. Time to be foolish. Time to fail. Maturity told him to make do with the little time he had, and so he began to build his tower. He felt no changes after the first point, and he kept pushing soul points into Ouroboros. When he hit the 10-point mark, he reached a threshold and his body began to change. At this moment, the golden liquid in the shell had reduced, but it still filled the egg, and because the egg was shrinking, the liquid had always enveloped his entire body. With 10 points inside Ouroboros, his body began attracting the golden liquid into itself far too quickly, and his body came to be extremely hot, almost exceeding 200 degrees Celsius. His body drank the entire golden liquid, and the soul point he pushed inside Ouroboros displayed its uses when out of thin air. More of the golden liquid was created, and his body began a new wave of absorption. His body vibrated as he grew another half hair's breadth, and his feet touched the bottom of the shell, as there was no more liquid to absorb. He felt his frame condensed as more muscles were added to his bones, and his ligaments and tendons became stronger. Well, we are going for broke here. No need to hold back. Rowan dumped the remaining 18 points into Ouroboros, and his body accepted it like a greedy desert receiving the first rainfall for decades, and more Empyrean essence materialized inside the egg. The instinct of his bloodline was going insane. It was not supposed to be fed this amount of Empyrean essence inside the shell, and this event was unprecedented. Rowan had unknowingly broken a balance that regulated his growth. The material universe had a fixed amount of Empyrean it could hold, and from its birth to its demise, only a limited number of Empyrean were permitted to be born. There were reasons why there was a limit. Chief among them was that an Empyrean was too powerful. Each of their movement held the might of stars, and the area which they could affect with their activities was not measured by countries or continents or planets or even solar systems, but by galaxies. An enraged Empyrean could cause the demise of an incalculable amount of life in the universe, and battles involving Empyrean were incredibly rare using the timescale of the universe, but the possibility of terminating the material universe was an option during such conflicts. So their numbers were kept very low. Some universe opted for not creating Empyrean at all, but those universes no longer existed. It was the normal state of affairs, where the territory of an Empyrean was a galaxy or multiple galaxies. The second most important reason was that on the creation of each universe, there was a fixed amount of Empyrean essence that could be produced. A universe would keep yielding a limited amount of Empyrean essence until the final moments of its lifespan. When an Empyrean was to be born, the universe allocates the essence that was its due, and depending on the bloodline of the Empyrean, it could be in differing amounts. It could give no more or less. It was a fair amount that could not be changed. This essence would only be given once at the birth of the Empyrean, and it represented the growth limit of that Empyrean. Although the universe needs Empyrean for its defense, it would not make them more powerful than it could contain. Rowan had used his soul point to break a balance that has existed since the birth of this universe. He produced more essence for his growth that surpassed the limitations imposed by the universe, and his bloodline was going crazy. A series of events had led to this moment. If Rowan had activated Ouroboros without any concern for his lifespan, then he would be in deep sleep for at least a year, slowly absorbing the Empyrean essence and growing at a fixed pace. But his mind was unsettled, and the addition of an abomination had disturbed his slumber, and he was fully awoken. His soul Caesar bloodline allowed him to contain the stuff of creation itself, and the primordial record permitted him to execute that power into a bloodline of his choosing. Normally, he should have begun cultivating his bloodline after he had left his shell. He should be entering his growth phase, and this change would not have been possible. So even if he had used soul points for his growth, he would not have produced any Empyrean essence. An unknown mutation therefore occurred. His shell was supposed to dissolve the moment it finished its stores of Empyrean essence, and prepare the bloodline to enter the next phase of maturity, but with the addition of more essence, the shell did not dissipate, instead snapped, and covered his body like a skin-tight suit. Of course, Rowan knew none of the reasons why this just happened to him. He only panicked as he could not breathe or see. His bloodline seemed to know it would have more essence and forcefully kept the shell, turning it into a second skin for Rowan. But the shell was not meant to be his skin. It shielded him from light and the feeling of touch. It kept him in darkness darker than the deepest night. And even though he was a nascent Empyrean, he was still immortal and he could not breathe. He did not know how long he flailed around on the ground, but he later settled when the pain from his growing lungs served as an anchor for him. The pain was familiar, so he took it and made it his own. He had been so ingrained into his flesh that he ignored his spirit. The peculiar characteristics of his soul took over his consciousness, and his perception flew out of his body, and finally he could think clearly. He could not breathe and he was dying, but the nature of his new body ensured that his state of perishing would extend for a long duration. It would take hours for him to die, but at least there was a silver lining. I mean, he could now move around. Although he could not afford to die anytime soon, he would lose a valuable lifespan, and he might have already used his final chance for resurrection. His new state of detachment made these assumptions distant from him, and he did not panic. There was a hint here that he was not seeing. He focused his mind, and he realized an important detail he missed. He had not been breathing inside the shell before, and he was fine. What was the reason for that? It did not take long for him to come up with the cause: the golden liquid. When he pushed Soul Point into Ouroboros, it had created more of that golden liquid for him. Did that not mean that if he had more soul points, it would be possible for him to breathe? Rowan called up the primordial record and nearly screamed in anger because of the new state of his being. Name: Rowan Curanes. Age 11. Strength 2.7. Agility 1.9. Constitution 7.3. Spirit 2.7. Class none. Title: Planewalker. Skill: none. Passive: Decipher language complete. Icy Soul level 2. Records: Atavism level 028/2000. Level 00/1000. Soul Point. Remark: Divine Fodder. Rowan's annoyance broke through his calm disposition, and he nearly screamed at the sky. Stay calm and breathe. Do not focus on the negatives. Don't look at the double amount of soul point required. Who cares about a journey of 1,000 miles? We can walk 2,000 miles. Just breath. Lord, our sweet tush. No problem, great idea all around, just phenomenal, but you see there is one problem with that I can't breath. Okay, just I don't know, sigh. We need to look at the positives here, okay? Positives. Yes, we can look at that. I must be going crazy, what with all this wee business I got going over here. Anything to keep you sane, boyo. Calm down and assess your situation. Okay, he could do that. The growing pains in his lungs meant he may have 2 hours or more before he became lethargic. In the spirit of using time wisely, let's see what I missed in my panic. He saw the growth of his stats, and it did not take long for him to see a semblance of how it works. Only further experiments would prove if his inferences were incorrect. He pushed 28 points of souls into Ouroboros and was rewarded with an exact increase of 2.8 in the Constitution. It did not require a genius to figure that out. Every 10 points in Ouroboros gave him a 1-point increase in his Constitution. What that could mean further down the line was terrifying. His strength and agility grew by a single point. He guessed that they increased by every 20 points into Ouroboros. The bloodline had changed, with a new prefix beside it: atavism. There was no description of its meaning, but it had extended the amount of soul points he needed to be legendary. Finally, the last valuable hint that had been tugging at his consciousness. His soul points. He watched idly as it clicked forward to 0.9999 and finally turned to 1. Soul Caesar passively collected soul fragments, and it appears that when he was in an area of conflict, the collection capability increased. He did not think too deeply about it but pushed the single point into Ouroboros and waited in tense expectation. Soon, a trickle of golden liquid secreted from the skin-tight shell and was absorbed into his body. The golden liquid brought a rush of clarity and gave his lungs a burst of sweet release that he nearly cried. The pressure began to build, but it was distant. He may have 10 minutes before he began to feel the bite of suffocation once more. Great. So that golden liquid is my amniotic fluid, and without it, I am a stillborn. Well, at least he now had mobility, he thought to himself as he picked himself from the floor, his spirit perception now serving as his eyes showed him his body. The first thing he noticed as he saw himself from this perspective was that he had grown. He had the lanky build of a teenager, but he was now 5 foot 2 inches. His shoulders were a little broad, and he appeared quite slim and delicate. The other was his shell. It was gray and smooth, and there was a golden tattoo that resembled a snake that was swallowing its tail, that encircled his chest. Now directly below it there was a second faint tattoo that was an exact duplicate of the first. He could barely see it, but it was there. His perception snapped back into his head with a jolt, keeping him in darkness once more. It would seem this vision of his depended on his spirit. He remembered the last time he used it, and it barely lasted a few seconds. He could feel a sort of cool aura in his head that was rapidly gathering again. Maybe in 30 more seconds it would be refilled, and then he would have another 5 minutes of vision. So in the serene darkness, he began to plot. He stood still as a statue for the next 4 minutes, and he began to move. The first place he went to was to his shelves during his studies. He had gathered various poisons and toxic materials, and the most dangerous material he gathered was in a little red box he maintained very carefully. The box was easy enough to carry and was not bulky. Finding a pair of strong silk-like ropes, he fashioned a strap for the box so it sat beside his waist. Then he walked to the center of the room, where the divine weapon he used to kill the demon wolf was kept. He took it and attempted to cut through the shell with the most powerful weapon he had, but he failed. The blade of the divine weapon slid across, not leaving even a scratch. Next, he had to find clothes, but he paused when he saw neatly folded clothes and shoes aside from the door, most likely kept by Maeve. She does think of everything. It did not take long for him to wear the clothes, and he felt like a mannequin in a fashion house. The underwear must have been of excellent quality, but he could not feel it. He wore black trousers that were a little too small but still fit perfectly enough. Maybe she anticipated that he might grow, but she underestimated the amount. The robe she gave him was black with purple linings on the edges. He had to drop the red box to wear it, and thankfully it came with a hood. He wore the shoes and walked to the door, where he paused, and 2 seconds later he fell into darkness. In 30 seconds his sight returned and he hurried down the stairs. Along the way, he began experimenting with what he could do with this 5-minute vision he had. He discovered he could push this spirit vision ahead of him for a few meters, and he even saw through walls. So as he hurried down the stairs, making sure to avoid the occasional house help, he did a broad sweep of his surroundings now and then, and so he came upon a startling discovery. There was a shaft made of unknown materials, like an elevator in the middle of the manor. The manor was 4 stories tall, and his laboratory was on the topmost floor. This shaft began on the 3rd floor and extended to the bottom floor, but it led nowhere after that. It was smooth and the color was yellow, and the most peculiar characteristic of it was that it was the only material he could not see through. It was as if it was actively repelling his sight. He found a small alcove to hide for the 30 seconds of darkness that came about as his spirit's sight snapped back in his head, this occurrence always bringing him pain. He suspected that he would have been an invalid if not for his regenerating factor healing the damages inside his head. Not only that, but he was not supposed to use the spirit's sight in this method. He was damaging an unknown organ inside his head, but if he could heal any damages he incurred using this technique in exchange for sight, then he would do so without any hesitation. There was a mysterious object or a hidden passage buried inside his manor. He did not find it that surprising after all the events that led him here were very suspicious, and he knew there were many things that were being deliberately hidden from him. Nevertheless, this was not his priority at the moment. His next stop was the stables, where he was going to get horses and hurry down to the town. He was not a fighter, but he could be as close to the town as possible, and therefore he could collect lingering souls. He expected Maeve to soon find him, and he would be protected along the way. He was not too foolish to think he might survive out there without her. He was still feeble, and a small complication could end him, and there was nothing small about an abomination attack. Then he paused. Where was Maeve? Why did he not find her inside the manor? Apart from the dozen staff present in different parts of the manor, he could not find Maeve. Perhaps she was checking the grounds of the manor, but he doubted it. Maeve would never leave far from his side. Something was wrong. As his vision returned, he turned back to the shaft. He could see inside the manor, hidden by clever design that made it almost unnoticeable. Rowan had seen the designs of the manor, and everywhere the shaft passed through was not supposed to even exist. Opening the door to a guest room, he walked inside and shut the door behind him. Going to the closet, he pushed the clothes away and tapped the back of the closet. He pulled out the shears and began to cut his way through. It was not difficult, and he sliced through the walls with little effort. Directly behind was a faint glow from the shaft. It seemed to be built with a sort of gem. He ran his hand over it and discovered that it was shockingly cold. He tried to recall if he knew any mineral like this, but he could not recollect anything similar to it. His hand was still on it when the temperature of the yellow rock began to rise, and it rippled like it was made of water, and before he could draw his hand back, another hand seized his own and dragged him into the wall. He did not use his eyes to see but his spirit, and so he was able to witness everything. The hand that grabbed him was made of the same material as the yellow rock, and when he was dragged inside, it felt more like he was passing through thick mud and not a solid wall, and then his mind was overloaded by a flood of sensations that it broke to pieces. He saw a bright white light that was shattered into pieces by a clawed hand. The pieces of the broken light became many colors that became solid blocks. Those blocks were covered by a wave of darkness. The darkness was split apart by a terrible roar, and with that sound chaos erupted. Rowan felt his mind reassembled, only to break again when new scenes entered his mind. A rain of blood that erupted from an ocean's worth of bodies. Stars fell from the skies only to be eaten by massive mouths, a mountain with spider legs dancing, and a smiling cup of tea that was devouring other cups. This reality that he could hardly comprehend seemed to be forced into his mind, and when he felt he could no longer hold on, he was blessed with the silence of darkness. He was in shock for a while before he realized that his spirit vision had ended, and so he could no longer. He should be holding himself and crying for the chaos that he had witnessed. He should be catatonic and listless. He should have run mad with despair, but the only thing he could feel was apathy. You see, he had no time. His lungs were beginning to burn, and the hidden blade of his incoming death due to his limited lifespan hung on his neck. He had no time to mourn, he had no time to reflect. As far as he was concerned, if what he was experiencing was not enough to kill him, then he would get through it. Not because he was mindlessly optimistic, but because he had no time to waste. Death was whispering in his ears, and he had no time to listen. He braced himself for the frenzy and opened his spirit vision once more. If he could touch his eyes, he would rip them from his head. It seems his icy soul made it impossible for him to go mad. Or maybe he was already mad, how could he tell? But no matter the scene he saw, he had only 30 seconds of normalcy before he plunged back inside. He witnessed countless mindless scenes like a feverish dream that would not end. He repeatedly entered the chaos. He began to feel despair when something bonded inside him, and he found himself in a passage. It was a short path, and he stood in the middle. Behind him was a green door, and ahead of him was a red door. His mind locked on what changed his situation, and he called up the primordial record and saw a new entry. Aspect gained, spatial sight. When aspect, he would check the meaning later, but he already knew what spatial sight was capable of. It was his spirit vision on steroids. There were several new entries in the primordial record, but for now, he was only focused on this new aspect he just received. His new awareness was vast and did not seem to have any cooldown. He moved that awareness to the red door ahead of him, and he saw a scene of mayhem. He saw a devastated world, and his awareness was covered by darkness. When he became cognizant, he noticed he lay on the ground. All around him was a field of ruin, and overhead was a red moon. At first, Rowan thought he had been transported to that space of madness, and he braced himself for a new round of chaos, but he settled when he saw how stable his environment was. His sight focused on the moon again. It was larger than the ones he had seen on the two worlds he had the privilege to live in, almost taking a third of the sky. Deep pits and craters adorned its surface, and they resembled oceans filled with blood. The sight was enigmatic, and he lost himself in a few seconds, bathing in the glow of the moon. He pulled himself away from the wondrous sight with an intense force of will. His sight swept across his body and he noticed he was on a circular formation made from the yellow rocks he touched at his manor. He could dimly see that passage with the green door and red doors when he focused his sight on the formation. From inside that passage, he knew that this world he found himself in was devastated, and he was in a small corner of it. He wondered where he found himself. His new sight was special as he could track the trajectories of sounds and motion. It encompassed more than sight as he could see heat and odor, even pressure, and a myriad of other forces he was not even aware of or even begin to comprehend. It was a brand new world, and if he survived his first year, he would make sure he understood and enjoy the beauty that his new sight was capable of showing him. It may seem that his suffering and near madness had granted him a powerful ability, and he no longer needed his eyes for the moment. There was something about this world that felt ancient. Around him was a scene of desolation, crumbled towers and bridges, a castle that had been torn in two, broken spires shooting in the cloudless sky like the broken teeth of a giant, and massive mountains that were covered in scales. One of the mountains moved and opened a jaw filled with teeth the size of trees. No. Hell no, is this the classic case of jumping from a frying pan into the fire? He pushed his spatial sight back to the formation and saw it was beginning to build a certain energy. The energy felt familiar. It was what drew him to this world, and he hoped it would also take him back. He estimated it would be completed in a minute or two. He did not see any present danger to himself presently, so he finally decided to check his primordial record. He was certain many things had changed inside. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 11. Strength 2.7. Agility 1.9. Constitution 7.3. Spirit 47.9. Class none. Title Planewalker. Skill none. Passive Decipher Language Complete Icy Soul Level 4. Records. Atavism Level 029/2000. Level 00/1000. Aspect gained Spatial Sight Spirit plus 30. Passive skill upgraded Icy Soul Spirit plus 5 Level 3. Spirit plus 10 Level 4. Soul Point 75. Remark Divine Fodder. At first he had missed it, his eyes popping out when he saw the growth in his spirit. Then he saw his rapidly increasing soul points and would have wept in happiness, but he had forgotten how to cry. In the madness of this past few days, something inside him had been broken, maybe never to be fixed again. Everything he once knew was the basis of his entire belief. His character had been shattered and he was numb. What was a man but his beliefs and ideals? My understanding of the world of life and death had collapsed, and my new reality was hostile, and I understood none of it, but a memory of a doomed prince who died in pain and regret. To tell the truth, deep down, he did not think he was going to survive. There seemed to be no hope for him. Any breakthrough he got led to another new problem to fix, and now his soul point broke the 100 mark and continued to increase. He found the break he so desperately needed. His spirit had broken past the 10-point threshold that only a legendary being had, and had grown far higher than his other stats. Rowan now realized how profound the effect of such a high spirit was on him. His spatial sight he once thought had no cooldown was wrong, it has one, but his spirit could comfortably support the expenditure. The reason he could pull through the space of madness was not only because of his tenacity, but also his spirit, which had grown to accommodate many of these supernatural forces. Spirit was one of the most important stats. It encompasses reasoning ability, comprehension capacity, force control, and so many other things. It was one of the most difficult stats to raise. If any stat reached or surpassed the legendary state, it usually came with benefits and an additional quirk. For Spirit, it was parallel processing. Most legendary could generally divide their minds into two, of course. Some outliers are particularly gifted in their spirit ability that they could separate their thought processes into three or more, but it was Rift State Dominators that were often capable of that feat. In simpler terms, it was multitasking. You could be reciting a 1,000-page poem, while fantasying about your neighbor's car, and still be replying to a query from your wife about why you did not do the dishes. So many fun things to do within a single moment. The wind brought a new sound to him, a rustle, and his spatial sight zoomed across the debris for hundreds of meters, phasing through rocks and rusted metals, and he saw a pair of rats the size of horses. Their furs were like steel needles and their eyes glowed blue the moment his sight touched them. The rats flinched and began looking around and sniffing. Each of their movement crushed rocks and their speed was terrifying. Rowan knew legendary dominators and had seen powerful creatures during his lifetime. This pair of rats could be Rift State creatures or even higher. Rowan went very still and shifted his sight, so he was not focused on them any longer, but it seemed one of them had sensed his position, for it gave a shrill scream and charged. Its speed was so fast, it appeared as though it was teleporting. Ares goddamn balls. I knew it was too good to be true. I can't catch a single break. Nevertheless, Rowan knew he had to stay here for as long as possible. His very existence depended on it. Every single second he spent here meant more soul points in the coffer. The speed of the rats was terrifying, but with his spatial sight, he could analyze their movement paths, and even though he could not react to them, he could put a barrier to slow them down. How was he to do that exactly? He had an idea. He was not sure that it would work, but he would make do with the tools available to him. For a single one of these rats, he was sure, could kill everyone in his town and beyond. Rift State creatures were powerful because they had access to ether. He divided his mind into two parts, as he tracked the incoming rats while ascertaining the best place to lay a trap. Their movement was not linear, so the calculations were difficult. His hands fiddled with the straps around his waist as he drew the box forward. He had to input a series of codes to prime the various poisons inside. He was going to release all of them at once, but he had to keep his mind focused on the incoming threat, or he would lose the initiative. The benefit of an enhanced spirit was more apparent here, for he used the movement of the rats he had observed over this short period and created a model that could act as a predictive mechanism. But this action, while remarkable, took all of his two mind processes, and he could do nothing else. Not seeing any drawback, he attempted to split his mind again. His mind parted easily once more, and now he had three running thought processes. His amazement could be put on hold as he rapidly inputted the code. It was a series of circular moments on a rotary dial set in the middle of the box. They spelled Beaner, the name of his father. He did not want to think about the thought processes behind naming the lock used to contain poisons after his father. The motion primed all the 30 select poisons he had gathered over time, and the poison included one particular sinister variant. It was called a blood mort. It was a sentient cluster of death that resembled tiny microscopic flies. They could enter the bloodstream of their victims through any orifice, and they secrete a hallucinogenic toxin inside their blood that confuses the victim, as well as shut off their organs before they feed on the blood and multiply. A thoroughly nasty cookie. It was a present given to him by his mother for his 18th birthday. The details of that day were blurry in his mind, but Rowan had an intuition that with his enhanced spirit he would be able to dig into the blurry memories he had. But to be fair, this was the most badass present he had ever received. Maeve always gave him gigantic weapons he could not even lift, talkless of wielding them, but Rowan guessed it was her way of showing her care. He remembered he blood-bound these poisonous clouds of death, but had to keep them away in the red box because they were too dangerous. When he began collecting weapons, his first instinct was the red box. It was the most dangerous thing he owned. The rest of the poisons had their special effects, and these would be the barrier he used against the charging rats. His expectations were not high, but if they could delay for a minute, it would be a steal for him. As he watched his soul point exceed 130 points, his heart began to hammer in nervousness. The rats were now a few hundred feet from him. He ran the simulation multiple times, and he threw the box. As he did, he shifted one of his thought processes to the formation beneath him. There were 23 seconds left before it was ready. That was not a long time. The box began to fall 15 feet from him, and as though they teleported, the rats appeared at the very moment. There was no indication of their movement, they were just there. Two balls of muscles and dread, with blue eyes that burned like acetylene flames. One of them snapped at the descending box, and it exploded in a wave of red fog covering the rats. Rowan watched in tense expectation, as the one that bit the box sneezed and looked around in visible confusion and simply inhaled the poison fog, shook its head and disappeared, only to reappear with its mouth clamping around Rowan's leg. The other rat seized his hands, and they began to chew as they dragged him in opposite directions. His limbs did not survive a single bite, they simply vaporized under the unearthly force, but his shell was intact. Rowan did not mind the pain, for his worries were not that he should not be moved from the formation and that his shell would hold. His sight could see a couple of micro-tears appearing on the shell, but thankfully the shell could repair itself and the microscopic tears healed fast, but it was only a matter of time before the rats would chew through them. He was not drawn away from the formation because the rats dragged his body in opposite directions, each of them wanting the prey only for itself. Rowan checked the formation 10 more seconds. The rat chewing on his hand got tired of gnawing at his tough shell, and with his spatial sight Rowan could almost anticipate where it was going next, his neck. He pushed his hand to shield his neck, and that instant the jaws of the rat clamped on it. If he had waited a single moment, he would have been beheaded. The other rat went for his waist and he was cut in two, but his shell did not give. The pain was beginning to build, but it was still within Rowan's threshold. As long as his head was not crushed, he would not die. 1 second. Done. Rowan poured his spatial sight furiously into that dim passage and existence winked out, and he reappeared inside the passage. He was ecstatic and began to laugh. His body was mending faster than he could even catalog the damages done to him. He heard a couple of long shrieks and his awareness burst out of his body and he saw two giant rats twitching beside him. They were frothing at the mouth and their tails were slapping the ground. The sound was like gunshots. Well, what do we have here? He rapidly pushed himself back. Any motion from them could disintegrate his body or his head. When he was as far away from them as he was comfortable with, he stopped and looked at the agitated rodents. By now they had begun to bleed from their eyes and ears. If they were going through the same experience as he did before he gained spatial sight, then he pitied them. The rats screamed and they began to thrash madly. Perhaps they sensed the presence of death, for in the next moment, they exploded into pieces. Spatial sight showed Rowan a particular sharp piece of bone zooming towards his head and he barely moved out of the way, but it still impaled him through his neck and out the back. He choked in his blood for a short while before he got back to his feet. He had begun to feel a strain on his senses, and he pushed his sight to the green door behind him and found himself on the floor of the guest room. Rowan lay on the floor for a while, his burning lungs a soothing pain from the chaos. Rowan could not tell how long he spent in that world or if the time duration was the same as this one. This could be an essential concern, but his burning lungs served as a reminder that he should check his record. Nonetheless, with hope in his heart and a glow in his eyes, he called up the primordial record. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 1111. Strength 2.7. Agility 1.9. Constitution 7.3. Spirit 47.9. Class None. Title Planewalker. Aspect Spatial Sight Tier 1. Skill None. Passive Decipher Language Complete Icy Soul Level 4. Records. Atavism Level 029/2000. Level 00/1000. Soul Point 465. Remark Divine Fodder. His jaw dropped at the massive amount of soul points he had accumulated. He did not expect this amount of soul points. By his estimation, he should have maybe 150 soul points judging by the time he spent in that world. His mind touched on the reason for his massive soul point gain, the rats. He shuddered a little. Those rats were rift state beasts. What sort of world was that? Generally, for weak species like rodents or insects that had massive populations, their bloodline restricted them to legendary, and they could only survive in large numbers. He remembered those mountains that were moving far on the horizon. If the vermin were rift state beasts, what state of change would those monsters on the horizon be? That world could be his salvation, but it could easily become his ruin. His shell was tough, but he doubted it could withstand a sneeze from any of those monsters, and a more chilling fact was that there were multiple of those colossi. Did that mean there were more dangerous creatures in that world? He kept those speculations for later. As far as he was concerned, if he did not die soon, he may get to reach those heights one day. He recalled the vision of the Ouroboros record when he first activated the bloodline. Furthermore, he saw an Empyrean tearing a planet apart as he woke up, and he carried an entire continent in his palm. That was his bloodline pathway. Unknown to Rowan, however, his bloodline had already begun to shift from that vision. That may have been his previous ultimate form, but now he had surpassed that vision. Rowan frowned as he assessed his bloodline. If it were not for the change in the Ouroboros bloodline, he would be halfway to the legendary state by now, but he would not focus on the drawbacks. As far as he could tell, being more powerful was not a bad thing. But he did not forget the reason he stumbled on this yellow space rock. He was looking for Maeve. With spatial sight, he could easily peruse the entire manor, and she was still missing. If she somehow found this rock, she would not survive the experience. He had not seen her or any of her remnants on the passage, and neither in that other world. Not giving in to despair, he extended his range to the fields outside his house. He could not find her, and then he had an idea he was sure could work. But first, he needed to upgrade Ouroboros to the limit. His powerlessness was a bitter pill to swallow, and sincerely he was tired of his frailness. Giving thanks in his heart for this new opportunity, he stood up and began walking to his lab. It was still the safest place to upgrade his bloodline. The doors and windows were shielded with an armored barrier. And most importantly, the methods he was going to use to search for Maeve would begin from the lab. His spatial sight brought him waves of blood-chilling screams coming from the town. Whatever was happening, there was hell on earth. He was incapable of intervening currently, and he would be a better help when he was stronger. It was not difficult to reach his laboratory. He tore away the battered clothing from his body and walked to the center of the lab where he sat cross-legged. He called up the primordial record once more, and he began upgrading the Ouroboros bloodline. It occurred to him that perhaps he should focus on Soul Caesar, but Rowan had no experience with omnipotent bloodlines and their effects at the legendary state, and besides, Ouroboros would give him what he desperately needed, which was survivability. He had no doubt that Soul Caesar would give him a powerful ability, but he may end up being a glass cannon. At least Ouroboros was concerned about the material universe, and with his sheer hatred for the Soul Keepers, he felt an intense distaste for upgrading this bloodline, at least for the moment. All these were cognizant of one fact: he had somewhere to easily farm for soul points, and that place was very dangerous if his physique was fragile. Ouroboros gave him an insane regenerative factor and also focused on his constitution, two things that would enable his survivability and allow him to stay in that world for long enough to become a legend. He had already made his decision and would accept all responsibilities if the outcome was fatal. As the soul points began pouring into Ouroboros, his shell began producing Empyrean essence, and that wonderful feeling of warmth erupted all over his body, which began making intense cracking sounds, and he fell on his knees. The moment he reached 100 point in Ouroboros, the absorption of soul point paused and the activity on his body went into overdrive. His body grew another foot, and now he was 6 foot and 2 inches tall. His shoulders broadened, and a more amazing transformation happened inside his body as he began to grow a third heart. He felt his body vibrate down to his cells, and he felt strength flowing in his veins. He wanted to scream to the heavens. What is this feeling? His new heart created more pathways through his body, and it began to link with his other 2 hearts. Its heartbeat was at first feeble and erratic, but as the connection with the other 2 hearts solidified, a sound like thunder burst from his body and the ground cracked. It took a while to come down from the high of advancement, his massive spirit giving him much-needed clarity, or else he suspected he would be a drooling mess on the floor. This was better than anything he had ever felt in his life, and he was sure this feeling was addicting. He was already craving it once more. He opened his primordial record, and he was struck dumb by what he saw. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 1111. Strength 6.7. Agility 5.9. Constitution 14.4. Spirit 47.9. Class None. Title Planewalker. Aspect Spatial Sight Tier 1. Skill None. Passive Decipher Language Complete Icy Soul Level 4. Records. Atavism Level 0 100/3000. Level 00/1000. Soul Point 394.4382. Remark Divine Fodder. He expected it. Somehow his bloodline was evolving as he was upgrading it. He did not know if this was a feature of the Ouroboros bloodline, but he knew he could not withstand this sort of expenditure for long. He did not care anymore. He wanted to unleash his frustration on something, and did he not have a convenient outlet for his frustration? Furthermore, he could still hear at the edge of his perception what sounded like waves of people screaming at a concert, but this was nothing of joy. For out there evil walked the earth, and they had begun harming the innocents. He saw no reason why he should not return the favor. He wasn't concerned with morality presently. He just wanted to hurt something, maybe in a few moments from now. He would feel shame about what he was thinking, but not now. He mindlessly dumped another 100 points into the record and immediately noticed a difference. There had to be a benefit behind the extended growth of his bloodline. If his omnipotent record got more complex, then there should be visible effects. Oh boy, was he right. The growth of his stats had doubled. The first 100 points he placed into Ouroboros netted him 10 points in Constitution, pushing that stat into Legendary, and giving him 5 points in both Strength and Agility. Now for every 100 points he used, he got 20 points in Constitution, and 10 in both agility and strength, pushing his overall stats into legendary. By all manner of speaking, he would be judged a legendary being, but he alone knew he was still in the mortal state. He was still in the first state of change, and his bloodline had not traversed to the next state, but his stats growth was unreasonable. Leaving only 4 points of soul remaining, he poured the remaining 290 points into Ouroboros and endured his body breaking and rearranging itself. His muscles grew and compacted, and his weight increased, but not as much as he thought. He chalked the reason to his growing agility, for as this stat grew, he felt a cool wind blowing through his veins that seemed to be aiding every movement of his body. His growing strength felt like he had ice moving through his muscles, ligaments, and tendons, while his constitution felt like lava flowing through his bones. He looked at his current stats and basked in their growth. He had made progress. Yeah, I am no longer a fodder. The primordial record must have agreed with him, for it upgraded his overall remark. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 1111. Strength 45.7. Agility 44.9. Constitution 92.4. Spirit 47.9. Class None. Title Planewalker. Aspect Spatial Sight Tier 1. Skill None. Passive Decipher Language Complete Icy Soul Level 4. Records. Atavism Level 0490/3000. Level 00/1000. Soul Point 4.4382. Remark Divine Runt. Rowan had no benchmark to test how powerful he was now. According to what he knew from the primordial record, the mortal state stat fell between 110. Above that was legendary, which fell between 10-100, and above that was the rift state, which was between 100-1000. His constitution was nearly at the peak of legendary, and his strength, spirit, and agility were nothing to scoff at. For the first time since he arrived at this world, he no longer felt helpless. He squeezed his hands into a fist, his spatial sight tearing across the laboratory as the very air around him was seething. His bloodline growth produced great heat, and he just noticed a glowing circle on the floor that was now cooling. Alongside it were cracks on the floor. When his heart sinked, he was beginning to unknowingly affect the world around him. On his shell there were now 2 golden tattoos of a snake swallowing its tail. They encircled his body from his chest to his back as if he had 2 golden rings around his body. The tattoo felt more lifelike as the scales on the snake had impressive definition. Beneath the 2 tattoos was a faint third one, and he had an awful premonition about its meaning. His shell had become slightly darker, and he was sure its defensive properties had thickened. He had not grown taller, but he was far more muscular, not as much as he expected, but now he looked like a healthy young man of 20 who had a fetish for wearing skin-tight coverall that showed every line of muscles on his body with impeccable detail. Rowan did not know if it was an effect of his constitution, but his head felt clearer than ever, and his spatial sight had a more richer depth to it, which was a good thing, for it would surely help him to find his maid. With his spatial sight and increased spirit, he noticed many new things about the world. One of them was aura. Everyone he had come across had a distinct aura that his spatial sight interpreted as colors as well as smell. For a particular house, Help had an aura of yellow sunshine and smelled like roses, and another had an aura of dark purple and smelled of rot. Rowan could not interpret what he saw, but he felt that the individual must be unhealthy. Auras usually lingered long after their owner had gone by, so they left a trail. Also, he did not know how long they lasted, but the manor had many trails of aura leading to different locations, and he was going to take advantage of this trait to locate Maeve. Of course, he could ask around for the location of Maeve from the house helpers, but her disappearance was suspicious. He would rather use this circumspect method to find her. Rowan went deeper into the laboratory, as only he and Maeve were supposed to be the ones that should have access to this place. His suspicions paid off as he immediately noticed 3 sets of aura. One was dirty yellow and smelled of rot and dampness, which should be the abomination. The other was greenish gold and smelled like green fields that were Maeve, and the third was intensely foul. Rowan could not accurately describe the color, but it was like a cluster of rotten maggots, and the aura sickened him, but he found the aura familiar, and with his massive spirit that intuition was not to be taken lightly. He probably knew who had this aura. More troubling was the fact that this aura was fresh. The person most likely came into his lab when he went out looking for Maeve. He could not detect his own aura, but he suspected that his shell blocked his aura from manifesting. Keeping the foul aura in mind, he began to trace Maeve's own while hurriedly donning an expansive black robe. He followed the trail around his manor. He began seeing the application of his new stats. If he was a snail before, now he was a gazelle. Agility did not only improve his speed and coordination, but it almost seemed to slow down time around him. It was a weird sensation, but it should be related to the legendary quirk that agility brought when it surpassed 10 points, which was Quicksilver. Rowan became a wraith inside his mansion, his strength, agility, and spirit creating a profound synergy in his overall ability, and he followed Maeve's trail all over the manor. The trail led him to the guest library, and he felt a frown begin to grow on his face when he noticed that foul aura near Maeve's own. This aura was very strange. It seemed to appear at different locations with no visible trails. The aura enclosed Maeve's, and then both of the auras vanished. Was she kidnapped? Rowan knew his instincts were not wrong. She had been taken. He gave a huff and pushed his spatial sight around him, sweeping the entire manor, and he began scouring the grounds. His sight detected the foul aura in the stables, and he took off after it. He appeared on the roof of the stables and swept his sight inside, and he saw a grim sight. All the horses were dead. Something or someone had gnawed away at their necks and bellies, leaving long trails of intestines and heads attached to the body by thin strands of flesh. Rowan was not yet desensitized to gore, and he found this sight appalling, especially when it seemed like the horses were grinning. Coated on the body of the horses were the foul aura, and Rowan knew he just missed whomever committed this act because his soul point increased to 10 when he entered the stables, meaning he had just collected the fragments of the horse's soul. He had never stopped scanning the surrounding area and was rewarded when he caught a smear of the foul aura in the direction of Calcutta, his town. His sight turned to it, knowing this was going to be his next destination. He hoped that Maeve would be all right, as he did not see her body among the dead, and before he did, he was not writing her off. He could not afford to. Holding tight to the shears, he began running to the town, wishing to free his hands. He tucked the divine weapon into a sheath sewn into the side of the robe, and he focused on his movement. Every foot he placed forward was measured by his spirit. His agility gave him grace in his movement, and his strength pushed him forward as if he had springs beneath his feet. If he was not running towards a horrible encounter ahead, he would have enjoyed the sensation of running. Moving that fast was intensely delightful, and for every second that passed he became faster as his body became used to such intense movements. His spatial sight to the ground, and he could read the terrain like a book, avoiding every pit and muddy ground and selecting firm footings. His constitution kept him from feeling any strain. He felt he could run forever. What were abominations in the first place? There were many explanations about their origin, but it was primarily centered around a hellish event that took place in history called the Great Massacre. Great was not a word used lightly in any context in this world. His thought was interrupted when his sight picked up a flying object a few meters above him, and he willed his sight to shoot towards it. It was an arm from a male that had been roughly torn from the shoulders. Sensing the aura around the arm, his eyes widened in surprise. He heard a deep thump ahead of him as if a small mountain fell on its side, and he saw a surprising sight ahead, and he hurried over. His breath settled when he saw who was ahead. It was Maeve. She held a man by the neck, his feet were dangling in the air, and he was pouring blood from his empty shoulders. Rowan could see another hand on the floor. Judging by the wound, she did not use a blade, she just tore the arms off. Jesus H. Christ. Tell me everyone you know that is responsible for this. Rowan had never heard her voice like this. It was cold. The aura of the man she held was that foul aura he detected inside the manor. The man began to chant, "Mother, guide and protect my heart. My heart beat for your glory, my pain your dues. My suffering your." Maeve interrupted him by taking his ankles with her hand and crushing them, all whilst holding him by the neck. Rowan saw she gave enough space for the man to breathe and scream. If you think your suffering would save you, then I promise you are very wrong. It does not matter when, but know that I would break your mind as I destroy your body, and every moment you hold back is enjoyable for me. The man began to laugh in a weird manner that seemed like crying. Snots poured down his nose as he yelled, "Infidel, you shall see the glory of her gaze. Like a storm that shakes the earth beneath your filthy feet. Lay your lost souls in her care, usurper. I have not even begun breaking your spirit, and you are already looking for the solace of madness." Maeve whispered in his ears, "I can promise you that it won't save you. Rowan saw a stream of yellow liquid dribble down the legs of the man. Maeve cocked her head to the side and she suddenly stamped her feet. The ground cracked beneath her, and her feet penetrated the ground until past her ankles. She dragged her leg up to bring with it a massive chunk of rock and fired it at Rowan's direction. Rowan was appalled at her coldness and the sheer brutality she was inflicting on the mind and body of that man when it clicked. The rock was heading his way. Maeve just attacked him. He swayed to the left, letting the rock whistle past his face. He was astonished by her actions before he realized she had not seen his appearance for a while. The last time they spoke, he was a child inside an egg, and now he stood at an equal height with her and his appearance must be otherworldly. His robes might cover his body, but it was still possible to see a slight golden glow on his chest. His feet were bare for he did not have any shoes that fit, yet they were covered by the dark gray material that also covered his face. Rowan in his past life would think he was a walking mannequin. "Hey, it's me." A blade stopped an inch from his throat. Rowan swallowed, somehow not trusting his shell to hold. His eyes swept down the breadth of the blade to her face, and he saw Maeve critically assessing him, from the shears at his waist to the robe that he wore. "Master," Maeve said, "you're a bit different." "Well, that's an understatement if I've ever heard one." "Yes, I am different. I am a fast grower, it would seem." Maeve looked at him with wonders in her eyes. "Your presence is different." She bent closer and sniffed delicately. "You are like a piece of living metal. There is no sign of life from you, yet you, with life. I can't explain what I'm sensing. Don't try. Even I do not understand everything with this new body of mine." Rowan tried to piece together the image of this Maeve, with her eyes filled with wonder at his new body to the person who was tearing a man apart. Even presently she had her hand around the throat of the broken man, whom she had dragged to his side. A trail of blood and flesh littered the ground behind her. She had moved so quickly to attack Rowan that the legs beneath the man were nothing but stumps with few meat gristles hanging from them. "Is that?" Rowan gestured at the quivering mass of meat that was the man, his eyes twitching at the sheer suffering the man must be going through. "He's a saboteur." Her expression became downcast. "Master, I think I might have made a terrible oversight. Even though the appearance of the abominations was suspicious, I chalked it up to bad luck and the whims of fate. Disasters happen daily, and it might just be our turn to bear the brunt of the chaos. My suspicion began when the abomination entered your lab. I began taking notes of what had changed since we left. It would be impossible to protect you if there was a knife hidden in the dark to take your life. That's when I discovered our food stores had been poisoned. Except for your hidden stocks, the rest are useless. Now I know that we had been breached by a malicious enemy and not just a mindless abomination." She dragged the man so Rowan could properly see his face. He recognized him. He was the groom for the mansion, Olaf, someone Rowan barely took notice of. He was a widower who had been under the Curine's family's employ since the days of his youth. "This filth," Maeve said, "is a thrall for an abomination. He must have done many unknown deeds to further the spread of the abomination, among which is the slaughter of the horses and cattle, our means of transportation and food cut in half." Rowan felt a headache. "How much will that affect our survivability?" Maeve paused and thought about Rowan's question for a while. He liked that she was not excessively rash. "Going by your movements, I would guess you are already at the legendary state, and far along this state of change, for that matter. I don't even want to consider how you did that in less than 2 days. That is the only good news we have. For at least I know you would be able to survive weeks without sustenance outside of battle. That has to drastically improve your odds of surviving." Rowan did not correct her that he was still in the mortal state and that he got so powerful in a matter of minutes, not days like she thought. Maeve turned around to the town, which was a few miles away, and even from here the screams could be heard. She gestured towards the town, where smoke and flames had begun to grow and spread. The smoke mixed with the fog, placing the town in a weird state of night, with the glow from the flames turning a shade of red. From afar, it resembles pairs of red eyes staring through the darkness. From this distance, it was possible to see massive shapes lumbering through the fog. Her pupils shrank in shock. She hoped she was mistaken, but she doubted it. The only way to create a giant battle form for an abomination was for hundreds of battle form abomination to fuse. The entire population of their small town was not enough to create one such giant, but she detected multiple giants inside the fog. What was going on? What could be happening down there? If there was to ever be a hell on earth, it would be here. I sent our guardsmen to that hell ahead of us, hoping we would be able to fight against it, which should have been possible with our combined abilities. She brought the destroyed body of the man to her face. He was beginning to grin as the shock had worn off from his torment. Maeve saw that and frowned, and she began to rain punches on his face. They were measured and methodical, and interspersed with her blows she began to talk as if she was lecturing Rowan the presence of a thrall. Plus or minus, letter 2C9 currency sign. It makes everything far more complicated. Plus or minus, letter 2C9 currency sign. Plus or minus, letter 2C9 currency sign. There must be an abomination core here, only those can create thralls. I don't know what it promised this one, most likely more of the same power, wealth. Immortality. They never learn. This development, nevertheless, has shifted the dangers from manageable to impossible. Rowan winced as the face of the man was torn to pieces, at his face which at first held a grin, but Maeve's first blow flattened his nose, the second caved in his cheekbones, the third exploded his right eyeballs from the socket. By the seconds he was becoming less than human before the might of her blows. She looked at her handiwork and saw that it was good, and she nodded. She turned to Rowan, who, even through his shell, was unmistakably shocked by the carnage. His smile is an assault on the senses. There is no time, he is lucky, for I would have broken his mind. Thrall or not? Maeve paused and looked at Rowan. Master, you are a dominator now, and although being one brings numerous benefits in all aspects of life, it also presents its sets of challenges. Most especially when it comes to violence. The world of dominators respects the laws of power and dominance. When you have the power to move mountains, you do not take the easy paths. You conquer, and violence is your tool. You don't have to say that again. Rowan said as he looked at the chunk of battered flesh, man or thrall. He did not think anyone deserved such torture. He was not a bleeding heart, however. Rowan threw a punch and his fist went through the chest of the thrall, and he held his heart. This is my mercy, he said as he pulled out the beating organ. The body shuddered and finally went still. He deserves none. I can assure you, he has done worse to others who do not deserve such fate. You don't become a thrall by not committing acts of atrocities. Maeve huffed. The soul that Rowan collected from it felt cold. Rowan shrugged, but we are not them, they are monsters. He began walking towards the town. We would give them the treatment they deserve. Mummy, it hurts. Stop. Please stop. They are breaking through the gates, fall back. 3 abominations' larvae were shambling towards them, and Maeve deliberately slowed down and allowed Rowan to take the lead. He knew this was her way of teaching him. Learn by doing. Rowan would have it no other way. Seeing these monsters ahead, he leaned towards them. They were all women in the loosest sense of the word. Nothing about them was human anymore. They were the favored gender for the larvae of abominations. He would have felt hesitation to kill these women warped by the touch of the abominations. But it had been studied, and there was proof that the mind was the first to die when you were infected by an abomination. You simply become a conduit to the will of the core. The monstrous babies tied to the women's chests made low crooning sounds like birds, yet their eyes were filled with darkness and bloodlust. His spatial sight made it possible to keep perfect track of everything around him, and he let his intuition take over. The first abomination larvae was a few feet from him when she swiped with black-tipped claws. Rowan did not dodge because he was faster. He simply stabbed with the short sword at the abomination's chest, his target the head of the child. The blade was sharp and his strength was tremendous. The sword penetrated through the head of the baby into the chest of the abomination, who shrieked at him, yellow saliva spraying all over his face. With a low grunt, Rowan applied pressure upward and his blade sliced the abomination larvae in two, erupting from the top of her head in a flood of yellow blood and brain matter. The body fell on its knees and parted into two like an open book. Rowan lifted his legs and stepped across the twitching abomination. The second one was too close for Rowan to make any effective movement, but he had already planned his next series of actions. He pushed her to the left, his strength enough to make her stumble, and he buried the shears in her neck. The divine weapon emitted a wave of chills that froze her in the spot. The last one was on him, biting and clawing. The legs of the abomination were wrapped around his waist, and her teeth were trying to find purchase on his neck. Rowan let it happen for a few seconds, and when he saw the attacks were ineffective, he seized her by the neck and pulled her away from him. He raised his sword and swung at her head even with all his advantages. His angle of descent was wrong, and instead of neatly cutting through her skull, the blade went through halfway and stopped. Rowan grimaced and wrenched the blade to the side forcefully, exploding her head like a watermelon. Turning to the last frozen abomination, it took a single blow to free the head off her body. He picked up the divine weapon and shook both of his wrists, flinging away the gore on his weapons. He had wavered when he was about to kill the second abomination. A trace of concern for their well-being crept over him, and his hands shook. Even with the horror these things represented, he had assumed he was sufficiently motivated to put an end to them. He did not know how to feel about this apparent weakness of his, but the screams coming from his town were getting worse, and suddenly all his concerns were dust in the winds. If there are abomination larvae roaming this far from Calcutta, then we have to be careful not to be surrounded. Maeve said ahead. There are 4 more by the side of the trees. 5, Rowan said. One of them is perched on the top of the elm tree in the middle. Oh, is that so? Maeve smirked. So you missed the 2 below the ground. Son of a, Rowan muttered. It would seem you have other sensory abilities besides your eyes, master. Yet you don't use them effectively, Maeve said as she abruptly shot past him. The massive blade she held shimmered away and was replaced by a giant hammer. Watch your steps. Her words drifted into his ears as she leaped and pounded the ground with her hammer, causing a mini earthquake. The ground shattered before that blow, pulverizing the abominations inside the ground. The wave of destruction spread to the trees and uprooted dozens of them. Rowan, anticipating the spreading wave of force, leaped in the air, his spatial sight revealing there was more behind this hammer blow of Maeve. Besides the sheer force, the ground seemed like it was humming. Before his feet touched the ground, every single abomination was dead. The hammer blow had flung them up, and she replaced the hammer with her long sword, and like a dancer from hell, she twirled through the falling abominations, slicing their heads off. Rowan heard her whisper, 1.5 seconds, with annoyance in her tone. They began moving again, and Maeve took a step back, allowing Rowan to dispatch the wandering abominations he saw along the way, giving him advice on proper weapon usage, scouting his surroundings for hostility, and the act of killing efficiently. He did not think he could utilize everything she thought to him presently, but he kept all her instructions inside, and he would slowly absorb them as time passed. For now, his movements were more refined, and the swings from his sword were smooth and direct. He began holding back his strength as he did need to put his all behind the weapon. 1/10 of his present strength was enough to cut through the abomination larvae. He began holding his spatial sight around him always like a bubble, occasionally shooting a burst of them into the ground, ahead and behind him. He wrapped his sight around Maeve, wishing to duplicate her movements. She had a peculiar method she used to accelerate her motions instantly. It was a freaky thing to witness her going from 0 to 100 in a heartbeat, and going back to 0 in the next breath. When they reached the edge of the fog, both of them paused. Maeve bent down and began to set up a beacon, materializing various components. Rowan took the time to call up his primordial record and looked at his soul point progress. In addition to rescuing his people, he hoped to harvest sizable amounts of souls for his growth. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 11. Strength 45.7. Agility 44.9. Constitution 92.4. Spirit 47.9. Class None. Title Planewalker. Aspect Spatial Sight Tier 1. Skill None. Passive Decipher Language Complete Icy Soul Level 4. Records. Atavism Level 0 490/3000. Level 00/1000. Soul Point 75 4288. Remark Divine Runt. That was a healthy amount of soul points he had collected so far. He poured 70 of those into Ouroboros, and his body made cracking sounds as it compacted, and he grew another inch. Maeve turned and looked at him and went back to assembling the beacon. Rowan was sure she had noticed his height increasing. However, his shell served as a shield to all outside probing, so he doubted she would know the earth-shaking changes happening inside his body. These were his stat increments. Strength 45.7, 52.7. Agility 44.9, 51.9. Constitution 92.4, 112.4. Spirit 47.9, 48.5. Two-headed Ouroboros 490, 560. His spirit did not benefit from Ouroboros, but the more souls he collected, his spirit grew slowly as a result. but this was slow to him compared to his other stats. For anyone else to grow their spirit this quickly was impossible. Yet this was not the most thing that had happened to him at the moment. His constitution had reached the rift state, and everything inside him was beginning to change. The beacon is complete, Maeve said, as a bright blue light shot from the components she assembled. It would be their guide on the way out and also serve as a waypoint. Rowan nodded and both of them stepped into hell. The black fog swallowed them, and neither one of them flinched from that darkness. Rowan felt Soul Caesar drawing many soul fragments with varying flavors. He detected laughter and sunlight and a baby wailing. Weird, he had never had this effect when he collected souls before. Then it hit him, he was collecting the souls of people. Regular folks who lived their lives in contentment, their souls carried a glow that felt warm and complete. Was this not Alana? The young woman who had a painful crush on Rowan went beat, red anytime Rowan tried talking to her. She had an unusual way with words, always referring to herself in the first person. This soul that felt like a piece of hard leather should be Morin, a dependable farmer who was something of a playboy. Branrick, a mason who had 7 strong boys he was very proud of. Raghutter, the self-proclaimed most handsome man in all of Calcutta. F. Jarmir, a petty thief who had been adopted by his people because he was mostly harmless and could be called in a pinch to help do menial tasks. Grunmir, Voramir, Zvegrim, Toranir, Gragvar, Grarnia, Thogir. Please no more. Hundreds of soul fragments came, they brought with them a trace of their memories, but only the best parts or the worst. Grarnir sees his wife torn apart and at the moment of his death, seizing an abomination and tears out the throat with his teeth. So many souls. So many memories. Rowan did not know how he did it, but he did not consume those souls. He kept them safe in the jaws of Dagon, the bracelet form of Soul Caesar that was on his wrist. As the souls poured into his being, carrying with them light and heat, his icy soul grew colder. Throughout the previous battle, he had never made a sound, he was imitating Maeve. Her coldness and deadly precision. But that was not who he was. He was not cold, he lived his life with passion. His soul may have turned to ice, but his blood was filled with fire. So he opened himself to the souls, his soul Caesar called them through the darkness, and they came to him seeking warmth and solace. He opened himself, and he asked them to witness their vengeance. They must have heard the fury in his blood, for more of them came to him, and he kept them. He told them he was their sword. He told them whoever was responsible for their demise would pay the ultimate price. Then the abomination came through the fog. The shapes that entered his sight in the fog were different from anything he had ever seen before. Their head was mostly mouth, filled with long misshapen black teeth that oozed black tar, their nose were 2 deep holes, and their eyes were small and beady and glowed yellow. Their hands ended in thick bone spikes, and what Rowan found the most revolting was that they were skinless. Their anatomy was unnatural, too many joints leading nowhere, and their bodies were a mishmash of different parts that served only one purpose: to kill. With a cry that came straight from nightmares, they charged at him. Rowan replied with a roar of his own that exploded through the fog. An utterly unearthly cry. One that was born from a rage he could hardly hold back any longer. The anger of an Empyrean. A being born at the birth of a universe. Something beyond what he knew erupted from his body, and Maeve was driven to her knees. She looked at him, her face was that of pure astonishment. The cry that came from his lungs was primal and seemed unending, and the surrounding fog began to retreat as if fleeing from that cry. The effects on the abomination were distinct as they fell to the ground shrieking in confusion. There were dozens of them, their alien bodies writhing on the ground. The spikes were their limbs digging massive holes in the ground. The cry from Rowan ended and the fog had retreated for hundreds of meters around him. Maeve picked herself up, her footing unsteady. "Watch yourself," Rowan told her as he tackled the first abomination, and he did not hold his strength back. His sword and shears turned it into a pile of minced flesh. He disregarded the training from Maeve, his fury could not let anything through. He began to butcher them as they lay on the floor confused, but they soon recovered, and he was already too deep in their midst. Not only that, but he was swamped by a dozen abomination and he fell to the ground. For a moment he was buried under bodies, spikes and claws and fangs scrapped his body, wishing to dig through his shell and find his flesh, but they were all denied. He screamed again, stunning the abomination on top of him, and he erupted with all his strength and fury, digging deep inside, and his bloodline began to boil and heat up. The two golden tattoos on his chest began to glow and growls began to emanate from them. He seized an abomination by the throat. He had lost the shears in the confusion, and he pulled and twisted, breaking the spine with a sickening crack. He used the body as a shield and began to push his way out of the pile. His sword fell and killed and maimed any abomination he could reach. While he used the body he held as a battering ram, limbs were thrown out and bodies were cut in twos and threes. When Rowan stepped out of the pile, he was covered head to toe in yellow gore, and no abomination bigger than a brick was left. His chest was heaving and his legs were shaking, his mind burning like a furnace. Ahead of him, more abomination poured out from the ruins of homes and fields, and Rowan began to laugh, for in his primordial record he had harvested more than 150 soul points. He poured them all into Ouroboros and his strength returned. His lungs filled with air and his legs steadied and grew stronger like a piece of divine oak whose roots could touch the core of the planet. Maeve weapons. The sword he was using was now bent and useless. He discarded it and it shimmered away. She sent two swords toward him. He caught them and said, "I want bigger ones next time." Maeve was standing back and watching his surroundings. She held back, knowing Rowan wanted to vent. She would stay back and protect him. She materialized many sparking beads and began burning the bodies he left behind. And he charged towards the abomination, going forward deeper into the town, the beacon behind him blazing blue, hoping that they heard him. Hoping that they still keep faith. Rowan began to kill. His thoughts were aflame. Why should he hold back his strength? He was different from Maeve. He did not need to measure his blows, did not need to fear weakness or tiredness on the battlefield, for with every slain enemy he got stronger faster. His fatigue eased, his technique for slaughter got more refined, and with every step he took he got better. Rowan roared again, and this time it was as if two voices were roaring with him. Declara held the hands of her two youngest waitress as she ushered her staff ahead of her. A few hundred people were around her as they were herded towards the manor of the noble. She looked around hoping to pick up more familiar faces, but many people she knew were not with them. The fog gave birth to monsters and the missing people with it. But the people were not the same again. For they were no longer people they knew and loved. They wore a grin that extended until their ears, and the sounds they made led people to madness. She saw fathers and mothers run to missing children, and even when they were being killed, they laughed in happiness. Wives ran to husbands who were killing their children and stayed lost in a daze, waiting their turn while they were smiling. They ran to them with open hands to be slaughtered, their faces holding delight even as they were butchered by their missing kin. Their bodies were then fed to the monsters. The monsters who at first resembled babies, but transformed into nightmarish creatures with fangs and claws. It was sheer madness, and Declara wanted to hold her head and scream until she couldn't. She wanted to poke out her eyes. Death was a better option than whatever was happening here. Thankfully, the distraught people had pillars of sanity carrying them through the madness. They were the guardsmen. Around her were muffled screaming and curses, and the sounds of blades tearing through flesh. The men in red armor moved like whirlwinds. They cut down monsters after monsters. The old priest Perdue had screamed himself hoarse, trying to keep the morale of people up, and to distract them from the madness happening around. Dark lightning shot from his fingertips, turning monsters after monsters into charcoal, but he was beginning to falter, and he would have fallen behind if he was not supported by a couple of boys. She did her part, comforting the girls she held and directed members of her staff, who were used to her commands, and in the madness her words were a source of sanity and guidance. The thick fog made the scene resemble a hellscape. The only source of salvation they knew was the back of the guardsmen, who seemed to be tireless butchers and seemed to know the direction to the manor. Glyn was also a terrifying beacon. He held a bloodied axe, his face was grim, and his hair was white as snow. He gave out long battle cries that were both terrifying and sorrowful. He had become the torch many of them followed through this darkness. She always thought he was a miserable drunk and an overprotective father to a spoiled brat. After his wife died, he isolated himself and drank until stupor every day. His son was the only thing he treated with kindness. This new side of him she saw was startling. He went after every monster with a vengeance and struck off heads and limbs, seemingly not defending himself. Yet the wounds on his body did not seem to bleed. They were terrifyingly deep wounds, but they did not hamper his movement but fueled them. The girl she held in her right hand, Lara, mumbled prayers to all the gods she knew and those she heard of. She squeezed Declara's hand so tight she feared she was going to lose the appendage very soon. Her prayers abruptly stopped, and the pressure from her hand slowly began to disappear. Declara turned to ascertain the reason for her silence. Holding her hand was just the bloody limb of Lara. Even detached from her body, it still held on fast to her hand, as though it was not willing to let go. Declara whimpered. She heard a shrill scream over her head, and the air vibrated as a monstrosity flew over. It picked up members from the crowd and tore them apart in the air, as howling abominations struggled to pick the falling pieces of flesh. The monsters seemed to be unending. Furthermore, immense creatures the size of buildings began to emerge from the fog, and for the first time a guardsman fell, trampled under a massive foot. She saw him struggle to stand, but he was torn to pieces. The screams he made were haunting. The carefully managed chaos that was the crowd collapsed into pandemonium. Then the roar that froze the world and everyone in it came through the fog. Rowan's first nascent cry as an Empyrean was not loud, but it had a depth he did not fathom. That cry pierced through the fog and ascended. It swept past everything and reached the clouds, and it went past. An odd bird flew through that cloud, for it was one made from fire and magma. It appeared to move through the air not by the power of its wings but by a fiery propulsion. The red eyes of the bird burned with a piercing glow, and it seemed to be scrutinizing the events below. As the cry swept past the bird, it gave a squeak of surprise and shook its wings and bolted away to an unknown destination. The cry went past the cloud and ascended to the heavens, but its rise was denied. It impacted on a sort of blue film that covered the heavens themselves. The blue film glowed and countless mystical runes flashed. If one were to stand in the heavens and look at the earth below, it was possible to see that the blue film was like an upturned bowl that covered the entire region, shielding it from the outside world. The cry penetrated the earth and also the lake, where it traveled to the deepest part of it, where a gigantic head lies. The head was of a woman whose had long flowing hair that covered the bottom of the lake. When the cry reached the head, its eyes snapped open, and inside her long flowing hair, eyes after eyes began to also open like the feather from a peacock tail. Rowan moved forward, his sight pulsed ahead of him, disregarding his protection and his surroundings. He wanted no more souls of his people. His body moved like a machine. He simply cut down every abomination that obstructed him. And then he saw them, and the number of people left was a few hundred. Calcutta was a small town that was the home of more than 3,000 people. In a few hours, only a fraction of them were left. Rowan knew if not for the guardsmen and the prompt warning from the priest, no one here would be left alive, but that horrible eventuality was about to happen. Abominations in their hundreds buzzed around the people like flies, thinning their numbers, and a more ominous rumble was behind them as massive figures moved through the fog. Rowan saw with despair that 3 giants burst from the ground ahead of the people. He had to hurry or everyone would die in the upcoming moments. It was not much, but he had another 120 soul points. He poured it inside Ouroboros and his speed got faster, the remnant soul of the dying prince screaming inside him. Vaster, vaster, vaster. Rowan would have been shocked by these giants if he had not seen bigger in that world with the red moon. And unlike those giants that felt unassailable, these just felt powerful. Enough to kill him. Maybe, but Rowan was not going by logic currently. Events around him had pushed his mind to a singular purpose, which was protect what was left of his people and put down the monsters. He had no time for fancy introspection. No thought on the actions he was committing, just a sheer drive to stop the souls that were coming to him for solace. Their remembrances these souls brought with them were tearing his psyche apart. These monstrosities ahead of him should be the giant battle form, which was a fusion of hundreds of battle form abominations. Their appearances would put all nightmares he had in his previous life to shame. How do you even begin describing a chaotic creature such as this? They generally walked on 2 legs, but none of the giants were the same. One had dozens of snarling faces of abomination on their chest, with a head that had only a single eye. As always, they had no skin, so a massive pile of warped muscles and viscera adorned the bodies of the saints, with bones poking from unexpected areas of the bodies. Another giant had 3 arms, and its fingers were the arms of individual battle form abomination. The shapes these giants had were so disjointed that it would drive a normal human insane, for their proportions spoke of a thoroughly alien mind that was impossible for a sane mind to comprehend. An abomination was a lot like a colony of insects, and there were many theories on how they were created. The most popular was that abominations were a mutation of a powerful dominator who failed in transcending his state of change. Moreover, there was much evidences that supported this theory. Abominations were mostly seen where powerful dominators died. Legends spoke of entire dead empires and forgotten civilizations, where underneath lies ancient abomination with the power of gods. Maeve zoomed past him, perhaps she judged he would not make it quickly enough. Although Rowan was fast, she was still clearly faster. Rowan was sure she was a peak legendary dominator. He was encouraged, however, that now he could clearly follow her movement. Silver sparkles began to materialize around her charging figure, and she entered battle with the giant. Rowan shook his thought away from his musing on the origins of abomination. The mind, it seems, would always wander. He pushed his focus into the coming battle. He observed the fray ahead and the figure that battled the giant abominations. Maeve had gone all out. She held two giant hammers, her favorite. Her figure flashed between the legs of a giant abomination, and she swung her hammers when they made contact. A sound like mountains exploding rang out. She had been with him ever since he was a child, and every so often he forgot how gifted and powerful she was. Even though he now suspected she was at peak legendary, she seemed able to draw more power than she should be able to from her bloodline. She moved with the grace of a ballerina, the preciseness of a mechanical watch, and hit like a tank. Her twin hammers pressed against the air, creating shrill sounds and leaving a red glow behind that faded after a short while. There was already a collapsed giant with his head caved in. The giants were slowly recovering. Their vitality burned the air. As their bodies shifted and realigned, yellow blood that resembled pus flowed down like rivers, and whatever damage she could dish out, the giants slowly recovered. These giants appeared to be unkillable. Their bodies seemed to discard the damaged parts whenever it was needed. But Rowan was not going to let this fallen giant recover if he could help it, and he thought he might have the right weapon for the job. Rowan called upon the full might of Soul Caesar, and the bracelet around his wrist floated behind him, creating a circular ring of bone that appeared eerily majestic. The bones were now stained a shade of gold. This was a result of his constitution surpassing 100 points. His bones began to transform to metal. Rowan had reached the battle, and he leapt on the fallen giant that was on its way to its feet. He used the bumps and pustules on the bleeding giant to find a way to its head. With a loud cry, he used both hands to forcefully plunge his blades into the forehead of the giant. The floating ring gave a long drawn-out hum and the giant collapsed. The body fell with a loud thump that shook the ground and the battlefield stilled for a second. It would seem that the giants had many bodies merged, and so were their souls. Killing one was enough for Soul Caesar to gain access to their combined souls. Rowan ripped it out. Rowan slid down the body of the fallen giant and yelled at Maeve, "Break them and I shall kill them." Maeve nodded in understanding, and with a fell grace she twirled around a giant, building up momentum in her hammer. With bone-crushing force, she hammered the shin of a hulking abomination. The bones broke with a crack, and it began to fall to its side with a pained roar. Rowan timed the fall of the giant and jumped, adjusting his trajectory. He used the momentum of the falling giant to slit the throat. There was a thick layer of muscles and cartilage, and Rowan's blade failed to cut through. Like a monkey, Rowan climbed the giant, dodging grasping fingers when he got to the stomach. He could no longer hold on. The giant defensive movement grew in intensity. But he did not need to go higher. Rotating the blades, he stabbed deeply into the stomach, and he began to run across the torso to the other side, while his blade slid through the tough muscle of the stomach. The twisted internal organs of the giant exploded out of the massive opening he created, but this was not a fatal wound to these monsters. However, Rowan had killed a couple of the fused abomination inside this giant, and that was enough for Soul Caesar. Free to battle only one giant. Maeve began to show her ferocity and power. The giant legs became two pieces of broken pillars. Its reaching hands were crushed, and with a yell Maeve hammered its skull into mush. Even with all this punishment, the body of the giant was realigning itself. A massive vein that was filled with glowing red energy began to emerge from the spine of the creature. It didn't heal its wounds, it forcefully joined its body to those of the two fallen giants. Wounds were fused back to close, limbs were bent and reshaped, flesh was melted together, glued in place by the glowing vein. The loud cry of the abomination shattered the fog. Broken bones penetrated its skin, and a rib cage that grew to protect the skull. Maeve sighed, breathing hard as she blew a strand of hair out of her face using her mouth. "I think I might have gone too far with this one." "You think?" Rowan yelled back, his sights fixed on the disgusting spectacle happening. This giant was growing and evolving in battle. The giant shook Maeve away and pounded on her with two great limbs that were a mishmash of bones, gristle, and muscles held together by ropes of glowing red energy. Maeve dodged the assault with stellar footwork, then she was blasted away by a third limb that emerged from the giant's spine. Rowan barely dodged the body of Maeve that was flung into the fog. She had somehow materialized a shield quickly enough to avoid the full brunt of the blow. The giant abomination wailed at Rowan. He could hardly move before the abomination raised both hands and smashed the ground. The ground caved in. A massive number of rocks flew through the air. The vibration from that blow reached Rowan, and his body was shaken and tossed into the air. Inside his shell, Rowan vomited blood. Rowan struggled to his feet, picking himself out of the wreckage, the damage he sustained rapidly healing. He felt the surrounding air pressure increasing, and he was covered in shadows. His sight detected a massive rock the size of a car hurtling down towards him. He could barely raise his hands to shield his head before he was smashed into the ground. Rowan's arms went numb as the rock shattered itself against his body, and his body was mangled into pieces, but his shell contained all the pieces of his body and he rapidly healed. His only concern was his head. If it was crushed, then he was done for. Thinking how lucky he was for the shock-absorbing properties of his shell, he knew the only reason he was in this fight was because of the protection it's offered. Pushing himself out of the broken rocks, he rapidly picked himself into a crouch, and when the next rock came, he vaulted forward, dodging the projectile. Where the hell is it getting rocks? Rowan screamed in exasperation before his sight showed him piles of large rocks just below the ground. They were at least 20 feet down, but the giant made it look deceptively easy, for it could easily reach below and collect the impromptu missiles. He focused deeply on the movement of the giant. He would need to anticipate the next moves, or he was going to be played like a fiddle, or the next lucky strike would end him. Aware that time was of the essence, he pushed his concentration into overdrive. Presently, Rowan did not feel fear. Instead, what he felt was a heightened sense of things. His sight detected Maeve picking herself from the small crater her body made. She did not appear to be seriously injured. Rowan bared his teeth and pushed his focus to overdrive as he raced to get close to the giant, so he could deliver a killing blow. These creatures possess cunning, or at least in this giant form, they now fought with a sense of purpose. The giant was wary of Rowan getting close. It must have seen the manner Rowan had dispatched the first two, and now it kept its distance and hurled heavy rocks at him. When Rowan got too close, it began to smash the ground with two heavy misshapen limbs, vibrating the ground so much Rowan's insides became scrambled. From the destroyed ground, it picked pieces of rocks and threw it at the disoriented Rowan, who was barely dodging. Knowing he had to break this stalemate, his mind ran through different methods. Currently, Rowan knew he had no feasible method to get closer to the giant. He regretted not having a range attack weapon like a bow. He could not risk throwing his swords at a very wary giant. If he missed the chance to take down this giant, it would fall to near zero. Rowan heard a shrill whistle and a hammer flew out from behind him. Maeve. Clearly, she had been analyzing the battle and took the optimal decision. This heavy hammer impacted on the head of the giant, flinging a large gout of yellow blood into the air. It roared in anger. Nevertheless, the giant was bent backward from the blow, but its two legs on the ground were like two infernal towers attached to the grounds. For something so large, it was remarkable how limber it was. Rowan knew the strength and tenacity of these creatures could not be judged with common sense. For it devoured two other giants, and this creature must have rift state capabilities. A second flying hammer slammed into the disjointed left knee of the giant. Maeve flew out from the mist. Her appearance that she meticulously kept in perfect order was in disarray. Her hair was loose and floating in the winds, her eyes shone with the brightness of rage. Her uniform was torn, and Rowan could swear she had gotten bigger. Unlike the giant, her growth was symmetrical and perfect. She still managed to appear elegant even at 8 feet tall. Picking up one of the fallen hammers, she attacked the other knee. On her lips, words that appeared like chanting and music came forth, and her hammer began to glow green. Anishiruda, guardian of the green, grant my weapons your favor. With a battle cry, she struck the leg of the giant. There was a flash of bright light, and a green spike grew from the point of contact where the hammer touched the leg. It pierced through the leg and rooted itself in the ground. The spike grew, and with a harsh cracking sound, it transformed into a tree. Maeve collapsed on one knee in exhaustion. The giant howled mournfully as it Attempted to rise, the root from the tree continued to spread up the limbs, piercing its flesh and driving the giant to the ground. The roots of the trees were like countless spears, as they pierced through the giant and feasted on its flesh to grow. The tree grew green and lush and held in its roots a howling giant. Rowan was amazed at her capabilities. If Maeve broke through his shell and used this technique on him, he was a goner. He turned to the incapacitated giant, who had begun to slowly fight against the tree. Yet the giant must be exceptionally nutritious to the tree, for it grew faster and pinned all the limbs of the giant to the ground. Except for the red vein waving in the air like an enraged serpent, the giant could no longer move. Seeing his chance, he raced towards it. The red vein must have had a way to detect enemies, and it began to whip itself at him, but its movement was sluggish. The tree must have drained much from this abomination. Sidestepping the feeble whipping of the wriggling red vein, he reached the neck of the giant, and with 2 quick slices, he cut deeply into it. Its struggles ceased, and its soul was his. Rowan took a while to gather his thought. This battle was getting more complicated. He had to be prepared for unexpected eventualities. He would rather not be caught flat-footed again. In the battlefield, that would most likely lead to his death. He heard crunching above him and looked up. In a short while, the tree that grew from the giant leg had borne fruit. They were red and resembled apples. They carried a delightful fruity aroma that seemed to clear the air. The fruit appeared delicious if one could discard it, grew on a pile of mutated flesh. Clearly Maeve did not care, for she had climbed the tree and was munching on one, as her body began to shrink back to her normal size. Sensing his gaze, Maeve had the decency to blush. That ability is tied to a contract I made with a nature spirit. It makes me famished, my lord. She looked away and muttered, plus they are delicious. Rolling his eyes, Rowan said, I am promising you a hearty feast after this nightmare is over, but before then we have people to rescue and abominations to kill. Rowan waited for her to fish her hammers and ran to the dwindling sounds of battle ahead. Rowan looked at Maeve. These swords are not that effective against these giants. Do you have a bigger blade or a hammer that I can wield? Maeve, running beside him, replied, I do, my lord. I have heavy mace, cudgels, and clubs. If your present form grant you great strength, you can choose from my selection. Rowan nodded. He could see the battle ahead clearly, and their fights had drawn attention. Plus the bright beacon behind them drew cries of excitement from the crowd ahead. These giants are clearly smarter. Rowan said, to keep an element of surprise, give me the weapons the moment we clash with them. Be ready. Yes, my lord. I shall be. Maeve smiled. This battle was bringing out the inherent nobility and power inside Rowan, and even with all the disasters happening, she was glad she was witnessing this growth. Rowan took the chance to look at the amount of soul points he had harvested. They were a whopping 175 and change. Each of those giant abominations should have given him at least 40 points of souls. Leaving 7 points, Rowan funneled the rest into Ouroboros. The welcoming sensation of his body strengthening was intoxicating. He felt his body transformations beginning to accelerate, and he knew he must be approaching a new threshold. This was while, for all intents, he was still a mortal state dominator. Rowan had broken every law of power in this world, and he was beginning to have a hint of how terrifying his powers were. This revelation did not bring him any elation, only intense wariness. Power such as this would attract attention. Maybe it already had, and he did not know it yet. Perhaps if he was lucky to become legendary before his lifespan elapses, he would be invincible in this world. But only if he survives. His constitution was ticking upwards at a rocket pace, and his body was becoming denser, but his growing strength was compressing his muscles, making his frame smaller, and agility was reducing his weight. Each of the stats were important. He suspected without those 2 stats he would have become a colossus, more than 20 feet tall and weighing multiple tons. He was sure other dominators with the same stats would not have a body like his own. The Ouroboros bloodline made him intrinsically different from the inside out, and he was sure his same stat would be multiple times as powerful compared to other dominators with the same stats. Then Ouroboros hit 1,000 points in the record, and everything changed. He paused and fell to his knees and slowly picked himself back up, yet he could not really move from his position. Gesturing for Maeve to go ahead of him, he checked his record. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 1111. Strength 96.7. Agility 95.9. Constitution 200.4. Spirit 56.8. Class None. Title Planewalker. Aspect Spatial Sight Tier 1. Skill None. Passive Decipher Language Complete Icy Soul Level 4. Records. Atavism Level 0 1000/4000. Level 00/1000. Soul Point 7.4288. Remark Divine Runt. His robes were torn to shreds. He would be requiring better clothes going forward, else he would go through his wardrobe in no time. Outside his body, he was not too different. He may have grown a few inches, and his shoulders had become a bit wider, but his stats were almost triple of what it were before he began this fight. On his chest, 3 gleaming tattoos were inlaid on the shell, and he felt joy when he saw no more tattoos being created. His shell was now darker, almost turning black. No matter how powerful he would become, he was not sure whether he would be able to gather enough souls before his lifespan ran out. His strength and agility were so close to reaching the rift state, and the world almost seemed like it was slowing down. With his present constitution, he may not need to breathe for hours, and now he was sure that stat-wise he was now far superior to Maeve, but in every other aspect he was solely lacking. Glenn's body was tired. His rage and anger were not. So he burned his body. He burned what was left of his life and gave it to the damn axe. In his mind, he heard the deranged laughter of the weapon. He remembered the promises he gave himself. The oath he swore to his wife. I am so sorry, my dear. I have been away from your touch for far too long. Our boy is now with you and I am on my way home. My bloodline has ended. But I return to your arms triumphant. Glenn pumped more life force into the axe, and with a yell he thrust the weapon at the sky. A green phantasmal axe appeared above him, and the phantasmal image of the axe grew. It brought forth intense light and heat. There was a single giant besieging them. The rest had retreated into the fog for reasons unknown. But this one stayed behind. The horrifying visage of this giant seemed to be grinning. This particular giant enjoyed the slaughter, for it took pleasure in slowly pulling men, women, and children apart. If it was the last thing he did, Glenn was going to kill this bastard. His eyes were fixed on it, and as the phantasmal image of the axe grew, the light spread across the battlefield, revealing the transpiring carnage. Of the guardsmen who came to their rescue, only 4 remained. The valiant captain of the guardsmen had only one hand left, but he still fought like a machine. The body of a dead giant lay near his feet in small chunks. These men fought like demons. Of the townspeople, only about 100 remained. The rest that survived either by luck or sheer will had grim faces. They did not expect to live past tonight. Nevertheless, this knowledge gave them a crazed determination to tear off a piece of flesh from their enemies. The men and women left behind protected their children in a wall of flesh and bone. Luckily for them, a few moments ago, most of the abominations fled. Only a few assaulted them, but this last giant was clearly unwilling to leave. The mind of this abomination came in shades of color and vibration. Its ways of thinking were unknown to the human mind, yet like all things it had goals. Its purpose of existence was before it, and that was all that mattered. But the urgent summoning from deep within his blood troubled it. It still wanted to feast to glorify the One. The giant turned to Glenn and its eyes narrowed. Hints of cunning flashed inside and it attempted to leave. Turning around, it began entering the fog. Glenn panicked. He could not fully wait to charge the technique to deliver a killing blow. With a yell that came from inside his soul, the glowing phantasmal image shuddered and seemed to fade away. But that was a trick of the eye, for it moved extremely fast. A painful roar echoed from the escaping giant. The glowing axe image had sliced deeply into the spine of the giant. It feebly tried to reach for the weapon, but it was like mist beneath its hands. Glenn looked at the giant and grinned, all the while he had been holding the axe up to the skies. With another powerful roar, he brought the pommel of the axe to the ground. And the green phantasmal axe stuck in the back of the giant exploded. The explosion brought light that momentarily turned everything white. When eyesight returned, the battlefield turned silent, and everyone looked at the giant who was still whole and standing. Before the wave of despair drowned, everyone fighting for survival. The giant body slid apart in two, from the shoulder down to the waist. Their relief was short-lived when the top half of the giant suddenly exploded with motion. Only one hand was connected to the top half. As the giant moved, it began to growl. The sound was grating, and the eyes of those close to the giant bled. Its eyes fixed on Glenn. With one hand, it began to wriggle towards him like a worm, while dragging long piles of offal behind him. Glenn appeared dispirited, his aura was weak. He was like a flame about to quench, only a slight breeze would snuff him out. And yet he drew strength from somewhere unknown and roared back a challenge to the creeping giant. He raised his arms up and charged at the giant, only to collapse as he neared the creature. He was overspent. No, I curse the weakness of my body. His voice came out in a harsh whisper. Glenn closed his eyes in defeat as the leering face of the giant descended on him. He was going home. He suddenly heard a loud roar from a voice that reminded him of his son. "Foul beast, give me your head." It followed by a low thump and then silence. He opened his eyes and they widened further in amazement. A god wrapped in black and gold stood on the head of the giant. A rotating spiked wheel of gold floated behind him. The god put forth his hand and said, "Glenn, thank you." Glenn replied, "You know my name. Take me. I am ready to go home." Rowan stood on the head of the giant and heard the last words of Glenn, now a shrunken old man who said he wanted to return home. His heart ached. Perhaps it was instinct, the power of soul seized, or because his soul had been chafed raw by the endless death, and he needed to give solace. Rowan came down from the head of the giant. He knelt before the fallen man and cradled his head on his lap. He stroked his white hair that drifted slowly in the evening breeze and tried to keep the tears away from his voice. "Rest well, warrior. The warmth of your home awaits." The glaze cleared from Glenn's eyes and it sharpened. He chuckled, "Warrior. I never thought I could be called that one day. I fear I have done little to deserve that honor." Rowan paused for a moment. His heart was heavy, but his voice was steady. "I call you warrior not by the strength of your arms or the might of your feats." Rowan's voice gained in strength as he used 2 fingers to touch the old man's chest. "I call you warrior because of the valor in your heart. The terrors of the dark tested you, and you were not found wanting. Mighty warrior, how many abominations tasted the edge of your blade? How many mortals can claim such honor? Can you hear the voices of everyone you've saved? Who would see a new day because of your sacrifice? I did not do it for them, but for me, I wanted blood. And yet," Rowan said, "you stood by their side and protected them until the very end. You have done for them." The light dimmed from Glenn's eyes. He strained to lift the axe and presented it to Rowan. "I am glad. For so long I thought I would die a failure. I go home a warrior. I only ask you let the legacy of our name live on." Rowan took the axe. The moment he touched the weapon, he felt it shiver. He felt an emotion like the cold of an endless winter. He felt an intense lust for battle and the last cries of dying gods. What sort of weapon was this? The primordial record stirred in his heart, and he saw a new aspect, Berserker. The aspect brought memories and skills, and his body shivered as it was. As the intense rush of memories and skills continuously flowed through his veins. He gently carried the old man up and supported him against the head of the fallen giant. His light was fading, but there were still embers smoldering. "Before you go home, warrior, witness the glory of your weapon, and know that all that caused you grief shall die by its edge." Rowan hefted the axe and turned. He quickly called up the primordial record, for he was sure that the new aspect he received had altered the harmony inside his body, and he was right. He had gained far more than he had expected, and with the new revelation from the primordial record, his most glaring weakness had been patched. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 1111. Strength 116.7. Agility 115.9. Constitution 200.4. Spirit 56.8. Class None. Title Planewalker. Aspect Spatial Sight Tier 1. Berserker Tier 1. Skills. Enrage Level 10 Mortal State completed. Vortex Level 10 Mortal State completed. Bash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Dash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Smash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Combo Attack Level 10 Mortal State completed. Passive Decipher Language complete. Icy Soul Level 4. Records. Atavism Level 0 1000/4000. Level 00/1000. Aspect gained, Berserker Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Constitution 10 negated. Soul point 9.7654. Remark, Divine Squire. There were many changes in his stats. They were simply night and day in comparison to a few days back when he came to this world, and he received the primordial record. His attributes had been in single digits, and the current him could turn his previous self into a smear on the ground with no effort at all. What does it mean to become hundreds of times stronger than he was a few days back? The feeling was simply unmatched, and even though he was drowned in a swamp of sorrow and carnage, it was hard to deny the pleasure of continually growing stronger. Wielding power and abilities far beyond what was capable of mortals was addicting. It was no wonder a world like this was mad. In his previous life, men committed countless atrocities, made heart-wrenching sacrifices for what simply amounted to a measly pile of paper. What would the men of this world do to acquire powers such as this? He already knew the answer. They would do anything. In a world like this, weakness would always lead to sorrow. Here the lambs do not inherit the earth. They get tortured, taken advantage of, they got devoured. He was but a weak mortal, easily bent to the whims of fate, but now he had begun to see hope. All his attributes had broken through the rift state, and he could. He felt more steady, sturdy, and sharp, and his mind was clear. The Berserker aspect came with many great attributes and skills, and his bloodline negated all the negatives the aspect brought. What gave him great joy was the skills that came with the aspect. His body was still digesting the wealth of memories that came with the aspect. He knew it was only a matter of time. He would grow these skills to their full potential. This had patched a big hole in his combat style, and he looked again at the axe. This weapon was too strange and powerful, and all these while it had been tugging at his body, like a set of icy teeth seeking to bite into his flesh. Only his shell kept them away. Rowan should be glad about his progress, but something bugged him. Was it not too easy? Maybe he had become used to setbacks and suffering, so that when he now had so many goodies dumped on his lap, he grew suspicious. Awfully convenient, wasn't it? Where is the hook? Zyd, why am I thinking about this at this moment? Where I can drop dead in the next instant. Rowan guessed he was just deeply wary. Yet you only had to look at the events of his transmigration and the subtle warnings from the primordial record and the suspicious events surrounding this disaster, and it was easy to see why he should be cautious. When his stats all broke through the rift state, something peculiar happened. His eyes had narrowed in shock, but he dismissed the sensation for the moment. There would be time for deep soul-searching after now. He remembered why he was here and the promise he gave the dying man. At least one thing he had learned from the past days was focus, and committing yourself to one action at a time. The axe had a powerful technique intrinsic to it. To activate the technique requires consuming the body essence of the wielder. In simpler terms, it meant vitality. If there was one thing he had in spades, it was essence. His constitution was enormous, and his vitality would put a cockroach to shame. His only weakness was the soul, or Rowan knew he would be unkillable to a large extent. It was impossible to drain him of his vitality, and he had a show to give the dying man to send him on his way. Deeply suspicious of the axe as he was, you do not slap a smiling face. He had been given a mighty gift, and the least he could do was send Glenn home with a smile on his face. This weapon brought its unique sets of problems, but he would accept them. Anything that gave him more power would be utilized, and if he survived to the legendary state, well, he would have the time to start untangling himself. He opened himself to that devouring mouth, and something inside the axe clamped on his body, and the axe gave a hum of pleasure. Rowan breathing slowed when the axe began to draw on his physical essence. Disregarding his regenerative abilities, for his constitution that had broken through the rift state, it was not a considerable expenditure. In fact, the recovery capabilities of his body rendered any amount of essence the axe collected moot, and Rowan would have been able to wield this axe even if he was far weaker than now. This weapon was a great battle axe. It should normally be deployed two-handed, but the axe fit comfortably in his one hand. The shaft had enchanting runes that resembled the trunk of a giant wood. The drain of his body essence slowly began to intensify. To him, it was negligible, but for a normal human being or even a dominator, it would almost feel like your skin was slowly being peeled away. The feeling of aging years in a few moments must be a torture few could accept. Rowan, of course, remembered Glenn. He was now old and feeble and not far from death. Nevertheless, he remembered the jolly drunk with a crow's mouth. Judging by the time the battle began and for how long Glenn fought, he should already be dead 10 times over. He had mentioned his bloodline. Was Glenn a part of a noble family? And was this weapon an intrinsic weapon of that family? Except for the Tiberius noble family whose emblem was a pair of great axes, he did not recall knowing any noble family with a great axe associated with their bloodline. Nevertheless, that was not too surprising. There were many minor noble family that had various broken bloodlines. It would be impossible to know them all. Compared to the chief 7 noble bloodlines, the rest were not that important. A green phantasmal axe image silently appeared above Rowan. The light had a penetrating quality that pierced through the fog, showing scattered patches of abominations, who were slowly withdrawing. Glenn smiled in satisfaction. It was nearly impossible to find somebody that the axe would acknowledge outside his bloodline. He had tried. That was what made his family unique. And that uniqueness brought their doom and also endless shame to Glenn, as the last surviving member of his line. He was too weak and cowardly to wield this weapon until the end. He had given it up for family, a decision he did not regret, and he was willing to bear the shame of it. Rowan felt a slight release and the drain from the axe began to decrease. Yet Rowan felt it was not enough. This had not even scratched a single itch, and if his vitality was an ocean, the axe had only collected a few buckets. So instead of lessening the amount of essence it was attracting, he pushed more to the axe. There was a slight hesitation from the weapon, and then it accepted it with maniacal glee. "Show me everything you are capable of." Another spot of light appeared again, it grew clear, and another axe blade floated. He continued pouring essence into the axe, and slowly another image appeared, and when it seemed like the limit had been reached, another phantasmal image appeared. The light from the axe drove away all the mist, and like 4 pale moons rising, the phantasmal images illuminated the area. The air seethes with potential for incalculable menace. Rowan knew he could give more, and he let everything loose, and he opened the floodgates. Rowan blood was currently a whitish gold color, and contained an incomparable amount of vitality. If not for the burden of carrying Soul Caesar and having died true deaths multiple times, he should be able to easily live for thousands of years. He had a sneaking suspicion that even if his soul were to die at this moment, his body would still live on as a divine artifact, powerful and indestructible. It gave him an odd sense of solace. His body would walk this lands far after his death. A silent slap to his enemies. Although he would prefer to be alive, and with every moment his chances increased. Every drop of Rowan's blood was equivalent to the amount of blood in 1,000 men. Perhaps he was underestimating this number. Every drop. Incomparable precious. His blood boiled and they released a pale mist of dense vitality. His twin hearts began to beat faster, and essence flowed from him in a rush. Rowan discovered another use of his shell, which was accelerating the transfer of energy. It multiplied the speed of which Rowan used to transfer his essence to the axe, and the weapon began to shiver and the hum emanating from it increased, almost like a prehistoric battle machine emerging from slumber. Rowan doubted this weapon had ever tasted essence such as his own. He had no way to measure his vitality with anyone else, but he doubted he had any to compare in this world. At the spot Rowan gripped the axe, a pale vein of gold began to snake up the shaft. And the shaft of the axe was slowly turning a pale shade of gold. 3 more phantasmal images appeared, and these were golden, like the first ray of a rising sun. The reason Rowan stopped at 3 was not because his physique could not sustain more of the images, but because this was the limit his spirit could handle. Any more and he could hurt his allies. He felt a link to each of the floating phantasm, and he knew he could control each of the deadly axe phantasms, but in a rudimentary manner. For better control, Rowan felt it would have been better to only unleash one phantasm. What I need here is no control, Rowan thought, but sheer destructive power. Rowan remembered the look in the eyes of the dying man, and he wanted to send him off with glory. It was a consolation of a sort. He wished his help could extend beyond bringing death to their foes. But for the moment, this was all he could do. For a moment he wondered if his blood could heal the wounded, but he doubted it. Even the blood of lesser dominators was a dreadful poison to a mortal, but still if he had time to breathe, he intended to check the healing capabilities of his blood on others. The night had turned to day under the illumination of the 7 massive phantasmal images of the axe, and everyone was silent, their eyes falling to Rowan and then driven back up to the skies. Captain Titus and the remaining guardsmen removed their faceplates, eyes fixed on Rowan, for there was something unnaturally magnetic about his presence. Rowan looked at Glenn and said, "Witness warrior, the glory of your bloodline," as he gestured above with his left hand, and the phantasmal image shone brightly before they disappeared into the mist, leaving trails of phantasmal light. Faster than what would be deemed possible, Rowan released another wave of attack, and immediately following that he released another. His spirit was beginning to scream in exhaustion, but he scrapped at the bottom of the barrel and released a single bright golden phantom. They all disappeared into the fog. His agility that had broken past the rift state had allowed the world to slow down in his perception, and he was able to rapidly release those onslaughts. And for a moment all was silent. With a great roar, Rowan struck the hilt to the ground. There was a slight boom that was felt rather than heard. Several bright lights flashed ahead of them and the ground rumbled. There was an intense whooshing sound, as the wind screamed past and leveled the fog until as far as the eyes could see, even the clouds above parted and were swept aside. Except for him and Maeve, who crouched to withstand the hurricane-force winds, the rest of the people were blown off their feet, and they cried out in astonishment and fear. The surroundings were devastated, and the fading howls of abominations reverberated in the distance. Chunks of abominations fell like rain, and the body of 7 giants slowly unraveled into pieces. There was silence. Before the loud cheer of the dusty people resounded, the winds carried a healthy amount of dust and smoke. There were weeping and hugs, and even the stoic guardsmen pulled off their helmet and laughed along. Rowan wished he could pull off the shell on his face, so he could laugh along with them so they could see the joy in his eyes. Rowan's eyes set on Glenn. He was wide-eyed and a grin decorated his mouth. His hands were clenched. But he was already dead. His open eyes seemed to never want to close. This was a power he was sure at the Rift State. The great divide between dominators. Thanks to this weapon, he could finally unleash power at this level. Rowan felt a rush of heat as countless souls were funneled to his body. He shudders as his consciousness traced the growing soul points, as it broke past 300 soul points and kept rising. Yet this victory left a stale taste in his mouth. His delight for his growing soul points, tempered by the fact that some of the abominations he killed had been transformed from his people. Although he knew they were no longer his people after they turned, not all truths were easy to accept. He imagined in all the abominations he had killed that there are traces of the people that he once knew. Maeve was the only one not celebrating. Her eyes were fixed on him, showing concern. He ignored her caring gaze, and to distract himself from his grim thoughts, Rowan analyzed his surroundings, especially the route that the abominations were escaping towards. The explosion had cleared the fog, and Rowan could see quite far. It had leveled a greater part of the town and had blown out any fires. Perhaps if he had looked a little later, he would have missed it. The abominations were heading towards the Sylvan Lakes. This part of the town was in an elevated position where an observer could easily peruse the beautiful lakes. Hundreds of abominations jumped into the river and dozens of giants followed. At the center of the lake, he saw a woman. It was only her head that floated above the lake. She appeared to be smiling, but her eyes were yellow and diseased and held no amusement, only madness. Her pupils were horizontal as a goat's. Rowan watched as she opened her mouth and a giant crawled inside. She slowly chewed, yellow fluids spilling from her mouth. Her eyes fixed on him, and he heard a whisper by his ears. As she sank below the water, "Well played, my child." An emaciated boy with white hair walked slowly towards the village. His directions were towards the shores of the lake. He held 2 bundles in his hands, and at every set interval they vibrated and muffled sounds came from them. He shivered when an intense explosion happened ahead and was blown to the ground when the resulting shockwaves hit him. He did not wait for long before he picked himself up and began walking again. The boy had shocking wounds running all over his body. He had deep clawing wounds as if he was mauled by a bear, and his legs were bereft of any skin, just a bleeding pile of muscles and ligaments holding his bones together. He must have been suffering an incalculable amount of pain, yet he still walks with them, and from his mouth whispers that sounded like different people. Some whispers were high-pitched, some were mellow, and some were nothing but growls. The open wounds of the boy had stopped bleeding red and were slowly turning yellow. Yet after a while it turned back to red. This was not necessarily a good thing, for he would have collapsed a while back, but the yellow blood healed him enough and in so doing prolonged his suffering. His eyes began to change. His brown eyes that often exude warmth and laughter began to turn yellow, and the whites of his eyes turned blood red. The bundle on his arm was the head of his mother and sister. Stasa's eyes were closed as if she was asleep. Tears had dried on her face. Her skin was pale. Rose had an annoyed look on her face and her mouth was curled in a snarl. From her open mouth fragments of whispers emerged, and the boy seemed to nod along, and every so often he would shake his head in disagreement. But his steps were sure. He goes to the lake. Rowan's journey back home was in a haze. His heart was in turmoil. He dimly heard the whispers of the people inquiring about who he was. Yet he was too distracted to hear the reply Maeve had given them. Rowan did not think his appearance would cause undue alarm to them, for as a noble, he was permitted a level of eccentricity far more than regular folks. Besides, his shell now had an appearance of armor. All he knew was that they went silent and followed him. He could not ask for anything more. He walked ahead of them with Maeve was directly behind him, followed by the captain, the rest of the people, and finally the last 3 guardsmen. As he moved, he sought to clear his mind and deliberate on what he had seen and the hidden link between them all. A while back, when his attributes of strength and agility broke past the rift state, he felt a familiar sensation. It was the same as what he felt when he transmigrated to this world. He had felt suffocated and tied down. It was as if he was weighed down by countless chains that had wrapped around his body and they were being tightened. He had felt a deep disgust in his soul, as if he were being violated on a fundamental level, and as the sensation reached its peak, it vanished. Almost as if someone adjusted the parameters to correct a mistake, for he was certain that he was not supposed to notice. He had felt this particular feeling 3 times. The first was when he came to this world. The second time was when he touched that mysterious tattoo on his chest, and now he had felt it again. The soul point he gathered from the last eruption with the axe was 532. It was a lot, and he expected his growth to enter another explosive phase soon. Currently, he felt assured enough about his chances for survival, as his bloodline had stopped evolving, and if he was not dying in the following days, he had a shot of becoming a legendary. He hopes he was not that unlucky for his lifespan to end in the next hour. That world with the red moon that he visited through that yellow rock held a deep attraction to him. It may be more dangerous than he could fathom, but it was undoubtedly the key to his salvation. If he could gather soul points without having to wade through a mountain of corpses, he would take that options any day. This new option to grow gave him leeway to think. He did not have many chances to, with all the events occurring around him. With the speed of the crowd, it would take at least 1 hour to get to the manor. Who knew what he might find when he returned? He trusted nothing, and he needed a few moments to gather his thoughts. It was a surprise that there were few injuries among the remaining people, with none debilitating. Rowan did not know whether he was to attribute that to divine intervention or the sheer effectiveness of the abominations at killing. The children were mostly silent, which Rowan attributed to shock, but no doubt when the dust settled and the full weight of this day came to bear, it would leave scars that would never heal, yet they were not out of danger yet. He shot a burst of spatial sight into the sky. He heard reports from Captain Titus about a winged abomination, but it retreated before Rowan reached them. He also peered deep into the ground. He could not afford to be careless, even though his spirit was at its limit. His spirit still felt strained from the amount of power he had just slung towards the abomination, and unlike his body, it was not recovering quickly enough, and using it in this manner was torturous. But these were a minor concern to what plagued him. Rowan felt like a rat in a maze. He should be seeing something that had been placed in front of him, but he could not. It was like an itch he could not scratch, and it gnawed at his mind, reminding him that he would pay a price if he ignored it for long. What was he missing? Well, let's return to what he knows. He woke up in a slaughterhouse with a disorganized memory, and with a special condition, his lifespan was short. He was knocked out by his father and woke up in his manor, which was shortly attacked by abominations, and the only thing that had kept him alive was the primordial record. Was this the singularity his father spoke of? If it was, then it meant they knew or at least suspected he had it, and if that was the case, do they have an idea of the sort of power it gave him? If they even suspected half of what the primordial record was capable of, there would be no way he would be left out of their sight. Does that mean he was being monitored, but by whom? His sight swept through everyone behind him. There was a total of 117 people behind him, including Maeve and the guardsmen. There were 73 children and youth, which included boys and girls, 12 men and 27 women. Among all these people, who was the spy? At his manor, who could he trust? And if he were to look at it on a deeper level, what information had he been fed that he took for truth but was false? He was a stranger in this world with a bad memory. If he was told black was white and assumed that to be the truth, every inference he drew from that point forth would be incorrect. He would be like the fool who sells himself and helps his buyer to count the money. He needed a source of clean information and other to take effective actions. That should be his next goal. Trying to find a traitor among people he hardly understood was a lesson in futility. Even though the princely part of him frowned at this line of thought, he would not deceive himself. Rowan called for Maeve. She and Captain Titus were behind him, and the guardsmen were at the rear, eyes peeled for any dangers. Thank you for your efforts earlier. I would not have made it here without you. It was my honor, my lord. Without the strength of your arms, any contribution I make would be useless, Maeve replied. Rowan also gestured to the captain, who came closer to him. Captain, nowhere in your contracts as guardsmen of my family was it stipulated you had to fight against abomination. I salute your bravery and of your men. The tales I heard of the guardsmen's bravery do not do you justice. Captain Titus bowed formally to him. We are your shield and spear, my prince. Our lives are given worth by service to the throne of Curanes. Service? Rowan mused internally. For men like this, that word carried a heavy weight. Rowan nodded at the captain. I want you to know this, captain, that I would do all in my power to make sure the fallen are given all the honor they deserve. Rowan dismissed him. The captain bowed once more and stepped back. Rowan turned to Maeve. We are going to call a general meeting to deliberate on the current situation, but I would like your opinion on our next action. Maeve thought for a while. My lord, abominations are a regional disaster. If the infestation is not kept in check, then theoretically they could expand forever, creating stronger battle forms until they would overrun the entire continent. I have sent missives to the family palace and the army barracks at Werhold, which is the closest to Calcutta. We could hold out for a while inside the manor. I am sure reinforcement would soon arrive. Maeve sighed. At first I thought the safest alternative was to leave this region and flee to Eroth, the capital. Your family home lies there. We could easily bring enough firepower to scour out this infestation. The presence of saboteurs in the manor and the quantity of abominations we are encountering means that if we leave, we won't be able to defend ourselves adequately, for we lack any credible intelligence on our foes. I cannot be sure which level of battle form they might have achieved. And if there is a possibility that they have a champion, then we are doomed. As you know, we have two main routes of passage. Through the forest or the lake. We have seen the abominations retreating into the lake, so that's a death trap in the making, and I have no doubt there would be more abominations inside the forest. We are effectively surrounded with no path of escape. We could decide to flee with the guardsmen and try to push through the obstacles that we would encounter, but I would leave that as our last option. Staying and creating a defense in the manor would be the lesser of two evils. We would wait for reinforcement, and we can mount an effective defense with the defensive sigils on the manor. We might be able to survive. How could this happen? Rowan said. How could such a sizable amount of abomination surround this town without any indication? Maeve frowned. Logically, it should be impossible. For the amounts of abomination we have encountered, they would have needed to have killed tens of thousands to grow to this level. There had been no reports of towns around here falling to their infestation. The only adequate explanation would be dominators, powerful ones, or a dominator with a niche ability. So how do we fight against that? Rowan grunted in acceptance. Abominations, I understand, they come to kill and consume, but how do we fight an enemy that we don't know their intent or purposes? And most worrying of all is that abomination core. It is the root of this disaster, and I don't think we have the capability to destroy it yet. Maeve's frown had slowly been heightening with apprehension as Rowan continued. We may be able to guess the intent of the dominators or group of dominators that would cause this infestation. Do you have any ideas? If this is induced by dominators, then if we examine this situation with the perspective of money and resources. Maeve replied, this town is at the end of nowhere. We produce no valuable goods, or are we on any gem lodes or valuable minerals? The offshoot of our lake does not particularly lead to any important destinations, and there is no particular valuable beast to be hunted inside of it. Also, the misty mountains behind us are notoriously barren. There has been no new development or changes in this town except, oh me? Rowan whispered, the new change was my presence. Because of me, all these people have suffered a terrible fate. Master, I do not agree with this statement of yours. Maeve sternly said, you are in no way responsible and you have risked your life for your people. You have gone way past your duty and defended them. I know of most nobles that would rather flee than stand and fight against even lesser odds. Please, Master, do not assume any responsibility for this crime in your heart. Oh, I know I'm not personally responsible for this. Rowan shrugged, but it can also be said my presence brought disaster, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Do not get me wrong. I hold no guilt in my heart except for the guilt of powerlessness. If I were capable enough, none would plot against me in this manner. I am just too weak. Rowan sighed and brought the axe forward. It hung on his back, tied with the strips from his robe. The weapon had been vibrating and soon calmed the moment Rowan held it. He peered at the weapon, running his hands up the handle that now had multiple veins of gold growing inside. Maeve struggled to hold her laughter and Rowan turned his blank face to hers, and she said, Master, with the ability you have shown. I know of no dominator your age that could best you, and you became this powerful in a matter of days. Forgive me, Master, for what I am about to say next. I hate your father for numerous reasons, but he gave you the chance to grow powerful, and by the gods I believe you have surpassed all expectations. At what cost? Rowan sighed and sighed. Could the infestation of these abominations be a way to test the ability of the singularity? Well, he would get the answers soon or not. He was helpless in his approach to tackling this conundrum. Rowan spoke in a soft voice. I believe the core of the abomination is here. Within Sylvan Lakes. He was silent for a while as he adjusted the axe and shifted it to his shoulders. Did you see the direction the abomination fled to? I believe it was towards the lake. She said, though I saw a few proceeding to the west of the town towards the woods. Rowan paused for a while before he said, did you see a gigantic head of a woman with the eyes of a goat? I did not, Master, and with the chaos I might have missed it, but that would be quite difficult for me to overlook such a sight. I do think, however, you might have seen what you saw because of your perception. Whatever methods you used to see had shown you a world that is blind to me. My sight. Had he not been searching for a way to see the truth, to understand his situation? This could be the key to start unraveling the darkness he found himself. He could glimpse a world outside the sight of most, then he would see truths that were denied him. The fog had thinned to nothingness, and Rowan was surprised that daybreak had arrived. It did not seem so long ago when the sun rose yesterday. A full day had been consumed by the chaos and despair. He had experienced so much, yet he could close his eyes and easily remember when he was a miner digging through the earth or he when he was a frail noble brat who buried his head in books and dreams. Now in less than a week, he had become something different. In less than a week, he had seen death and suffering far more than he could have ever imagined. He had killed and killed. This should have been a terrible dream, but he was awake and aware of all of it. So what does that make reality but a nightmare? What would he have to become to survive this reality? What atrocities was he willing to commit? What sacrifices was he willing to make? Again that words came forth unbidden from his mind. I thought I was a man, but I am nothing but char and cinders. Rowan finally approached the heavy gates of his manor. It was a drawbridge which dropped over a small moat, tea filled with azothin, a nasty material that corrodes flesh and bones. They arrived to the cheering and weeping of the manor's staff, who saw the techniques Rowan had unleashed from a distance and heard the screams from the town. They had all shaken in fear. The relief when they had felt seeing the arriving crowd was palpable, since most of them had families from the town, and they were distraught at the fate of their loved ones. Rowan saw hopeful faces that soon scrunched up in sorrow and disbelief at the sparse crowd behind him. He had done all he could, yet he still felt shame. But he was amazed at the tenacity of these people. At the start of the day, this town was breathing and thriving. Well over 3,000 people made this place home. Now what was left numbered no more than 120. If Rowan did not fully understand the reality of this world. Now he did. Death came for all, but in this world, death was a malicious and relentless wave washing over the shore. The people were like loose sand, and with every wave more of them were dragged to the cold darkness. Inevitable and unrelenting, it would never stop until it consumes all. Then he saw something amazing that drove the darkness away from his thoughts. These people understood their helpless stance in this world, yet they kept on pushing for a better day. He had never seen strength like this. Rowan saw them bracing themselves and picking their grief and placing them aside. Without the threat of immediate demise, they hugged their neighbors and comforted the children. He saw Purdu the dark priest, his face drawn and tired. Yet his voice of consolation and comfort was strong. Purdu caught his gaze and Rowan nodded at him. He returned the gesture. He saw faces he knew from his memories, and those he knew from the souls he kept. In a manner, he knows everyone here deeply. Rowan watches as a semblance of calm comes over the people. He watched the horror and the nightmare slowly pull away from their visage. But you only had to look beneath the surface, and you would catch a glimpse into eyes that held only pain but shielded by a strength born from love. They did not complain over what was lost, but instead strove to protect what was left. Seeing all these, Rowan wept. He was thankful for his shell, for he was sure his face presently would make babies cry. And in a weird way, tears were a form of release. Why should he complain about the darkness and his loss? He was far more powerful than these people, but in their own way they were all stronger than him. Like an unyielding grass, they bend but they do not break, and even if they are cut down and burnt, from the ashes they would make themselves new. He had much to learn from them, for even in his plight, he still had much to give thanks for. Not only that, but he had already lost if he let despair win. The butlers called to round up the people, for he was going to distribute them in the hall beside the manor, but Rowan stopped him. He cleared his throat and addressed the gathered people, surprised at how effortlessly he switched to the role of prince, another stark reminder of how different he had become. Not only his body had changed, his mind as well. He was born to nobility, and in this world that title meant something entirely different from the norm. It was not just a difference in social class or in the way of thinking. They could as well be a different species from the rest of humanity. Rowan was not convinced that this made them better than regular humans. He could even argue that it worsened them in certain aspects. To him, sentience was a watershed. Any creature that had sentience had to be placed in the same category, and none was superior to the other. So even if he had the blood of gods running in his veins, he was not superior to humans. He was glad that the prince all through his life never drew himself away from humanity. With that in mind, this world believed in might, and whoever had the bigger fist would rule. Although these sentiments were for good reasons. Gods and fantastical beings walked the land, and some of them were not virtuous. Many were downright evil, and humanity as a whole would suffer if it did not have capable leaders and guardians. Rowan felt that nobles began as that guardians. And as with all things that power touches, it tends to change and not always for the better. Nobles were no longer guardians but became rulers and tyrant. All his entire life he had been told that the blood of a noble is more precious than the lives of 10,000 men. The actions of these few here begged to differ. The bravery and tenacity of these people was remarkable to him, and so he needed to give back to these people who had shown him a path from despair. That was what he told them as they all gathered before him in silence. He could not promise them salvation. Every path to that sweet release had been blocked. Escape by land or water had been denied to them. He was unable to promise them victory, for even he himself did not know the hour he would die, only that it was soon, and he feared he was not strong enough to face their foes. Yet he could tell them, "When I was given the keys to these land to make it my own, I despaired. I questioned the decision of my family. Why should I leave the magnificent capital and go live at the end of nowhere? To live with people who have not seen a different scenery their entire life. What could they teach me?" They had no grand tale or ballads. The gods had never deemed it fit to walk their land or dine in their halls. No, you're not. Zulu we are. Zulu for the line. The line. The line. So no. I said to my family they had no sense of fashion. No reputable arts or craft, they were not even wealthy. The tax they paid pittance. The line. The crowd began to shift, yet the tone of Rowan's voice held them, even the children went silent. Nevertheless, I did come to your land, with hopes that I could see some redeeming quality. Something to stir my spirit. What I saw was worse. Your farmlands were more rock than land. You hunt for meat where demons and mutants rove. Your rains were storms, and your ports are never peaceful. Yet day after day, I watched you create miracles out of suffering. You broke the land. You tame your waters. Each one of you left me in awe. You made me aware that it was me who was unworthy of these lands and of its people, and ever since that moment I had fought to gain her acceptance, and I have failed. Rowan paused for a while and looked at the faces that watched him in rapt attention. An unspeakable evil came to you like a thief at night. It is called an abomination. Some of you may have heard whispers of this horror, but every one of you saw its fangs and bare its wounds. I cannot begin to imagine your loss and the pain you have felt. So with my bloodline as a descendant of the gods, this is what I promise you. Rowan raised the axe up in the air and let his vitality flood the weapon. It began to let out a deep vibration that shook the bones of everyone gathered here. Their bodies seemed to be filling with energy as the light from the axe made their eyes glow like stars. I will destroy the monsters that brought you pain, every last one of them. We shall bathe in their screams, and I shall bring their skulls to you, and we shall drink wine from them, and from its bones we shall build an epitaph. For our fallen. For oh you are fallen. The roar that answered Rowan was primal and raw. He had managed to turn the helplessness and the fear of these people into rage. He turned his faceless face to the butler. Make sure my people lack no comfort. My home is theirs. Give them every comfort we can afford, including from my personal stocks. I do not require those anymore. Rowan turned and left. His steps were heavy, and his people bowed to him as he walked by. Maeve followed behind him. His mind dwelled inside his record, as he could not wait to settle down and dig into his paths to power. With the number of souls he just harvested, he could take the next step forward. He could feel the ticking of the clock and the weight of expectations. The third prince sat by the bed of a dying woman while he stroked her white hair. Her wrinkled skin conveyed old age, and she let out deep coughs that rattled out of her bony chest, accompanied by painful spasms. When she spat out phlegm with blood specks, the third prince gently cleaned her mouth and spoke soft words to her to ease her suffering, for it was clear she was in her final moments. When the spate of coughing ended, she looked at the third prince with confusion in her eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, and her voice, even though it was shadowed by age, was still clear. I know that I have asked you the same question 1,000 times before, and I implore you for your compassion. At the least let me die knowing the reason for my torment. The third prince looked at her with a warm smile. His chubby countenance made him appear harmless, and his smile reminded one of the goodness inherent in the heart of men. Yet that smile had given her nightmares since the time of her birth. He had been there from the moment she was born. She heard from her people that he started with her parents. He slowly skinned them alive and let them live in agony for months before he killed them. She had suckled from her weeping mother's skinless breasts for the first 3 months of her life. His powers kept them aware and sane. He left soon after with a warning to the village head for her to be taken care of. Every year after that he returned and he caused malfeasance. Sometimes the pranks were harmless, like shaving her bald or flooding her home with urine, but other times they were diabolical. When she was 13, she had woken up with the decapitated heads of half the women in the village, stacked as her bed, their hair as her blanket and their tongues as her pillow. She had screamed for hours until she lost her voice and nearly went insane. She was 13 that year, but her nightmare never lessened, it got worse. Not only that, but she had married 8 times in her lifetime, and after she got pregnant, he would kill the child and husband and make her live with their corpse for days on end. Decades after decades of torture, of course she had tried killing herself, but she would wake with everybody in her village slaughtered, and then she would be sent to another village. After trying to kill herself 3 more times, she stopped, for she knew he would not let her die, and it would only result in the death of countless people. Here she lay dying, and like a vulture he sat beside her, watching her last breaths escape from her lungs and savoring her despair and confusion. "You are 95 years old today. Yet do you know how old I am?" She looked at him perplexed, and the third prince sighed. He was about to speak, when the shadows behind him swirled and a hooded figure came through it. "The general has been restless. Every third ping on my hearthstone is from him. We need to throw him a bone, else we risk losing his support." The voice of the hooded figure was low with a hint of annoyance. The third prince's gaze never left the face of the dying woman, then let him play. He said, "Give him the keys to the test tubes and let him fiddle with them until he is satisfied." "No way. I won't let that brute enter my nexus." The third prince proceeded to rub his brows in irritation. "Then let him send a couple of men inside. There is already a stationed garrison inside the nexus that he thinks is hidden. It's cute how he thinks he is so smart. He can be petty, so don't give him an excuse to use them. Only with our supervision, and he won't be given direct access. Only the shielding of his men equipment is allowed." The hooded figure paused. And how did he gain access to the nexus and was able to conceal those soldiers within? "Did you help him?" Raising his hands in noticeable concession, the third prince said, "Give the man some slack after all. He can figure his way to his rear end given enough time. I got frustrated at his attempts at subterfuge. I just had to give him something." The hooded figure muttered a series of expletives under his breath, before he brought out a rune stone which the series of events happening in Calcutta was displayed. "There has been a series of developments that I find particularly interesting. Your brat, his growth has been spectacular, and this unknown bloodline more so." "Is that so? Now that is something I would want to see." The elderly woman began a new round of coughing, and the third prince absently patted her head like a dog. They both began to watch everything that had transpired in the manor. When Rowan killed the demon, they apparently thought it was normal, but then he left the corpse behind. The third prince scratched his head. Wasn't the singularity supposed to influence him to eat the flesh of the demon? That function was suppressed. The hooded figure said, "The Holy Mother demands it." Now that's a little surprising, seeing as without the flesh of demons and abomination, he would not be able to grow. "Do you no longer require that data?" The third prince spat in annoyance. "Before you get aggravated, I hope that you understand without her intervention we have nothing substantial. And besides, he is a failed subject. His lifespan should be lesser than a decade, and the only use for him is to test the viability of the plan. We do have better candidates. Like you, I suppose." "Well, I won't say that exactly. I prefer a hands-off approach to matters like this. I just want to gather data for my projects, nothing more." The third prince sniffed and turned away, continuing to watch the events taking place. He was silent until the moment Rowan manifested his shell. Strangely, they could not detect the presence of the creature that put together the shell for Rowan. Only its sudden creation and Rowan's activation of Soul Caesar was also missing. The recording seemed to skip ahead, without none of them being the wiser. Yet the mystical shell that appeared was enough to draw their attention. The eyes of the third prince lit up as his pupils began to glow red. "What sort of bloodline is that? Even through the distance of space, I can feel its antiquity. I have never seen the sort. Rowan has Curane's blood, no matter how thin it was, yet this new bloodline stripped away every last strand of it. Can you even begin to understand how difficult that is supposed to be? That old hag made sure to imprint herself in every drop of our blood." The hooded figure choked and coughed, looking around in fear, but he soon settled and answered with an aggravated tone. "I have no idea, but the singularity is supposed to draw a bloodline intrinsically linked to its host. Do you by chance have dragon blood in the Curane's line?" "How do you expect me to know? Some of my ancestors bred like rabbits and were famous for never keeping their third sword encased or their deep caves dry. We could as well have a bloodline connections to even insects." "Well, that solves our conjectures, doesn't it? The singularity can access bloodlines from outside the sphere of the gods. Every single user had a new bloodline or an upgrade of their existing bloodline. I have a theory that every single powerful bloodline that exists outside the seven could be traced back to it. But that's not the best part. Keep watching. They watched the egg shrink and also Rowan discovering the yellow rock. He touched it and vanished for a while before he returned. The eyes of the third prince flared red as it began to combust. Flames poured down his eyes like tears and he clenched his hands tight. If he could cross that barrier, the boy had proven his usefulness. They now had a key to that place and that was all that mattered. This result is astonishing. If the singularity is the reason he could enter that place, we have reaped the most benefits. Let's kill him and strip that bloodline from his body with that key. None of these projects matter. The third prince said in excitement. I recommend caution. Do not lose our end goals for a benefit not yet verified. For the moment, there is no proof that he might have reached that place. He may have reached the passage but could not see the doors. So until we are sure of the true extent of his advance, I will call for temperance in our actions for the moment. You are right. Forgive my outburst. It's normal, old friend. My reaction when I first saw that was worse than yours. I nearly pulled him from the nexus. Let's continue watching, there are more surprises ahead. The third prince settled and continued viewing the events with a more cool gaze. As he saw Rowan's increasing feats of strength, his frown went deeper. Without consuming the bodies of abominations, it's not logical how he is getting stronger. I am no longer at ease with this experiment. I am cutting it down to the last 2% of its proposed duration. We would use other subjects for more in-depth interpretation of the singularity. The third prince's eyes slowly turned green before blazing to blue. His gaze grew deeper, as if he wished to tear Rowan piece by piece and uncover every secret he was carrying. My best guess is that it's a spillover from the bloodline he accessed. The hooded figure said he might be digesting the benefits it brought, and what supports this hypothesis is the presence of this unique wrapping on his body. He is literally walking with his shell. It must be a dragon bloodline, but one that is mighty and focuses on body strengthening. So he turns out to be a brute. How disappointing. With his quick mind and clever disposition, I expected him to pick a more energy-focused bloodline. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. His lifespan was spent when he was being merged with the singularity, and he would need to get to the incarnation state to elevate his soul, and that would take centuries. His spirit appears to be compelling too. His movements are too clean otherwise. This is surprising, for this bloodline is incredibly versatile. Which state of change do you reckon he is on at this time? Peak legendary with a foot into the rift state. Note that it's only been a few hours, and he did not use any pathways to grow. Even without sustenance from the singularity, his powers keep growing. I would love to see how much more he develops with a stunted singularity. Alas, I don't believe his lifespan would be enough. Besides, he cannot grow past the legendary state, for the only ether inside the nexus is controlled by me. The third prince grunted in apparent understanding, yet I would be more at ease with another subject. Let Augustus satisfy his curiosity, and then we pull the plug. He resumed watching. When they saw the axe, the hooded figure scoffed. Augustus is a fool and an exceptionally dangerous one. That weapon should have never seen the light of day. Ha 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 ha, you are a funny one, old friend. You are a pot calling the kettle black. He toys with matchsticks, and we play with an inferno. You are underestimating Augustus. Do not regret it. Besides, the third prince arched his eyes at the display of power that Rowan called down on the abominations. That little stunt right there would have drained most of his remaining lifespan. His vitality is impressive, but he has called enough projections to drain 10 Rift State Dominators. Such a waste of essence. He wields the axe as if he is throwing a rock. To waste it on such a pointless move is disappointing, since he won't be consuming the bodies. He is a fool, and even worse, he is a sentimental one. Yet you are still worried about his development and terminating the project just as it is beginning to bear fruit. The hooded figure laughed. I don't like surprises. The third prince said, you have given me enough as it is, with your tampering with the functions of the singularity. In that case, he should be stuck as a mortal. Now with this axe, he is as powerful as a Rift State Dominator. Even though his abilities are inconsequential to me, I am not in the habit of watching a potential foe grow a foot when he was given space for an inch. After the battle and the speech from Rowan that had the prince smiling in glee, he turned to the hooded figure. Well, I have drawn my conclusion, but before I tell you, I want to know what is troubling you about these events. Well, if you must know, what we watched seemed linear, but but I expected you to have spotted some irregularities, especially towards the moments he received that new bloodline. You would only notice an error if you check the timestamps. There are specific portions of the missing recordings, somehow my runes could not record them. This is troubling. We are dealing with a singularity, there are risks that come with an undertaking such as this. Remember, we don't fully understand what we are dealing with here. This is the first trial run, I expect some degree of uncertainties. The third prince dismissed the claim. In 3 days we pull the plug. I know, yet it bothers me. Oh, what conclusions have you drawn? Oh, it's a small matter compared to your lack of accurate data. You see, I can't put my finger on it, but I am certain that this person is not my son. Of course he's not your son anymore. His bloodline has been changed to another, and the only thing linking you to him is your name. The third prince looked at him in surprise while he muttered, so intelligent yet still so dumb. He turned away from the hooded figure and concentrated on the dying woman. The enigmatic figure slowly vanished into shadows. Oh, where was I before I was so rudely interrupted? Yes, your impending death, isn't it? Performing so many duties tends to muddle my mind a bit. The dying woman knew he had no lapse in his recollection, just one of his endless games he liked to play. He suddenly said, have you ever wondered, when you killed yourself, why you always awoke to find the rest of your people slaughtered? Hate flashed through the eyes of the woman. It was difficult to forget the countless transgressions he had done to her, for he made sure he reminded her often, as if he wanted to keep the wounds in her mind as fresh as the day he inflicted them. She said, was that not for your own sick desires? I do not remember me being an accomplice in any of your slaughter. You have made me a pariah my entire life and I do not have much time left. Why do you continue to play these games? Oh, there is still fire inside you. I thought you lost that decades ago. Well, I will answer your questions, but first I want you to answer mine. If you are not cooperative, I won't be able to help. So you see, the ball is in your court. He poked her playfully on her face repeatedly. Age had mellowed her emotions and her suffering had taught her tolerance. Schooling back her hatred back into the depth of her soul, she asked, why do I wake up to the scene of everyone dead anytime I kill myself? The third prince grinned. Usually, you figure it out more quickly before your deathbed, but I have to admit I have been a little more rough with you this time. He paused before he said, I am no god, Amira. She shivered, whether it was because he called her name or the damning premonition she felt. Suddenly she wanted to avoid hearing his next statements, and she could see that he saw the conflicts in her mind and his smile went wider. I cannot break some intrinsic laws of reality, the third prince frowned. Not yet, I suppose, and any time you choose to untimely kill yourself, I have to gather life force from somewhere, don't I? As always, there are always limitations to collecting life force to supplement another person, like similar species, familiarity, and a host of other reasons we cannot get into now. She began to shudder and tears dripped down her face. All those times I killed them. Yes, you did. Hey, don't cry, it was for a good cause. I told you I cannot rewrite some laws of reality yet. You are among some of my experiments to break some rules. I think you might have an inkling of what comes next. Don't you? You said I was slow this time in finding the truth, you don't mean. Yes, listen to the sounds of these people outside that love you. They shall fuel your next resurrection. How long, how much have I have you? She stammered, her thoughts in disarray, her frail heart beating so hard she could hear it over the sound of her mind breaking. I have lived a very long life and time gets blurry after the first few millennia. I can only guess, for you are one of my latest experiments, maybe a few. Do not lie to me. A cry that carried despair and anger in equal measure came from her throat. She would have been amazed by her boldness before now, but at this time she could not really think deeply, for her heart hurts. The third prince stopped smiling and a hint of pity entered his eyes. The soft voice from him and the pity in his eyes worsened it, and she hated him with every fiber of her being. How dare he try to posture with any semblance of humanity? How dare he? It has been 19 iterations so far. The third prince said, altogether, we have made this play for 1,350 years. Amira turned away from him. You take pleasure in this. He paused, seemingly surprised at her question, then he took some time to consider her words. In a manner, he said, if I don't enjoy pursuing my goals, I would have left it all behind long ago. I hate you with everything inside me. I curse you, monster, to never find whatever you seek. Amira's voice was clear and her eyes were fixed on the third prince. She pushed all her hate and anger to him. Perhaps your wish might come true, but he gently placed a hand on her head and closed her opened eyes. Her last breath was her curse. He blew gently at her corpse and she turned to a human-shaped pile of ash, but her clothes and the bed she laid on were untouched. A dull red glow rose from the ashes and he opened his palm and the glow came to rest on it. It was a soul surrounded by chains made from flames, and even as he watched the soul began to slowly fade, the slight frown was the only indication that the last 95 years he spent on this iteration was a failure. I have time, Amira, in the face of time your curse is meaningless. The third prince left the small room where Amira died. Outside there were well over 500 people gathered. Amira had been a controversial figure, one whom the whole village hated. As the third prince went outside, a cheer rang out. The jinx was finally dead. The third prince grimaced and snapped his fingers, and everyone from the men, women, and children to the animals all turned to ash. From the ashes he gathered a formless energy and fed to the fading soul he clasped. He sighed and made a gesture and the soul vanished. He turned away and slowly departed the village, heading towards the setting sun. A woman a few thousand miles away smiled in her sleep as she snuggled deeper into the arms of her lover. A faint glow lit up her stomach and she frowned in discomfort, but as the glow faded she settled deeper into sleep. Unaware that tonight she had just conceived and the future of her and her lover was altered. It was a short walk to his room, where Rowan retrieved his diary and glancing around, located a sketchbook inside the drawers of his workstation. He also took out a wooden square box that was beside it. The box was polished to a dull green finish, and embossed in the bottom left corner of it were the words, Ramad Trading House. Keeping all these close to him, he walked to the laboratory, denying Maeve questing hands to carry the items for him. Realizing that he did not require her assistance, she hurried ahead and had the doors to the laboratory opened before Rowan reached them. She used the opportunity to run a quick scan through it, frowning at the broken windows. Those would have to be fixed soon enough, but at least the metal barriers were still in place, so that makes this place the safest for now. She saw Rowan placing the axe by his side, plus the books in the box he carried, and she decided to place a spatial anchor on the weapon, but she retreated with a flinch. The weapon had sliced through her links without any effort. Shaking her head at another point of interest she would have to keep an eye on, she rapidly went through the wardrobe for a fitting wear for her master, which she began to assemble by the door. Rowan found a section of the floor that was free of any clutter and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and made an effort to calm his spirit. His mind had been overworked, and he needed to be calm for his next upgrades to his bloodline. He heard the sounds of the door to the laboratory closing, and for a short while silence prevailed. Rowan called up the primordial record. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 1111. Strength 116.7. Agility 115.9. Constitution 200.4. Spirit 58.5. Class None. Title Planewalker. Aspect Spatial Sight Tier 1. Berserker Tier 1. Skills. Enrage Level 10 Mortal State completed. Vortex Level 10 Mortal State completed. Bash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Dash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Smash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Combo Attack Level 10 Mortal State completed. Passive Decipher Language complete. Icy Soul Level 4. Records. Atavism Level 0 1000/4000. Level 00/1000. Soul Point 542.1134. Remark Divine Squire. Rowan peered at the remark and scoffed. Apparently the primordial record had a weird sense of humor, good to know. He was a divine squire by its estimation, which was amusing. Was it acknowledging the fact that Rowan had defended this land, and therefore he was the acceptable landowner? He looked at the amount of soul points he gathered, and the increasing amount that was needed to upgrade the now three-headed Ouroboros, and he sighed. He swept his sight through his shell one more time to verify if there were any emerging tattoos. Satisfied there was nothing, he prepared to push everything into this bloodline, and thereafter he would enter that world with the red moon. It was dangerous, but it would be the best way to upgrade his bloodline. He did not plan to leave that place unless he was at the brink of death or he became a legend. If he followed the previous pattern of his evolved bloodline, he expected many more attributes than he got when he uses the soul point. His attributes at this point were beyond abnormal, and he could not wait to see the result of this new push. Rowan shoved all the distracting thought aside for the moment, and mentally thumbed the button to push soul points into the Ouroboros record. He had 540 points to spend, and leaving 2 points behind, he opened the floodgates and his bloodline roared in excitement. The tattoos on his chest began to move all over his body. The 3 golden serpentine creatures crawled from his chest, down to his feet and then his head. More elaborate details were emerging from their bodies as they became more lifelike as faint hisses came from them. Like water draining down a sinkhole, the point poured into the bloodline. There was a slight pause and the shell began producing Empyrean essence. With the reaction from his bloodline, he inferred that without the shell, his soul point could not necessarily produce Empyrean essence by itself. Even though he had access to the stuff of creation, he could not create what he did not understand. It was the reason he was unable to use his soul points to produce whatever he desired. Maybe in the future he would be able to use his soul points in a more versatile manner, but not for now. As his body eagerly drained the essence, Rowan realized that he may have overlooked something important, and then he screamed in pain as his shell collapsed like an inflatable doll. Rowan thought he knew pain. His bones broke into pieces, then into smaller pieces until they were like grains of sand. His blood bubbled as they congealed and got denser. His muscles, including his heart, collapsed, and new fibers grew like steel wires. His broken bones were liquefied and new bones began to emerge. The only thing holding him together was his shell. His screams had cut off a while back when he became like putty. All this change brought pain. His bones previously were now harder than steel. Crushing it brought him an immense amount of pain. His healing factor had been placed on hold, and with his enhanced spirit, he could feel every single shred of pain that would result from your body being crushed to pieces. Rowan once created a list in his head to rate the degree of pain he had felt throughout his life. It was his way of quantifying his torments. It did not make his pains easier to withstand, but it gave him a sense of control. He had never felt he was unlucky. He had never believed in such ephemeral forces. What he believed in was that if you played with fire long enough, you will get burned. He had lived a hard life, and the nature of his job made it an inevitable accident waiting to happen. He had once had his ribs crushed by a collapsing mine shaft in an unregulated sector because he needed the cash. He had been pinned under debris, where he stayed under the rock and in the dark for 2 days. And every breath came in a short gasps, and every second he cried for death. He would wake up after he fainted from the pain. Delirious, hungry, and thirsty, he was in darkness and there was no sound except his labored breathing and his frequent dry sobs, and the pain would resume and submerge every other concerns. He had prayed to God. Not only that, but he prayed to the devil. He prayed to the heavens and the earth. None answered. None helped. In the darkness he forged himself anew. No one was there to help him. No one cared, and if he did not save himself, he would die here, lost and forgotten. Rowan dragged himself out of that tomb of rock and rusted metal. Bit by bit he crawled, gritting his teeth until his gums bled, as every broken bone in his body fought for attention over his senses. His blood stained the rocks, and he left pieces of his flesh behind. After he survived that harrowing incident, his recovery also brought him a new phase of pain and humiliation. For he had mixed with the wrong crowd, and like jackals converging on a helpless prey, they had sensed the weakness of his flesh and they sought to take advantage of it. He had shown them that his body was broken, but his spirit was stronger. Rowan could boldly say that he knew pain. His life had been filled with it. Yet he had adapted. Rowan believed the pain he had experienced made him pretty robust. He was a tough bastard. He would not have survived the spatial corridor to that world if he was weak. Rowan thought he knew pain. But not like this. Now every scale had been thrown aside. This was pain on a level he never thought was possible. And he knew what worsened it was his spirit. It kept his mind clear and made him aware of every second of torture. He had been very wrong. Power came with a price, and upgrading an omnipotent bloodline came with its own risk, especially in his case where his bloodline had been upgraded to the limits. It would grant him immense benefits, but it was also proportional to the dangers he would face. In his last life he had made a scale and called it his list of glass. It would hold all his pains, and even though it was made from glass, it would never break. He would not break. This pain was great, but it was nothing new. He had endured a similar amount of misery before, and as always, they always seemed insurmountable, yet he was still here, was he not? He took the pain and pressed it into his list, as his mind trembled and threatened to tear itself apart. He would not fall. His body had become chaos, yet his will became like iron. He had once dragged himself from the jaws of death, and although he covered his scars with humor, the scars were still there. He used that experience to piece himself together from the pain. How long he was in the state of near death was something Rowan could not tell, but slowly but surely, his senses returned to normal and surpassed the normal, and the understanding of his new bloodline increased. A faint sense of knowledge flowed from Ouroboros, and he knew why he was in so much pain. He would perish in body and soul if he failed to keep his sense of identity as his bloodline was evolving. Rowan's physique was breaking through a threshold, and for his body to grow more powerful, it had to be broken down and a new foundation rebuilt. On this foundation, his successive transformations would grow upon. His body slowly began to fill up inside the shell until he was back to normal, but that was just the beginning. For his growth did not stop. He had not checked how many stats he must have gained, but it must have been a lot because his frame could not fit this amount of power. He must grow. His development came with pain, but it was almost enjoyable. And thereby a new dilemma came up: his shell was too small. It had expanded to its limits, but it was not enough for his present form. His body strained against its hold, and he felt an intense sense of confinement. He must grow. The shell that formed around him was not meant for an Empyrean, the likes of the three-headed Ouroboros. It was too small and would have never contained it growth. Rowan knew his current bloodline was more tyrannical, and if anything was going to give. He felt the first tear in his shell. It was small and it healed quickly, but his body had filled up that tiny space, and although the shell had healed, it was more spacious. This pattern continued until the pressure eased and he could fully express himself. His shell had grown, but now it was weaker. It had outlived its purpose and would no longer produce Empyrean essence because at this stage of his evolution he no longer needed it. He stood up to his feet and unleashed his spatial sight to scan his body. His shell appeared dull and gray and the golden tattoos on it were gone, and Rowan knew the reason, for around each of his heart were 3 serpents. They curled around the organs and their eyes were closed. They resembled the dragons from the Eastern mythology in his previous life, but without the waving beard. Rowan observed the 3 small snakes inside his body, and saw they appeared tired. He knew his transformation had been rigorous not only for him, but also for them, and because he had surpassed the trial, they were able to also. His body was becoming weirder, changing in a direction he could not anticipate, but as long as he was still breathing, that was all that mattered. A new sensation of hunger began to grow from his hearts. He was a little confused, but a new understanding entered his mind, and he knew that he must feed the snakes with the shell. But because he understood, that did not mean he knew how to do it. The snakes, however, knew what they wanted, and he felt a mental plea from each of them. It seemed like they needed his consent. He considered it for a short while, and then he permitted it. The shell was important and had saved his life more times than he could count, but if continual growth depended on him losing the shell, it was not an issue. Besides, he was sure he had outgrown its uses. He had not checked his stats for the moment, but he had no doubt he was now far stronger. The world around him was becoming more slow, and every motion of his body made the air around him tremble. He gave his consent, and the snakes opened their mouths and gave a tiny bite, and he felt a piece of his shell disappearing from his face, back, and thigh. The snakes seemed to chew, and they settled back into slumber. He had a sense that they would be waking up sporadically every hour or so to eat. Why does it feel like I'm raising a couple of inconsiderate brats? The shell that disappeared was around 12 cm in diameter, and the one that was eaten was around his left eye. The cut was rough and appeared to be chewed on by tiny razor-sharp teeth. He opened his eyes, and for the first time since he got the shell, he saw the world with his eyes, his left eye to be precise, since his shell still covered the right eyes. He could immediately tell the difference, for his vision was not what he would ever describe as normal. Everything his eyes showed him was gray and lifeless, except for some few spots in his laboratory that emitted a dull glow. The rest of the world appeared drab and colorless in his vision. It took him a short while to understand what his eyes showed him was related to the amount of energy contained in an object. The axe beside him flared and swirled with power. It was the brightest thing in the room. When he focused a bit, his eye penetrated the walls, and he could see the energy state of everyone his sight touched on the floor below him. This was the limit for now. His spatial sight acted as a mirror, and he proceeded to look at himself, and he was blown away by how big he had gotten. He stood at a healthy height of 7'5", and his frame was like that of a gymnast. His muscles were well defined, and his body looked as if it was chiseled out of granite. Knowing his future to be that of a colossus the size of a planet, he wondered when he would not be able to fit into the normal world any longer. What drew his attention, however, were his eye that he could now see. His eye, even to him, was perfect. It seemed to glow with an otherworldly light and had a charm that could draw your gaze. His eyes seemed like a conduit to mystery. Its structure had clearly changed because it was no longer the same as a human. It was golden and slit-eyed as a serpent, and little flash of lightning roamed within. Apart from his eye peering through his shell, Rowan had not seen his appearance. He knew he still appeared human, but only on the surface. He did not forget that he was still in the mortal state of his bloodline, and already his bones were metal, his blood was golden and dense as mercury. He had 3 hearts, and around them were 3 living snakes. No, was he still missing something? He was still in the mortal state, yet he could bet his transformation had exceeded most dominators. Even at the rift state, his growing height and an increasing alien physique was serving as a warning to him about the changes he might expect in the future. His sight brushed through his body once more. Maybe this was the most human he would ever resemble going forward. A faceless man behind a shell with the eyes of a dragon. But who was to say what his future would be like if he survives? He recalls a catchy song in his past life that had flashy dance steps. He was not much of a dancer, but with his agility attributes he was sure he could throw down with the best of them. This thought made him smile, and humming the song he opened the primordial record. No matter the obstacles ahead, as long as he kept getting stronger he was satisfied. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 11. Strength 224.7. Agility 223.9. Constitution 362.4. Spirit 58.7. Class None. Title Plane Walker. Aspect Spatial Sight Tier 1. Berserker Tier 1. Skills: Enrage Level 10 Mortal State completed. Vortex Level 10 Mortal State completed. Bash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Dash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Smash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Combo Attack Level 10 Mortal State completed. Passive Decipher Language complete. Icy Soul Level 4. Records: Atavism Level 0 1540/4000. Level 00/1000. Soul Point 2.4532. Remark: Divine Squire. Damn, he was becoming a monster. Even with his inflated stats, he knew that could not accurately describe his abilities. His body was different from any other dominators. He may have not really understood how yet, but his physique made every stat he had to carry an extra kick. With the toughness of his body, he would be able to truly push himself without fearing any adverse repercussions, and with his healing factor, it was easy to recover damage. His stats almost made him desire to run back to the lake and have an earth-shattering battle with the abominations, and he found himself considering that option for much longer than he had expected. What tempered his enthusiasm was the head of that woman he saw in the lake. According to his understanding of abominations, their core would not move from their position unless it was going to be leaving the area. It was hard to judge the powers of an abomination core because he was not privy to that information previously, as he was not a dominator. But he knew it must be mighty, and he would not be able to fight it at this time. The manor was protected by sigils. He did not understand what it truly was, but it was only given to the 7 noble families by the god king. It was etched into orichalcum plates, and it produced a mystical barrier that had great defensive powers. Most notable of all was that sigils were mainly defensive. There were rumors about other uses for them apart from the defensive barriers they created, but he had never seen them. Rowan walked to the window and placed his hands on the iron bars, and pulled it open. It was so easy it was almost like bending a straw. He should be going to that world with the red moon, but he needed to relax for a moment. He had just survived an ordeal that would break most humans, and the act of standing still while looking at the rising sun was cathartic. Rowan the prince had a habit when he was tense. He made sketches. Rowan was going to push himself until he broke into the legendary state in that world. Nevertheless, he felt he needed to remind himself about why he fought and also to clear his mind. Going to battle or to your death willingly was not an easy thing to accomplish. He sometimes wished that he was broken, able to perform feats of incredible brilliance or cruelty like the heroes from the books he had read without it affecting his mental state. But that was far from who he was. At the moment of action, he did his possible best without flinching. But after the events had passed, he usually finds himself beset by doubts. He was wasting time which he needed above all else, so he would have to be quick. He turned away from the window and moved to the metallic table he used for experimentation. Rowan moved the beakers, pipettes, an alchemical cauldron, and a pair of tweezers out of the way and set down his sketchbook. Besides it, he placed the wooden box. Rowan gently opened the box, and within were a dozen graphite pencils. Their tips were all sharpened until the desired length. Their colors on the pencil wrappings ranged from dull bronze to green gold, and carefully numbered on each was the number 1 until 12. On the side of the box was a circular opening where Rowan knew he could sharpen the pencils if he so desired. The prince took painting lessons as one of the required learning courses for alchemy studies. He soon came to fall in love with the art itself, finding the process of placing pen to paper as freeing. Rowan decided to follow the habit of the prince when he was feeling stressed and despondent. The act of placing his memories on paper seems to dull the edges on the sharper sides of his recollection, easing him into analyzing his shortcomings and the events that transpired. As far as he was concerned, this would shorten the time it took him to properly go over the events of the past few days, and maybe reveal to him certain shortcomings he had made. He opened the sketchbook. It was a relatively new copy and had only a single picture drawn. It was of a smiling woman, Rowan's mother. The sketch of the woman had been done with utmost care and attention. From an artistic perspective, it had all the necessary elements to bring a face to life, from the shades and the contours to the deft trick he used to make the eyes look real. Yet for all the subtleties here, there was still emotion here. For he kept all her flaws. A small scar by the side of her eyes when she fell as a child, the slight wrinkle in her nose as she smiled. Rowan had captured his memories of his mother and placed them on paper. Rowan had created an alive picture. Her hair was long and slightly curly as it tumbled over her shoulders. She had an oval face and expressive eyes. What drew Rowan's attention was her smile. He had been able to capture its warmth in his drawing. These words were written just below the picture. Rowan's mood when he wrote them was a memory he did not have. Rowan flipped the page over and selected a pencil. His hand moved to the fourth pencil by itself. Rowan was too distracted to notice, not letting his mind dictate his actions. Rowan began to draw. His movement was at first sharp and jerky. He was not used to his new strength. It took a brief moment to stabilize, however, and his pencil began to flow over the pages. The first sketch he made was of the dark priest Purdu. He was a peaceful man who surprised Rowan by the depth of his convictions. He still recalled the shouts of the priest as he battled, filled with righteous fury and sorrow, plus he was a legendary dominator. He had clearly hidden himself deeply, and Rowan had never recalled before now the priest ever using any dominator powers. That was incredible because the allure of using your power was intense, and it took a decisive mind to place aside his power and toil as a mortal for decades. The picture Rowan drew was of the priest shooting dark lightning from his fingertips, incinerating a couple of abominations. On his face his expression could be interpreted as either laughter or sorrow. It was a unique expression that Rowan stopped and accessed for a while. He did not remember seeing such a scene, but he guessed that his spatial sight reveals so much information to his mind that it was impossible for the present him to interpret them, and that most of them were buried in his subconscious, and only acts like this could dredge that swampy depth and unearthed hidden stories he might have missed. As if with a mind of his own, his hand wrote below the sketch. This was totally normal. How much weirder can it become? Is my subconscious telling me I have a hidden kink for old men shooting lightning from their fingertips? Or a much better interpretation was that these were the memory of the priest itself, and perhaps in the heat of battle, his sight was able to capture some of his emotion. He was not convinced that this was too much of a stretch, for the aura field around people, he had come to find out, was colored by the emotions they were feeling at that time. If his sight could, emotions, it might be able to also pick up surface thoughts too. Rowan chose to believe this version because he hardly understood a fraction of what his spatial sight showed him, and he would prefer not to have such an unusual pursuit anytime now or in the future. Rowan flipped the page. He selected another pencil and began to draw. The next person emerging on the page was Captain Titus. He had one arm and his blade was swinging with great speed that he left lines of gore hanging in the air. Countless heads were by his feet, yet his countenance was eerily calm, as if he was born to such slaughter, and the glint in his eyes resembled amusement. Again his hand unbidden began to write. He sighed and turns the page. The previous two pictures took less than 30 seconds each. His agility stat made his hand fly over the page. This one took 2 minutes, and Rowan could see why. It was a dense picture with at least 100 people inside. They were of all the people rescued in the town. Tied around their necks were a noose. The rope from the noose extended and pierced through the clouds, and their faces had no flesh, only white bones. In the skies above, a massive lidless eye peered down. Rowan could not help but shiver. He felt his primordial record react, but ignored it for the moment. His mind was strangely more relaxed, as if he had taken a considerable weight off his chest. He had an intuition that these sketches were significant. His mind began juggling possibilities about the reasons for this intuition of his before he put an end to that. He was aware of his time constraints, and he allowed himself to draw the last sketch before leaving for the world with the red moon. It was of Maeve. Times. Maeve, seeing her master sitting on the floor, felt unease, for he did not deserve anything that was happening to him. Although she knew that the paths of the powerful were not straight, and they would face more adversities than normal, she still felt a sense of sorrow. She had seen no indication of battle shock from his disposition, but different individuals handled traumatic situations differently. Seeing him with his sketchbook and his pencils collection made her sigh in relief. He was holding himself better than she would have ever imagined. She carefully arranged the clothes she prepared for him. As a dominator of great power, normal clothes would simply not be good enough. He would have to return to the family for specially crafted clothes and armor. The only thing she could do presently was to reduce the burden on her master. She knew he loved his people, so she should make sure that the worry of his for their welfare was properly seen to. Alongside keeping her eyes out for traitors that would surely dwell within, she had plans for certain traps to lure them out, but they need careful plans and execution. She would not worry her master about that aspect, she would only bring their heads to him. She had used her legendary ability, Space Lock, more than what was recommended. Her head was pounding, and she may have sprained her muscles in her back, for even walking brought a flash of pain, though it was impossible to determine that looking at her demeanor. Thankfully, she was at the peak of the legendary state, and in a few more hours she would have recovered enough to partake in another battle. Space Lock did not require much consumption of her spirit, and she would have enough utility from her legendary ability soon. She carefully closed the laboratory doors behind her and proceeded to the first floor. As a precaution, she would be placing anchors on all the heavy weapons in the manor, and the doors of the halls where most of the people stayed. If there were any movements from any of these, she would be made aware. Apologies, ma'am. There has been a series of development the captain would like to forward to you. The posh voice of the butler entered Maeve's ears. Okay. In that instance, I would like for you to present the plans for the shelter and feeding arrangements of every man, woman, and child, and place them in my hands within the hour. You can use every resource available to you. Ma'am. I would recommend you speak to the captain first before any further arrangements are made. The clear voice of the butler had a hint of despondency in the tone. At this moment, Maeve looked at the butler and saw his expression. His face was pale and his eyes were shifty. Sweat beads his forehead, yet he still retained his attitude of professionalism. He was a short man who was also whip-thin. His lips were 2 lines of dash and his eyes entered his skull. His balding head still retained the dark hair of his youth, or maybe he was just used to dyeing it. Despite his appearance, the butler was a gentle soul. Maeve nodded and hurried down the stairs, getting to the hallway below. It was now empty but for one guardsman. This one was a woman, but Maeve did not know her name. Not because of any inherent bias, but because except a guardsman broke into the legendary state. They would remain nameless. Most of them never got to have a name. The captain is at the gardens outside. The guardsman handed her a spyglass. You would need this also. Were the abominations mounting another attack? Maeve frowned and in long strides arrived outside. She spotted the captain with a spyglass on his face. Maeve did not bother calling out to him. It was immediately clear why she was summoned. Maeve stood for a while in shock and hurried back to report to Rowan. Rowan scrutinized the picture he had drawn of Maeve for a while before closing the sketchbook. His hands shook a little, and his golden eyes flashed with an incredible amount of fury before he settled, and he proceeded to check the message from the record. Aspect upgraded, spatial sight tier 2, spirit plus 30. Spirit 59.1, right arrow 80.1. So this also work. His spirit had been lagging from his other stats, and even though the growth was steady, it was simply too slow to serve his growing abilities. Many of his actions depended on his spirit, and although he had an omnipotent bloodline that he was sure would boost his spirit to incalculable heights, he believed it was too dangerous at this time. He had detected no malicious will from the Ouroboros bloodline, yet he would have been killed while cultivating it if not for his willpower. Pushing Ouroboros to legendary first would grant him more lifespan, and only then would he push for Soul Caesar next. The knowledge from his bloodline was profound, and he could not understand most of it as a mortal, but he knew he would be reforged in body and soul when he became legendary. At that time, even if he would not be omnipotent, his lifespan would not be a burden on his neck, and except for foes that severely overpowered him, killing him would be almost impossible. He did not detect any particular difference in his spatial sight. He doubted he would be able to spot the contrast between now and before. Spatial sight still gave him far too much information for him to process, and he subconsciously ignores most of them. His spirit, however, was close to the rift state in attributes, and maybe he would be able to understand some of what he sees. The coverage, however, had clearly increased to about 12 meters around him, when previously it was only 5, and when he attempted to shoot his sight in a single direction, it traveled for more than 50 meters. With the berserker skills he got from the axe, coupled with his new enhanced vision, he was willing to go toe-to-toe with any rift state dominator. He felt the little serpents stir awake around his hearts, and this time he tried to steer them towards his limbs. It would be safer if he lost his shell on the parts of his bodies that for him were non-fatal. Even if the classes of enemies he might be facing in the future could easily bypass his shell, every iota of time it brought for him was welcomed because it was important to note that, with his growing stats, the world was getting more slow in his eyes, and he would be able to accomplish numerous actions in a single second. The snakes obeyed him, and parts of the shell in his forearms disappeared as they went back to sleep. Rowan detected they had grown bigger, but strangely enough he could not give a precise measurement of their size. To his perception, the snakes should be about 10 inches long, yet when he looked closer at them, they seemed to expand yet simultaneously retreat in his sight. It was as if they resided in another plane of existence, one which was so distant from him that his sight could not reach them. He was like a child who sees the moon in the sky and thinks he could hold it in his palm if he were to climb the highest tree. That was the sensation the snakes gave him, which was, the reason that they appeared to be small was only because he was looking at them from a far distance. Pulling away his perception from inside his body, he frowned when he noticed that the day was turning dark. He pushed his sight outside, the frown on his face deepening. Faint rumbling came from the clouds as if a thunderstorm approaches. They were clearly out of time. The door opened and Maeve hurriedly rushed inside. My lord. I know Maeve. I could see it through the windows. Rowan's single eye turned to her and he noticed she shivered beneath his gaze. He quickly turned to the scenery outside. Well, if we had any intentions to leave before, that would be difficult, for it would seem someone wants us to stay behind. He added in a whisper, although I have never intended to leave. Not yet, at least. The surroundings had changed. An endless fog that roiled and shifted and rose so high it reached the very clouds surrounded the manor. It was akin to being placed inside the eye of a hurricane. This phenomenon happened silently and quickly. From the fog came faint wails, and indistinct movement could be detected if one looked carefully. Call up the captain, we need countermeasures. Rowan told Maeve as he stood up. I can detect no attacks yet, but let's keep our eyes sharp. This fog seems more like containment. We have been herded to one location, and the hunters do not want a single prey to escape. In a sheer feat of athleticism, Rowan jumped to the open window and into the ledge outside it. He bent his knees and leapt up nearly 20 feet up, catching himself with one hand as he levered himself up to the roof. He needed to see his surroundings from a higher vantage point, taking advantage of the ability of his eyes to see energy, since it was not particularly affected by distance. And if he could see an enemy, he would be able to judge their capabilities using their energy signature. From here he could see everything around him. The rolling fog filtered the morning light coming from the rising sun, painting the air with an iridescent glow. The world suddenly seemed like it was underwater. At the manor grounds he could see torches were lighted and placed in areas with low visibility away from the gas lamps. Rowan heard the breeze blew by him and noticed how silent the world was from up here. He observed that he could now feel the passage of the wind on the patches of his shell that had an open skin. His shell had blocked that from him. The new sensation of touch he had now received seemed to sync with his nervous system, and for the first time his real senses bloomed. He could see the world, not the one being fed to him by his spatial sight, but the senses from his flesh and bloodline. Rowan had no way to describe it, but it was the total awareness of his body. Just from the wind touching his skin, he could detect its speed and humidity. Various smells and microorganisms and materials that were swept along were accessed by his body and fed to him in real time without overwhelming him. It felt wondrous. It was a series of sensations he would have never been able to feel as a human at this point. Whatever price he had paid to be here was entirely worth it in his estimation. So Rowan closed his eyes and for this moment of stillness tried to forget. It was almost serene. How marvelous were the gifts in this world, and how profound was the horror that it brought. With his spatial sight around him, Rowan felt a wondrous change. As if his surroundings were all under his control, he looked down at his feet, at a piece of loose tile. He gazed at the tile, and slowly it began to levitate. He released it, and it fell slowly as if the surrounding gravity was lessened. He felt the snakes inside him shiver before the clouds above him parted, and a set of massive claws swiped at him. Rowan's new senses aided him here, and with the warning from the snakes inside his body, he leaped to the left, the massive claws barely missing him. A massive avian creature had broken through the fog, and it began to circle the manor. It had wings that were leathery and green coloration like old mold. There were sharp spikes sticking out from its spine. It had 3 heads with long serpentine necks that were covered with pustules and opened wounds. In fact, all of its body was filled with deep scars that bled as it flew around, pouring foul-smelling fluids everywhere. Most surprising was that this abomination had hair like humans. They were of all shades and in varying lengths. Rowan had an inkling of the reason for that. His speculation filled him with rage and disgust. Rowan previously heard of a flying abomination from the accounts of the people, but he did not catch sight of it during the rescue, and it must have retreated before he arrived. Even as this avian abomination flew around, the 3 heads were locked onto him, and giving a loud shriek, the abomination plunged down at him. Motherfu, before Rowan could mutter any choice expletives, a massive claw raked towards him. He took the most likely option and jumped off the roof. He would rather not damage the manor by their confrontation, and he was in an unfavorable position with unsteady footing up there. The charge from the abomination had been too fast for Rowan. Heard the slam on the roof, before it exploded in a wave of terracotta tiles and wood trimmings as he fell from the 4-story roof. With his agility, he was able to turn in the air as he fell, for the claws were a few feet away from him. It turns out the abomination could dive much faster than Rowan could fall. The only option he had was to raise his hands and protect his head. There was a meaty thump as Rowan hit the floor. He hardly felt the impact. His body rebounded slightly from the ground before the claws shortly followed behind. He had no ways of avoiding it, and with a massive bang, the abomination smashed Rowan into the ground. It dragged him over and ruthlessly pecked him, the force from the attack driving him into the ground as sand and rocks flew from the impacts. Rowan was disoriented as the motion from the avian abomination was too hard to follow. The attack from the beak was very fast, almost like an industrial jackhammer. Thankfully, the damages it inflicted were not that monumental for his present body. What forces that could penetrate his shell just left minor bruises, and those healed instantly. "Get off me!" Rowan yelled as he tried ineffectually to push the claws away for a little gap where he could shimmer out from under it. The abomination, noticing its assault was ineffective, switched tactics. Holding tight to Rowan, it flew a few meters into the air and with a quick flap of its meaty wings, dived and slammed Rowan into the floor. It did this twice, utterly wreaking the gardens outside and creating ditches tens of feet deep, but this action slightly loosened its grip on Rowan, who took the opportunity and rolled out from its grasp. Rowan crouched and breathed deeply. He hurriedly cast his gaze around fruitlessly, seeking for a weapon to even the playing field. Rowan's inexperience as a seasoned warrior showed its ugly head now, for he had left his weapons inside the manor. The primordial record could give him all the techniques and abilities to be a great warrior, but it could not impact the experience of getting to that level. Any other warrior who had the same depth of combat abilities like Rowan would never leave without their weapon by their side in an active combat region. The abomination shrieked as it circled Rowan. Such tough prey was not to its liking. Rowan was like a tortoise inside an adamantine shell. Who needs weapons anyway? Rowan lightly punched both sides of his head and faced the circling abomination. He lifted both hands like a boxer and faced the circling abomination. His footwork was steady. He had many skills from the berserker aspects, and now he had a target practice right in front of him which he could use to validate those skills. It occurred to him that if he was going to that dangerous world, he would need to fully understand his capabilities and not go into danger hoping on luck and his stats. "Come on!" Rowan yelled. The abomination shrieked and attacked him with all three heads. Its eyes were red, and Rowan noticed the beak of the abomination was slowly changing shape, becoming more pointy, almost like a blade. Rowan dodged the attacks narrowly, his body contorting in various positions to avoid the beak of the abomination. The new awareness he had gained from the fusion of his spatial sight and his body's natural senses played a powerful role in his movements. The bird was fast, but this skill made him almost anticipate all its actions when the heads were close to him, giving him a split second to adjust and avoid it. Rowan quickly got used to the speed of the abomination, and when its next attack missed, he fired back with a heavy haymaker, putting all his weight behind the blow, directly into its eyes, infusing that blow with the skill Bash. Bash smash all nearby enemies with a mighty overhand blow, disorienting and stunning them. Rowan had felt the skill drawing on his vitality and a bit of his spirit. He air-circled his fist, creating a vortex, and when his strength was fully employed in addition to his metallic constitution, it turned his fist into a devastating weapon. Its shriek was deafening as its eyeball exploded and a part of the skull was cracked. It retreated and the eyes from its two heads turned red as it entered into a berserk state and furiously doubled its speed. Rowan had become more comfortable with the pace of the fight, and after the mild disorientation from its sudden attack, he realized that even without any weapon, he was not disadvantaged against this creature. His heavy golden blood began to rush through his body faster, and he calmed himself, placing his mental state in a sort of zen-like meditation. He intended to destroy this creature. "Well, that's it. Little bird, come to Papa." Rowan had been angling himself towards the pillars at the gate of the manor. Their battle had driven them towards the edge of the fog. The abomination may or may not have understood Rowan, nevertheless it shrieked again and attacked. Rowan calmly sidestepped the lunge and the attack missed. The beak of the abomination pierced into the pillar behind Rowan. Not letting the abomination pull out, Rowan hammered the side of the beak, using another of his berserker skills with a fast fist combo attack that left it cracked and bleeding. Its struggles finished the job, however, because as the abomination pulled its head back, the beak was left behind. Combo attack strikes a nearby target and restores a set amount of spirit. Rowan grinned, for he had noticed a slight tingling in his fist. He had ignored it because he powered most of the berserker skills using his inexhaustible vitality, but he could understand the utility of this skill. With this skill, he would be able to rapidly gain back the spirit he uses during battle, and since his stamina was very high due to his constitution, he could now fight for an extended amount of time without worrying about his spirit. His first battle as a berserker was displaying the shocking values of the skills he had gained from that aspect. Rowan turned and set one foot on the pillar as a counterbalance and pulled at the embedded beak. With a grating sound, he withdrew it from the stone. He turned it over, running his hands through the beak. It was black with a dull yellow spot staining the beak. It was pointed like a spear, and pieces of torn flesh were attached to the impromptu weapon. Not as good as the axe. Rowan gestured at the abomination, motioning it to attack, but it would have to do, his single golden gaze locked on the creature. His eyes were that of a predator. Soul Caesar, Jaws of Dagon, rose behind him. It rotated slowly. Stirring the fog, he brandishes the beak. "Come." The abomination replied with a shriek of its own, using all three of its heads, which carried with it different tones and pitch. It was like the dying cries of a crow played in reverse. Strange and nauseating. The abomination was massive, almost the size of a fully grown male elephant. The multicolored hair waving in the breeze made it appear larger and ferocious. Its tail was devoid of any hair but was segmented like a rattlesnake, and tiny 3-inch spikes liberally coated the tail. Rowan observed that the tail could be a potent weapon, but compared to the size of the abomination, it was too small to effectively attack with. The physiology of these creatures just kept getting weirder. Nevertheless, Rowan did not let down his guard. This was an apex predator. No features on its body were wasted. But that did not stop a thrill of excitement coursing down his spine. The abomination charged at him, and Rowan lined up the beak like a spear to face the charging creature, and he properly set his feet to brace for the incoming clash. He shot a burst of his spatial sight to run a quick analysis, and he traced every movement of the creature. Selecting his target, he gritted his teeth, leaned forward and set his shoulders with bone-crushing speed. They both collided. Boom! Rowan was thrown backwards and his body embedded into the pillar. Rowan blanked out for a moment and came to in a fraction of a second. He pushed himself away from the pillar. The slight force he exerted broke the battered pillars in two. The abomination had also been thrown back, its massive body tumbling twice and throwing dust everywhere. The spot where they clashed had lines of impacts radiating from there. He moved to the left, dodging the falling beam. The gates it held came crashing down with a loud bang, and he winced a bit at the sound. The greedy gremlin inside Rowan complained about property damages and the cost of repairs. Pushing that little Scrooge aside, he focused on the abomination that was wailing ahead. The entire beak had penetrated its central head, so deeply its ends shot out from the neck. The shock of such a massive injury had killed a couple of souls inside the creature. Knowing he did not need to make this gesture but still doing it just for dramatic effect, Rowan snapped his fingers and the wails from the abomination ceased, and it collapsed. The wave of soul energy that streamed into him made him smile with satisfaction. Soul Caesar shrank and returned to his wrist, eerily fading through his shell and latching onto his flesh. Rowan brushed away specks of dust from his shoulder and surveyed his garden. It was a mess. Craters and broken trees littered the grounds. The short fight with the avian abomination had destroyed his once pristine gardens. Even his gates were no longer standing. Luckily, the sigils placed on the gates were drawn on a rare metallic ore that was difficult to damage. They were still functioning properly, he could tell because the fog had not come closer to the gate. The sigils were drawn on hexagonal metallic plates that came in sets of 7. The characters seemed simple at a glance, but a more careful introspection of the plates would reveal a somewhat 3D-like effects on the drawn lines. They shifted in angles that defied meaning. It was a fool's errand to try to copy a sigil. The way the lines were drawn, you could not even trace its starting point. Little was known about these bizarre symbols before a reluctant explanation was released to the few noble clans. Sigils were a set of lost languages of power that could only be drawn by the Melsine forges of the God King. They were rare and precious, and one of the hallmarks of nobility was to have access to it. It could not be bought or traded, and it was strictly defensive in nature. There were rumors of sigils with different capabilities, housing both offensive and support capabilities exists. If there was, the God King kept that knowledge and their existence under wraps. What made sigils a powerful tool was that they did not need any apparent source of power to function. They could exist perpetually unless they were destroyed, and that was very hard to do, almost impossible. Rowan had never heard or read of anywhere where sigils were destroyed. They were always recovered in the event of the owner's passing. The plates could be tracked, and this dissuaded the most hardened thief. After countless examples of entire families and even counties being wiped out for stealing a sigil plate, Rowan heard the rapid footsteps of Maeve and the guardsmen. They were just making it to him. The battle was a short one. My lord, we followed your battle from a distance. Apologies for my failure in guarding you. Vajadid. There was nothing you could have done, and I am also complicit in this matter, Rowan interrupted her. Besides, it was a short battle. Your efforts should be placed elsewhere. These attacks show we are not safe here, as our defense are solely lacking. A few more of these things and everyone here would perish. Creating ambush points is ineffective if they can just fly over them. With the tools we have, there are limited countermeasures to this problem. Maeve seemed to have developed new frown lines. The guardsmen, meanwhile, were assessing the creature, poking at it. Captain Titus looked at the abomination while frowning. This was not the first time he had seen the eerie method with which Lord Rowan was able to use to kill these creatures. He knew that a wound like that should not be able to kill them. He kept that thought to himself, however, and motioned for his men to check their surroundings for any breach caused by the battle. This mayhem around him showed that this battle was at the peak of legendary, and if he was unsettled about how a helpless noble could become so powerful in such a short time, he showed no indication. Rowan's sight was wrapped around him, checking his reactions to these events. His sketch reveals there was something problematic about this individual, and he hoped his vigilance would bear fruit. He had figured out some of his capabilities, and he would need to leave for the moment. The appearance of the avian abomination indicated that even if he stayed behind, there was no assurance he would be able to save his people with his current strength. Although he was powerful, his offensive methods were still not complete, particularly his range offense, and getting to legendary would most likely for him be killing two birds with one stone. He would be enhancing his lifespan as well as grow more powerful and get his legendary ability. A unique power that could only be bestowed on a dominator when he became a legend. Rowan turned and began walking back to the manor, calling for Maeve. So, as I was saying, Rowan suddenly stopped talking and looked at his feet. The dust was stirring rhythmically. It didn't require much thought to figure out this was the pattern of breathing. This could only come from a set of massive lungs, and the only creature that should be able to do that should be dead. He turned to see the abomination risen once more. The head he pierced was the one in the middle, that one laid dead, the movement of the abomination dragging it to and fro. It suddenly spread great leathery wings, and its two heads rose and shrieked to the skies. The guardsmen zoomed past Rowan. Their actions were swift and precise. They drew their swords and attacked. There was no hesitation, and their cooperation was flawless, with Captain Titus leading the foray. Like a pack of wolves circling their prey, they attacked the abomination from all sides. Their blades left deep wounds all over the abomination. Its angered shrieks were deafening. Rowan knew this was not enough to stop the abomination. If it was not delivered a fatal wound by beheading, they would have to be cut into small chunks, for these creatures have a tenacious vigor. Rowan saw the previous wounds they had dealt it, closed up and stopped bleeding. The abomination was getting used to their abilities and patterns of attack, for they did not really threaten its life. It suddenly lunged forward and swatted away one of the guardsmen with its spiked tail, who did not anticipate this move from the abomination. The guardsman grunted as his body flew towards the fog. Sparks flew from the armor. It was nearly torn in two. The guardsman was lucky, for the tail barely missed cutting through the armor, and he would have been lost to the fog, for the blow was powerful enough to fling him outside, and if not for the quick tackle of Rowan, who intercepted him in midair. Draw its attention away, do not bother with killing it. Lord Rowan would deliver the finishing blow. Maeve called out, and from that mystical spot she kept everything. She fished out the great axe from midair. Her brows were instantly dotted with sweat as her aura plunged. The axe gave out a shrill drone that made her teeth ache. It was clearly annoyed at her for using her ability on it, but what the axe craved was battle, and so it permitted this shift. With sheer will, she tossed the axe to Rowan and collapsed to her knees. She had never felt such a ravenous hunger from anything before. If she held that axe for a few minutes, it would surely kill her. Rowan's single eye lit up when he saw the axe. The axe was supposed to be extremely light for a dominator like Maeve. Nevertheless, it seemed to weigh a ton, plus its vitality-draining effects made her throw lackluster. She missed the throw, and it was going to fall short, far from Rowan's reaching hand. But all these were meaningless because as Rowan opened his hand, the axe that should hit the floor veered towards his palm. A low, keening sound of excitement came from the axe. Rowan rewarded its commitment by pouring considerable loads of vitality into the axe. It shivered and began to emanate a golden light from the axe head. He gave it more, and the axe head blazed with a golden flame. Rowan eyed the abomination. If one head were not enough, he would cut down all three. The axe agreed and seemed to fit in Rowan's palm better. Rowan carefully circled the abomination. The next series of action happened fast and left Rowan in awe, reminding Rowan why the guardsmen were the shock troops of his family. The captain ran up a raised patch of earth that resulted from the earlier battle with the abomination. He shunned gravity as he leapt forward. Twirling his sword, he cut through a section of the thick neck of the creature. The blow pushed the head of the creature backwards, only to be met by another guardsman who struck at the same wound deeply from the opposite direction. Only the thick spine of the abomination stopped the head from coming off. The abomination cried out, and its head began to slump down, clearly stunned. It was not over yet. As the captain fell, the last guardsman was on his knees locking his hands together. He caught him, and with a yell he heaved upwards against towards the falling head. The captain delivered the last blow and the head rolled down. The eyes on the head showing anger. The legs on the abomination buckled and it fell. Now you guys are just showing off. But by all the gods, there were a million more of such guardsmen in his family. Rowan was now realizing how much power his family and the rest of the nobility as a whole controlled. After all, they were all descendants of gods. Sometimes he forgot that. Not one to miss an opportunity, he beelined towards the last head that was snapping and hissing at the circling guardsmen. Hearing his footsteps, it shrieked at him and the axe answered it. Rowan had never used the axe to cut something before, only calling on its inherent ability to create multiple phantasmal duplicates of itself. The axe added momentum to Rowan's swing. This meant that he would hardly use any effort when he wielded the axe. The sharpness surprised him and he used too much strength. Rowan was aiming to cut into the skull. That was all he needed for Soul Caesar to work, but the axe went through the head like it was an illusion. The yellow blood pumping out, however, was not. Turning to the last head that the guardsman had cut, Rowan was not going to be surprised again, as he saw that a new head was growing from the neck the guardsman had cut. He held the axe over the last regenerating head. It was nearly complete and the shape was different. Rowan, feeling a bit of spite, waited for the eyes of the abomination to open. When it did, it was not disoriented. Its new head resembled a human's face with teeth poking through the face. Its yellow eyes fixed on Rowan's, and the abomination suddenly reared up, only for its head to fall moments later. Rowan's hands were still. The axe was that sharp. When the abomination rose, its neck passed through the axe Rowan held up. He even suspected that it did not feel a thing. The two waves of soul power that flowed into him confirmed his suspicion of this creature being a sort of Frankenstein monster. Multiple abomination had been merged, but their life force was kept separated. The reason for the three heads was not because he was fighting against a single abomination but three. He did not know if these tactics were frequently used by abominations before, or if this was a clear reply to his abilities. It was all bad news to him. Rowan knew this had to be a blatant reply to his abilities. Apparently the abomination core must be aware of the ease in which he slaughtered abominations, seemingly disregarding their perverse vitality, and most likely, this was an experiment to understand how it works. This reminded Rowan again that he was not dealing with a mindless drone but a core. An alien intelligence that could change strategies and learn from its mistakes. A thought occurred to Rowan, and like a madman he began hacking the abomination apart, each of the swings cutting out massive chunks of flesh. With the axe he could use one of the berserker skills he had, smash. Smash, berserker jumps to the target and smashes their axe into the opponent. Also using combo attack alongside it, he tore the abomination apart. When the upper part of the body was all but destroyed, he felt a frightening wave of soul power flood into him. It was 5 times denser than what he received from each of the heads. There must have been another abomination hidden inside. The idea that occurred to Rowan was that if this was an analytical foe, it would attempt to keep its capabilities hidden. If it could separate the life force of the abomination into 3 parts, why not 4 or even 5? If he had not been careful, he may have died in an ambush he did not see coming. Rowan felt a headache coming on. The arriving battles were going to be harder, as he could no longer one-shot these creatures. Thankfully, he had a great weapon, and he knew his growing abilities would still make all these concerns meaningless soon enough. Speaking about weapons, what happened to his shears? It occurred to him that he may have lost it during the chaos of the battle, and he had totally forgotten about it. I really need a skill on weapons care, can't go around losing my weapon and leaving them behind in a field of battle. Rowan knew it was not his fault. He did not grow up fighting battles. The only reason he was not a gibbering mess was because, in a manner, he was numb. He had experienced too much in so little time, and he knew he needed a lot of quiet time to go through his garbage and work things out with himself. The battle waits for no one. Rowan would forge on until he succeeds or he dies. Let's return to the manor. The compounds are not safe any longer. Rowan said. He recalled something and his eyes flashed. He turned to Maeve. Walk with me. When they were out of the earshot of the guardsmen, Rowan said, thanks for the save. Maeve cocked her head and her eyes lit up in understanding. It's my duty. My lord. Yeah, about that. Can you stop calling me that? You should call me by my name. Maeve smiled. I dare not. This is how it has always been. Your status deserves every acknowledgement. I do not care so much about my status. Our relationship should have gone beyond the need to be separated by titles and whatnot. I understand, master. This goes beyond you and me. The nobility would have my head if word gets to them that I stepped beyond my station. Nobles, Rowan scoffed. I see no nobles here in my time of need. I only see you and your effort. Rowan paused. I want us to be friends. If I am going to die in this coming battle, I would rather it be beside a friend, not my servant. Maeve was speechless. My lord master, I can't. I am sorry, but there are rules I cannot break. No, if that is the case. Rowan's voice became forlorn. Maeve hurriedly interrupted him, her voice flustered. But I have always been your friend, my lord. That would not change, even though I serve out of loyalty. With the years, I have grown fond of you. If you are to fall in battle, master, your enemies must have stepped over both my broken body and my ghost. An uncomfortable pause grew between them. Before Rowan coughed, his eyes flashed a bit of confusion before he buried it. Maeve was clearly embarrassed, and he hurried to change the topic. SOUM, how do you bring out tools and weapons from midair? I don't actually pull anything from midair, my lord. This is related to a unique ability of mine. Maeve made a hand gesture slowly so Rowan could follow her movement. She simply uses her thumb to touch the tips of her middle finger once and opened her hand, and a piece of cloth materialized over it. She let it fall and repeated the gesture, and the cloth vanished. That cloth was from the kitchen table inside the manor. My unique, legendary ability allows me to shift anything I have laid my eyes on, and I have touched within the last 2 weeks. As far as I know, distance is not a limit. Rowan was mute in astonishment. He swallowed and replied, that is an incredible ability. It uses should almost be endless. Spatial ability falls under the path of the giant that I walk on. But it is very rare to awaken it at such a low pathway. Maeve's breath in deeply and continued. When I awakened this ability, it almost killed me. My mind could not fathom the process by which it operates. Thankfully, it was an innate ability of my bloodline, and I did not really need to understand all the intricacies to make it work. Well, there are some restraints on the abilities, disregarding the 2 weeks I have to constantly see and touch the items I need to access. I cannot move items greater than what I can carry, and the more intricate or powerful the item, like the axe, the more strenuous it is for me to shift it. And finally, I cannot shift a living being. Rowan's head was lowered a little in deep thought. He knew about legendary abilities. To understand how it works, one must understand the pathway the Dominator treads. When a Dominator gets to the legendary state, the pathway he cultivates would unlock an ability from the bloodline, and this ability was significant because it was easier to identify your strengths using the ability you were able to receive from your bloodline. So nobles of the same bloodline could unlock entirely different abilities at the legendary state. As far as Rowan could tell, there were 7 major pathways of dominion, all corresponding to the 7 major bloodlines. Through his studies and the knowledge that he could acquire, he got to know about 3 of the pathways. Even the names of the other 4 elude his grasp. The pathways he knew included Pathway of Storms. The Dominator on this pathway were known as Storm Callers. They controlled lightning and frost, and at higher pathway they could control the weather. Some Dominator in this pathway tend more to frost than lightning and vice versa. Though at the height of their powers, they all would be able to control every ability under that pathway. Under a pathway, many Dominators usually switch into different sub-occupations that inclined more to their bloodline and talent. A Dominator under the Path of Storms could become a Frost Lord or a Lightning Weaver, an Ice Titan or a Magnetic Grain. The second pathway Rowan knew was the Pathway of the Wanderer. The Dominator on this pathway controlled all major aspects of nature. They could be termed druids, and they branched into many branches like beast tamers or treants. The Curain's family tread on this last pathway that he knew, which was the pathway of the Adept. According to family propaganda, this pathway was the most powerful of all the pathways, second only to the mysterious pathway of the God King. Dominators of this pathway had control over flames and the earth. They could draw down light from the sun or create a massive golem from the Earth's core. They could raise the skies or flip the Earth. Recently, Rowan was aware of a new pathway, which was Maeve, Pathway of the Giant. Though she admitted that she did not know whether this was the pathway itself or just one of the sub-occupations under the pathway, and she had no idea of her bloodline as that information was known only to his mother, who had raised Maeve as a child. Her background was still a mystery to him, and he knew for all her loyalty, there were things he could not get her to divulge to him. Pushing the pathways away from his mind for the moment, he focused on the most pressing problems. Their survival. He was going to the other world. He had calculated the time he had spent there, and saw that there was no disparity in the flow of time between both worlds. If he spent 1 hour in that world, the same amount of time would pass in this one. He did not have to worry about missing major events while he strived to power up and break his lifespan curse. Rowan had to go to his personal chambers in order to access the yellow gem enclosed inside his mansion. He gave Maeve strict instructions that he was not to be disturbed in the next hour. By his estimation, that was all he needed to collect enough soul points from that world. The area where the gem lied was inside his bathroom, and he easily tore through the walls until he reached the gemstone. He checked himself one more time and squeezed the axe, hearing its comforting buzz. He had some disquietness about bringing this weapon with him. Although it had granted him a valuable aspect, there were many suspicious points about this weapon. He thought about it for a while and still decided to bring the weapon along. It was his greatest weapon presently, and if it could save his life at a critical moment, it would be extremely foolish to leave it behind. His eyes took on a look of determination. He was not leaving this world unless he became a legend. Stretching forth his hand towards the glowing gem, another hand emerged from it and grabbed him. His enhanced agility stat had shown him that this hand was a direct replica of his own. He appeared inside that strange passage and he walked towards the red glowing light. His hearts were calm and his trust in his skills was enough. He checked his primordial record and saw he had received a total of 174 soul points. He threw them all into Ouroboros, waiting for a couple of seconds for his body to grow adapted to his increased attributes, and then he let himself be drawn into that world. He saw himself lying on his back when he came to. Overhead was the red moon. He wondered if this world was always in perpetual night. He spread his spatial sight around him and immediately went tense. This place was different from where he had first arrived. He had arrived in a ruined city the first time, and now he was at a beach. Around him were massive piles of bones that covered the entire beach, and he found himself under them, and below him was the gleaming teleportation rune. He would have mistaken the bones for massive dead trees if he had not swept his sight around him. He heard the waves break on the shore and his sight penetrated the fields of bones, and he saw endless desolation. Even the ocean that he saw was red like blood, and he rapidly drew back his sight and placed it around him. He would not repeat what he did the last time and alert the inhabitants of this place. His spatial sight was only indeterminable by those weaker than him, and he suspected that he was among the weakest here. His sight entered the primordial record, and he sighed in bliss, as he saw he already had 50 soul points already, and it was growing as he watched. Instead of using his spatial sight, he intended to use his eyes. He had discovered early on that his energy sight could be switched on or off. If it were active, there would be a gleaming light in his eyes like lightning. He activated his energy sight and he was nearly blinded, but in a short while his eyesight adapted and he saw an astonishing new world. The first thing his senses brought to him was the smell. It was a stale, sulfury smell, with an addition of iron which he surmised came from the literal ocean of blood. The next was the sounds. There were none, except for the sounds of the waves breaking on the shore, yet he knew this was all a facade, for all around him there was life, an overwhelming amount of life in fact. The surrounding bones held energy like massive slumbering volcanoes. He did not have time to properly use his sight to check his surroundings, but that was a good thing because he was sure that the entirety of the bones on this beach belonged to a single being. The energy inside the bones ebbed and flowed in a manner that resembled breathing. At this time, Rowan was still on his back, and so he cast his gaze around him, and he was able to observe the repeating patterns of the surrounding bones. They were like tall pillars that pierced the earth and reached for the skies. The energy inside them was milky white, and by their curves, this series of bones appeared to be rib bones. He was inside the ribs of a gigantic creature, and whatever this creature was, it was not dead, or perhaps its body was not dead, even though its soul might already be gone. Using his body as a reference, while still in the mortal state, his body vitality was so rich, he knew even if his soul died, his body would not necessarily perish. How much more these beings who were on a height of power that he could not even ascertain. If gods could ever die, this place should be their graveyard. The sense of power that these bones gave was palpable. He thought about the massive amount of soul fragments in this world. Perhaps these were just the remnants of a powerful being long dead. Just the tiny portion of their souls could create so many soul points for him to harvest. Looking at the soul points gathered, it was already more than 400 and counting. He shuddered in excitement and kept his eyes peeled for any approaching enemy, and he figured that he might be very lucky. Apparently, there were many of these teleportations rune in this world, and that meant he might not know where he ended up. He could have easily appeared inside the nest of some powerful creature that was very active, and who might disperse his existence with a sneeze. In fact, he believed he was exactly in a place like that, but he was lucky that this being may have a high threshold for nuisance or because he was too weak. He wasn't seen as important, but the most likely option that Rowan went with was this being may be asleep. It was an instinct which was brought about by the energy flow inside the bones. It was a bit mesmerizing to watch, and the steady cadence of its movement made him think of a sleeping child. The beach had been empty when he first swept his sight around him. The presence of such a powerful creature must have deterred all others from disturbing its slumber. If he was going to be a frequent visitor in this world, it would be a good thing if he could direct the spot of his descent. Well, some things were out of his hands. He proceeded to sit down cross-legged as his soul point had exceeded 800 points. It was so close now. He began a series of deep breaths. With the holes in his shell, he had no more trouble breathing and he could focus on other things. The axe he held was mysteriously quiet, not even letting out a hum. The behavior of this axe was questionable. He felt it was most likely sentient, but he had no ways of communicating with it. He wanted to push his spirit into the axe as he had never attempted to do that before, but he pushed that thought aside. This was not the time for such experiments. It would be a great source of regret if he lost this stable manner he was gathering souls because of a whim. His soul point broke the 1,000-point threshold, and Rowan's fingers began to itch in anticipation. If not for the overwhelming sinister nature of this world, this place would be a great place to relax. There were no howling abominations and wailing mothers, no weeping children and sounds of weapons tearing through flesh. Only the bloody waves breaking over the shore, and his soul points increasing at every turn. He felt a wave of tiredness over his soul. It has been a tough couple of days, hasn't it? At this time he had spent only 10 minutes in this world, and he had gathered 1,000 points of souls. Seeing that his path to legendary and even beyond opening up for him, his mind went still and his 3 hearts became calm. He allowed himself to fall into a state of near slumber, and he awoke every 10 minutes to check his soul point growth. When he gathered 3,000 points, he finally breathed easier and went into a state of semi-slumber once more. When he gathered 7,000 soul points, his excitement was even not that much. It seemed like it was a normal state of affair. When he gathered 10,000 soul points, he was nearly asleep until he had an intense pain inside his hearts. His consciousness seized, and like an electric jolt through his system, he pushed his sight inward, and he came to a painful realization that he was dying. Rowan had made a fundamental mistake. When he saw his lifespan, he had judged he may still have a little time left. Surely he must have had a few weeks or months left to gather powers and take care of his affairs, but he was very wrong. He had been at the final moments of his life. When a mortal was at the edge of death, they could burn their vitality and push through the obstacles in their way, seemingly achieving great feats of strength and living far past their due time, if only for a moment. Rowan was wrong. The primordial keepers did not make a mistake when they attempted to kill him and failed. No, they succeeded, for he was already dead and he had no lifespan left. His record did not show him an exact number of days or weeks left because there was none. At that moment when Maeve had found him with a knife sticking through his eyes and into his brain, he had exhausted all his lifespan. What kept him on his last breath for so long was 2 things: his stubborn spirit and his inexhaustible vitality. His soul had only the barest wisp left, yet as he evolved the Ouroboros bloodline his vitality increased to a ridiculous amount, and that was what fanned the flames of that last dying wisp. He had so many problems on his mind. He had been torn in different directions, trying to understand, to fight his way out of this hell he woke up into. He had never relaxed for a single moment. But everything had an end. His growing soul point finally made him relax his spirit, and that last tenuous grasp on his soul slipped from his aching grasp. Like all selfless individuals, the soul of the prince had influenced Rowan far more than he knew, for instead of pursuing his survival at any cost, he placed the needs of the many over his own. The pain in his heart increased as the snakes were going crazy inside him. They were a part of him that in his mortal state he could not yet grasp. His hands seized his chest, and with his last will he attempted to push his soul point into Ouroboros, but he was so exhausted. He screamed and fought for his mind to move as heavy darkness began to encroach over his sight. Move, damn asterisk it, move. I have everything I need to live, and I can't fail at the edge of winning, please not like this. Not like this. His hands collapsed by his side and his breath ended, his soul slipped away from his body and it began to ascend. Overhead, the skies of this world that had never seen the light of the sun changed. For the soul of an Empyrean was dying. The surrounding bones began to tremble and overhead the skies parted and a great eye, that seemed to contain all the darkness of the void, opened. Is this what true death feels like? It kinda. It's silent, and all my worries and toils seem so far away from me. I can drop all my burdens. I can letter 1d635, letter 1d633, letter 1d636, letter 1d626, letter 1d620, letter 1d63a be free. All of my pain and sorrow, the fears that haunts me, all my confusion, my doubts, all that I lack, all that has brought me shame, I can simply leave. I can stop the struggle. Death would be a blessing I would have won. For what do I really have to live for playing catch-up in another man's life? No, I may not remember the precise moment it happened, but this life became. I have lived my life. It was not a long one, but it was a rich. This is good, this is proper. I can go to the darkness. Letter 1d609, letter 1d636, letter 1d635. This was not of my choosing. The primordial keepers cut short my letter 1d620, letter 1d620, letter 1d627, letter 1d626, letter 1d634, letter 1d631. They do not welcome my letter 1d631, letter 1d633, letter 1d626, letter 1d634, letter 1d624, letter 1d626. Dying would be handing what is left of me to beings who would gladly torture me for an eternity, just because I have there. My father tore my body and mind apart repeatedly. For his own gain, I can still see the disdain in his eyes. Letter 1d614, letter 1d622, letter 1d626, letter 1d637, letter 1d626. It was hard at first to see the signs, but I saw them. What sort of master would I be to leave you alone in your torment? I do not know these people I got to protect, but I can still remember their lives. I still remember the pain and the horror of it, and I still remember my promise. I told them, I swore to them on my blood. THATIWOLD make THEM pay. Their enemies are mine also. They have treated us all like objects to be used and discarded. No more would I let this pass. If I die, it would be by my own choosing. I have earned that right, for I've died before, and I died a second time, and a third, and a fourth. How many times has my soul being tortured without my knowing or say? This time it would be by own choice. My dear father, keepers, do not count me out. The bracelet that encircled Rowan's wrist rose and expanded, and the jaws of Dagon opened forth. Rowan's soul was already halfway through the opening in the sky, where that great black eye watches, when the jaw seized his soul and dragged it down. The great eye above trembled and slowly began to dissipate. The reason it could stay in the material plane for so long was due to the nature of this place. The prize had not escaped its grasp, for it was a dying flame that could only shelter itself from the storm for a little while before it expired. The great eye reduced itself to a pinprick and became a spot darker than night, and it waited for the shelter to crack open. Although it was patient as the endless void, it still fashioned a soul storm around the body of Rowan. Rowan found himself in darkness. His thoughts were slow, as if his mind was filled with syrup. He felt so cold. If he had a body, he would have been shivering. There was one spot of light ahead of him. It was golden and felt like the sun, and he wanted to enter that light, but he was so tired, but he mentally pushed himself to move. Rowan's form was pitiful. If a soul was a burning flame, he was less than the smoke that escapes the fire, yet the will inside that smoke was powerful. A lifetime of pain and loss had crafted that life force from coal into a diamond, and if all that was left of him was just a wisp of himself, he would never stop. Yet his resolve was powerful, but he was wasted, and his grasp were losing their hold on his awareness. Even inside his jaws of Dagon, he could only last for a while. He was too weak and slow to enter that golden light. His body was before him, but at the speed he was moving towards it, he would inevitably fail. But that did not make him to stop his advancement. The wisp of his soul made that golden light its everything. His focus was total, and if he were to slip into death, his eyes would remain permanently fixed ahead of him. Nothing would hold him back, not death, least of all despair. If I am to die, it would be on my feet, striving for life. Let it not be said I failed my promise while on my knees. He remembered crawling through the darkness in the mines, bones broken and his mind on the verge of shattering. He remembered it like it was yesterday. At that time his soul was far weaker than it was now. Yet he did not break. He remembered the madness of the spatial corridor, where he held himself on the verge of madness for what seemed like an eternity. His stubbornness to never give in to despair has always been his one character trait he had never let go off. After all, no one else would ever walk in his shoes, he was the master of his fate. He alone understood what he went through, for empathy only goes so far. His soul was getting weaker, the enhancement of his jaws of Dagon was weakening, for even as it held its soul over his body, a horrifying suction force was trying to pull that wisp away. At the last of his strength, he felt a growing warmth flowing inside his soul. It began as a trickle, and it slowly grew to become a flood that covered the wisp of his soul. It was like music that would make you cry. It was like being wrapped in a hot blanket after braving a storm. It was a lover's laughter. It was a mother's warm embrace, a father's smile that shows his pride in you. It was everything a mortal could experience, both good and bad. It was everything a person was and could be, and it was given freely to him. It was the soul of his people he had kept inside the jaws of Dagon. They came around him, and they poured their strength into his dying wisp. Rowan's soul was like a gray smoke, while their souls were like a shining lamp, and as they gave him their everything, they began to vanish. For even in his weakened state, his soul quality surpassed them all. Rowan tried to stop them, tried to say that it was not worth it. He was the Empyrean, he was the one who was supposed to save them. But a harsh slap resounded inside his soul, and he paused, stunned. Young man, we give ourselves freely, knowing you would protect our children, our mothers and fathers and sisters, and do not deny us this honor. Rowan was stunned by the selfless acts of these souls for his sake. Comparing the vigor of their souls with his was like comparing a candle flame to a burning tree. Even though his soul was on its last wisp, it was still a soul with two omnipotent bloodlines, especially as one of the bloodline domain was of the soul itself. These souls were tiny flames. Grunmir Zoramir Svegrim Toraniu Gragvar. Grarnia, Zogir, Living, Living, Sayudanimo. What they were doing was futile. It should be impossible for them to affect his withered flames yet. Alana Morin Branrick, Ragotter, F. Jarmir. They came and did the impossible. From the tiny flames they gave out, they reignited a forest. Each soul that touched his left him their goodwill. Young noble, thank you for saving my son. He is a little dumb, but he has a strong back and quick fingers. It is my honor to give you my flame. Kick their nasty behind, sir. Those demons are me in front of my children. Why did I never consummate my marriage after 3 months? Those bastards killed my Gregory. Kill them all. Take it easy, young noble. Alana is cheering for you. Please live well and Alana would be happy. Rowan's soul came ablaze with a glow that rivaled every color put on a canvas. He did not know what to feel at this time. It was a complex mixture of amazement and sadness. When he places these souls inside his jaws of Dagon, it occurred to him that he was able to collect souls. Why could he not collect his own like a lick? He had not been sure that he might succeed, but he was never one to lay down and die without fighting. He had asked himself, if he was in the final moment of his life, was it possible to extend that duration for as long as possible? Rowan had succeeded, yet he had also failed. He could safeguard his soul for a moment, but ultimately, his soul Caesar bloodline's jaw of Dagon was still too weak to harbor a soul like his own. His soul was unique, a merger of 2 different souls from 2 separated universes. It may never be possible to know how someone like him came to be, but he was. Already he could feel the surrounding strain. Only if he could place the jaws of Dagon inside his body, he might be able to start upgrading his bloodline. But a soul storm raged around his body, preventing him from descending, and more souls gave up their flames and he burned brighter. His strength grew as his unique soul became more. With a yell, he began forcing the jaws to push through the storm and enter his body. He strained and pushed with everything he had, but as he began inching closer to his body, the storm increased. Keepers! When he knew he could not move a single inch more, he stopped and watched the last soul flame enter his, and he gave his silent acknowledgement to these people who had given the ultimate sacrifice. The jaws could keep him safe, yet its speed was slow and it was heavy. He scrutinized the soul storm around his body, it would tear him apart. He was too angry to care all that much, he had made promises and he was too tired of failing them. Rowan pushed his blazing soul out of the jaws and into the storm. His soul was breaking as his flames began to dim. The pain he experienced was horrendous as everything that he was became fragmented. But his soul was light and fast, and even as his flame died, he touched his body and gave a single order before his soul collapsed into darkness. The Sylvan lakes were dark and empty. Every trace of life had been killed and devoured, nothing else existed in the lake except evil. The lifeless water was cold and surprisingly appeared to be very clean. Life held many things, chief among them being chaos. Life was messy and out of order. Things fail or break. Life dies and is renewed. Even in death, life thrives. The lake was empty of even death itself, just filled with the cold and silence of emptiness. A silence that was broken by a thumping sound reminiscent of a new heartbeat. The sound echoed sporadically and not in any particular order. At the bottom of the lake lay the head of a woman from a distance, her features seemed perfect. But a careful observation would bring about some oddities. Because you could see the head lying at the bottom of the lake even when you were outside of it, and this observation was important because the lake was quite deep, and if this was not a trick of the light, then that would mean that the head must be gigantic. The face was blue with yellow stripes that ran all through, and her hair was black and flowing in the silent waters. Even in her gigantic size, her face was still beautiful in a primal way. Nevertheless, the veneer of beauty was all from a distance. A closer look would reveal the horror beneath. The head lied on a field of bones, and it must have laid there for an inestimable amount of time, for there were multiple layers to this grotesque bed it rested upon. At the top layer were bones of humans and beasts of all shapes and sizes, and beneath were bones of giant that looked like rocks. Beneath were the bones of nobles in varying forms. Some bones of nobles were as tiny as ants, and some were as tall as mountains. Beneath the bones of the nobles were the bones of demons, and some of their remains could not be described, for their shape was too chaotic. And beneath all that rested a winged skeleton. The skeleton was inside a diamond-shaped crystal that served as a coffin. It held a great sword and was armored in gold. It was clear this was the first creature entombed here. Her individual strands of hair were as thick as pythons, almost 6 feet in diameter. Clustered within her hair were countless closed eyes. The eyes were all pierced with long spikes. Except for one eye, out of that eye crawled out a tiny tadpole-like creature that swam upward. It gingerly maneuvered through the dense locks of hair as it swam upward, until it became bigger, and it slowly morphed into a small infant with yellow eyes that glowed in the water. The moment the tiny creature broke the surface of the lake, another tadpole was spawned from the eye. The infant abomination swam towards the shore, where hundreds of bodies were placed. Most were dead, but interspersed in between the corpses were signs of some that were still breathing, moving. Strangely, these bodies were not from the town. Most of them were strangers that had no reason to even be close to this location. Some were Arathians that lived at the far edges of the continents. Some were Belmanes, a seafaring people, and multiple other races. The bodies were surrounded by tens of giant abominations. The tiny infant creature crawled through the bodies and selected a body of a young woman, and with eyes gleaming with delight, it unhinged its jaws and began to swallow. A sound came like a crack of thunder, and a tiny glow shone on the surface of the lake, and 2 glowing figures stepped through from the light. The figures grew until they stood at a man's height. They both wore mysterious metallic armor with a strange mask that had a central piece, resembling the trunk of an elephant. One of the armored figures spoke as they glanced at a ticking device. "We don't have much time in this Nexus event. Check your readings and let's finish the mission promptly." Readings are all in the green. Good. How long do we have before contamination exceeds the minimum threshold? 2 minutes and counting. Proceed with descent and extraction. Like a flash of lightning, the figures pierced through the water and approached the sleeping abomination core. They reached the hair and proceeded until they stopped at a closed eye. Extract Divine Armament Tycho XXVII. Waiting for final approval, proceed with extraction. The first armored figure took out a glowing blue slate. Pressing the center of the slate, a glowing hologram appeared. They resembled floating cubes. He moved them around until it formed a particular pattern and the surrounding environment blurred for a moment and returned to normal. Shielding has been lifted for 12 seconds. Readings are normal across the board. No unexpected shift from parameters. Proceed with extraction. The second armored figure seized a spike that pierced a closed eye. This eye was directly beside the unsealed eye. And he began to slowly pull it out. This is so very wrong, he whispered to himself. Hurry, soldier. The contamination threshold would be reached in 52 seconds. With great effort, the weapon was pulled out. The spike wiggled around rapidly and soon turned red-hot. The surrounding water evaporated into steam, and in a second it turned into ash. The closed eye shivered. It was awakening. Mission completed. Contamination threshold. 45 seconds. Excellent. Let's move out. As the two armored figures zoomed out of the water, one of them glanced below him and saw two wide-open eyes glaring at them. They escaped from the water and proceeded to the glowing spot in the air. The first entered, and as the second was about to enter and leave, a thought made him look back into the lake. He saw eyes after eyes beginning to open, even with the ceiling spikes still piercing through them. The eyelids were torn in two, but the eyes were still opening. He wanted to scream, but his training kicked in and he counted the open eyes. He saw that 20 were already opened, and it still continued. He gasped in shock. His mind abuzz with horror and trepidation, he stepped into the light. The light vibrated and slowly faded away. The armored figure appeared underneath a glowing rune. Sparks of lights like fireflies rained all around him. He was anxious to report what he had seen when he smelled something off. His mind went into overdrive as he pulled off his helmet, as he could not see with it outside a nexus zone. It was a slightly complicated affair as the helmet was in 3 different layers, but he quickly began taking it off, a single layer at a time. As his heartbeat accelerated, he could properly smell what raised his feathers, and it was the familiar smell of blood. The last layer came off, and he saw 3 men surrounding the decapitated body of his squad mate. The one holding the blade was the General, Augustus, who turned to him as he carelessly tosses the head to the side. I hope you understand that in extremely sensitive cases such as this one, we cannot let you live after you have completed the mission. The armored figure paused, his eyes tracing the head as it left a trail of blood. The last look on his face was surprise and maybe fear. The man whose head rolled on the floor was his younger brother, and he was not supposed to take this mission. But this was supposed to be a relatively safe mission, even though everything about it was hush-hush. A mission from the big noble family would boost their career prospects and open new doors of opportunities for them. He muscled his little brother to come along with him. He would share his good fortunes when they arrive, for this was the only family he had left in this world. Many thoughts ran through his head presently, but he steeled his nerves and nodded at the General. Understood, sir. He dropped the last piece of his helmet carefully beside him, making sure each of the components was in order. He was a great soldier who understood that above all things was order. I am ready, General. General Augustus smiled and looked at the other 2 figures beside him, a smug look on his face, turning back to the soldier. Turn around and kneel. The armored figure proceeded to carry out the instructions, and the general slowly walked up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder and said, If you have any family, they shall be well compensated, as stipulated by the statute. No, General. I have no more family. I am alone. Okay, soldier. I would be quick. No. By the way, do you have anything to report that was out of the ordinary inside the Nexus? No, General. The extraction proceeded as it was outlined. The second eye was unsealed with no interference. Great news, soldier. It would be quick. Augustus Tiberius lied. It was not quick. He had noticed the flash of hatred in the soldier's eyes before he hid it carefully. He slowly sawed the blade through the neck of the soldier. The soldier was a legendary dominator and had an impressive physique and healing ability. To his credit, the soldier did not scream. He only squeezed his hands tight as his head was slowly sawed away. You do know that he was lying to you. The figure inside the hood said. Get off your high pedestal, little shadow. The general frowned. Were you not the one who deemed this operation a failure and requested to clean house? I know he hid something from me, but does it matter? The second seal is gone and the board shall be reset. leave the machinations of ants to ants. His secrets, whatever it might be, are meaningless. A loud laugh suddenly broke out. The third prince held his rotund stomach and pointed to the hooded figure. Little Shadow, the name fits, doesn't it? Be that as it may. The hooded figure huffed. It was a very careless error. Your bloodlust knows no bounds, and you just wanted an excuse to kill your men. And you wonder why I don't like you. General Augustus dismissed the hooded figure with a wave of his hand. Dying by my hand is a blessing to their pitiful lives. There are millions more just like that, and of all the uncountable ways they are going to die, to do so by my hands is an honor. He turned and picked up the two heads and began walking away. Inform me when this debacle is over. Also consider my partnership over if you make such impromptu decisions without a proper meeting first. In a short while, he transformed into a red line that broke through the clouds as he raced towards the horizon. How much longer before I get to kill that brute? The hooded figure growled. Well, judging by the heads he carried away, he is soon to know the truth. He is rash. Begin preparing the moon in the well. I will shield Fate Eyes. The third prince said, and he sighed. Let's get this debacle over with. The possibility of going to that place has made all else lose its meaning to me. The two remaining figures made some more plans as they soon hovered over the ground and pierced the sky. The area became silent and empty except for the two bodies missing their heads. A short while later, the hooded figure reappeared and collected the two bodies and left. An hour after he left, the third prince appeared and looked at the scene bereft of any corpses. His eyes flashed red. It was impossible to know what he was thinking. He gave an enigmatic smile before he left. Augustus Tiberius, first of his name, General of the Red Legion of the North. The faithful sword of the god king Golgoth flew to the floating rune ship Absamet. His hand held a decapitated head that had its eyes closed as if it were asleep. The cut around the neck was not clean. The blade must have been dull, for the wound was jagged and the flesh almost looked torn apart. The rune ship Absamet was one of the 3 Herald-class warships of the Empire. It was 500 miles long and 300 across. It possesses an enlightened spirit that had grown with the Tiberius family and was responsible for directing troops at the forefront of battle. With the help of the enlightened spirit, Absamet was sentient. Absamet in its own right was a weapon of absolute destruction. It could house 1,000,000 soldiers and all their additional machinery of war, literally coated with living metal etched with sigils. Herald-class warships were almost indestructible. And unknown to Rowan, these warships were able to utilize offensive and support sigils. No one knew exactly when Absamet was created or how. Its makeup was shrouded in secrecy, and only the head of the Tiberius family had access to the enlightened spirit core. This year, Absamet was 33,000 years old. Even the head of the Tiberius family did not know when or how she was created. As powerful and old as he was, there were still secrets kept from him by his father, Tiberius. Every noble family descended from the bloodline of a god, and their surname was the names of each of the siblings of the god king. Gioranes, Tiberius, all were the brethren of the god king. After the Great War, the siblings made the most powerful dominator of their bloodline the head of their individual noble families, and as a boon, they were given permission to use the names of their primogenitor. So each head of the family was called the name of their god. General Augustus floated in front of the massive battleship that covered an entire part of the horizon. Augustus always tried, but he still failed to stop the awe that covered his heart any time he was close to this monstrosity. The massive rune ship was larger than many cities placed together, and its sheer destructive capabilities were spine-chilling. Absamet's primary duty was to stand watch at the edge of the marauder continent of the north. It was designated as one of the 3 pillars who watched over the northern continent. Augustus, you slimy little foo *k. I lend you my soldiers and you return with his head. I told the old man to pour his seed on the foo *king ground when he was with that slut. But no, he just had to have your inbred ass. The voice of a bubbly young girl sounded in Augustus' head. The voice of Absamet was no indication of its status as a monstrous ancient warship. The only indication that Augustus heard Absamet was a slight twitching of his left eyes. For anyone who knew the general, this level of restraint from him would be a very shocking surprise. The Tiberius family were known for their pettiness, and Augustus was among the best of them. He had raised an entire estate of a visiting diplomat to the ground, just because the 6-month-old baby of the poor diplomat was constantly laughing every time Tiberius spoke. The poor diplomat was very pleased because it was the first time he had seen his cute new baby laugh so hard. He was a little worried because he knew of Augustus' pettiness, but he dismissed his fears when he realized it was just a baby. Besides, who slaps a smiling face? Augustus began by breaking the child's neck right in front of the horrified parents. Drawing his blade, he slaughtered everyone inside the estate. He had been in a superb mood that day. The diplomat had offered sizable bribes. But it was just in the way that the baby laughed, so pure and uninhibited, that set him off. Absamit, these men are under my command, and I will utilize them the way I see fit. Augustus' voice had changed to a deeper growl. His patience was clearly running thin. Yeah, right, spineless little sh*t for the next 30 years, and you would be rotated for the next bastards to try their hands at warfare. But at least I can be assured that there would be nothing worse than you. Absamit was quiet for a while before she continued. The ancestor of that head you are holding was once one of my best soldier. I took that squealing babe from the ruins of Aloria, where the Great War ended. That baby had no right to be alive. He proved his excellence when he became a legendary from a mortal within a short 2 decades. A damn blink of an eye, without a single shred of old blood inside of him. I taught him how to fight, I taught him how to **k. And he was magnificent. Augustus pressed his brows, an intense headache was building within. Absamit, let me in. Do you expect me to listen to his entire family history? You little **t, you would do well to listen. I have bred that line for 18,000 years. If I did not keep samples of their bloodlines, I would be back to zero. Your mindless buffoonery has cost me centuries. I would have to regrow a new batch from old stocks. Augustus' golden eyes deepened to a dull brown as he brought out a token. Let me in this instant. This is an order. Of course. E-levels are now open to you. All facilities are primed for your usage, General. A red light flashed, and General Augustus disappeared, but not before he heard Absamit murmur, the next 1,000 years family meeting, I am calling for a purge. Augustus appeared in a posh office space. Space would be the right word. This place appeared like an open field. E-level space were usually subject to spatial manipulations. The space was far larger inside than the outside would suggest. This level was meant for the elites and the direct line of descent of the Tiberius family. This office was a direct replica of his favorite office at his palatial manor. He made sure every single part of it was recreated faithfully. The place lacked any sense of style. Augustus did not have one. He simply picked all the expensive furniture and paintings he came across and gathered them here. An emperor-sized bed was placed at the center of the room, where 2 sleeping women in chains snuggled together. Lust briefly flashed across his eyes before he dismissed it and walked up to his armory. General Augustus frowned as he kept the token away. A necessary condition to be considered a candidate for the leader of the Tiberius family was to command Absamit without using the Orn token. He had 30 years left of his 100-year stay at the Herald-class warship, and he did not think he would succeed. He had made too many enemies and burned too many bridges that the only path to his survival in the future was one of ultimate power. The title of head of the Tiberius family seemed to recede from his grasp with every year that went by. So he had to look for other bedfellows. He entered an alliance with a pair of risk-takers, and if they could succeed in their scheme, the path to ultimate power lied before them. A decrepit old man slept on the floor in front of his armory. He was sleeping, and a line of drool escaped from his open mouth and ran across the floor. The old man was in a gray cloak that had seen better days, and his white hair was dirty and stringy. He muttered softly in his sleep, and he looked very vulnerable because of the way he was curled up and sleeping peacefully. Augustus harshly kicked him awake. Old demon, wake up. I need you to do a reading for me. Of course, General. The old man woke up and sleepily replied to Augustus. He stretched and gave a long yawn. Inside his mouth, his tongue was black and forked like a snake. Expanding the world VER1. Hi guys. I won't be doing this much often because I feel it breaks the immersion in the story. Note, you don't need this info to understand the story. But since I would be dropping these names randomly throughout the story, it might help. Yeah, I know I should make a glossary. I'm working on it. Calendar. The eternal era of God King Golgoth. 12-month makes a year. I drew inspiration from a Ancient Greece calendar. Druiblub, Hekaton, Metajay, Romian, Pyanap, Eulati, Mamak, and the Styrian, Elaphibali, Moneshi, Thargelio, Skiraphorian. It is rumored that these were the names of the elder gods who created Trion. They were worshipped in a distant time, nothing of them remained but their names. It was said that in core of the planet rested their bones. Black, 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 black. Comments and criticism are very much welcomed. The old man gazed at General Augustus with a mildly annoyed frown, but when his gaze shifted to the head he held, his look quickly transformed into a fawning smile. He was missing most of his teeth, except for two sharp incisors that were dirty brown. His eyes appeared shifty and were never settled on a single thing, and he looked about with quick, jerky movements like a rodent. It made him appear incredibly distrustful. General Augustus brought his arm forward, giving him the severed head. Give me everything you can draw out from this brain. I only care for the last few hours. So be thorough as possible. The old man smacked his lips. His voice sounded as if he was trying unsuccessfully to stop himself from laughing and failing. He, as you command, my master. Every laughter, every thought, and every sight he had witnessed shall be yours. He collected the severed head and looked at it from a different position, seemingly admiring the features of the face. This is a big one. It's been years since I last tasted the flesh of legends. Oh, and he has the bloodline of the Bone Army. This would be a delight. Stop dawdling and get to your task, imp. General Augustus frowned. His temper was clearly on a short fuse. Bowing deeply, the old man closed his eyes and began to mutter in a strange language. His muttering soon increased into strange growls and grunts. The sound slowly merged into a deep chant. The voice coming from his mouth was very strange because it sounded like multiple people speaking. Some were clearly female, even children's voices. He slowly brought a sharp fingernail to the middle lip of the mouth. As he turned the head to face him, and he sliced down, parting the lips into two from the center. The fingernail went up the face, and two quick slices took off the eyelids. A pair of red eyes holding deep fury and resentment stared back. The old demon eyes showed intense glee. Their kind fed on negative emotions, and a face like this was like viewing an exquisite canvas. General Augustus stared at the ritual with rapt focus, his eyes following every gesture and his ears pecked up to pick apart the language the imp used. He could not understand Thul. It was one of the first languages, favored by demons and other fell creatures. General Augustus had formed a habit of looking over his subordinates with full concentration. He found out that it focused them and made them believe he understood far more than he did. If the imp knew about this weird quirk of the general, it gave no signs. The old imp's face was set in firm concentration as he never stopped chanting. A purple light began to grow inside the mouth of the imp until it created an orb. With a harsh sound, the imp spat the orb into the mouth of the head. The light scattered when it touched the head and reassembled into multiple bugs numbering in the dozens. The bugs dug into the cut in the lips, and soon all of them penetrated the head. In a short while, a sickening sound of chewing came from the head. The imp finally stopped his chanting and began to breathe deeply. He was readying for the final part. He focused his gaze and suddenly began to breathe in. The eyes from the head bulged and exploded as waves of bugs poured out of the eyes and floated in the air. Their wings were buzzing like flies. When all the bugs appeared, the head deflated into itself and in a short while turned to dust. The flying bugs gave a little shrill of pain and they all exploded, leaving behind a purple light that oozed a loathsome stench. The imp looking at the purple light with intense desire before he barely quelled it. He gestured to the light and it floated towards the general. Here lies the memory of this legend, General. I took great care to preserve all the most recent events he witnessed. His will was very firm and his hatred was delectable. Even in death, he fought to keep secrets from you. But I wrung out every drop. General Augustus grunted and looked at the floating light. He sucked it into his mouth and said, "For your sake and all of your brood, make sure you left the memory behind for your consumption. The secrets they contain are worth your life 1,000-fold. I have served you for 120 years, General. I have not failed you. I would not start today." The old imp bowed until its face touched the ground. Dismissing the imp, General Augustus went to his palatial chair, that should be styled a throne. It was covered in precious stones and ornaments, carvings of dragons and phoenix, with great behemoths adorned the chair. Beneath all the fluff, however, were carefully laid runes and enchantment that made this throne one of the most precious artifact that he had. He settled on it and closed his eyes. Veins of purple light began to glow under his skin before they subsided. His expression was still before it broke into a frown and then a full-blown panic. How could this be? Those bastards lied to me. That's a sealed chaotic abomination. This is not what I signed up for. These bastards want to turn my effort into dust. Bastards! Augustus' scream of fury shook the entire room. His skin turned red and a black substance like smoke began to emanate from his pores. This was not how it should go. What were those traitors' plans? He looked at his consciousness and he saw a ring of thorns surrounding his spirit. The oath we all swore still bounds us. His breath slowly was coming under control. He distantly heard the coughing and crying of voices, but he pushed them away from his consciousness. The binding oath still stands. That means they have not betrayed me yet. But why put our undertaking in such dangers? Are there other benefits to the singularity I am not aware of? His head was bowed in thought. He only looked up when he saw a figure that had crawled to his feet. It was a mess of blood and bones. The skin from the figure had melted, and its dying hands could only reach for him before it fell and the body breath at last. When General Augustus released his aura in frustration, it tore through the room and the two women who laid on the bed were only mortal. Even if they had more stamina and were beginning to walk on the paths of dominion, it would have done little to no good. Even a legendary dominator would still die before the general's fury. No, I cannot stand for this treachery. No matter how they would choose to veil the reason behind it. We need to rediscuss the terms of our agreement and partnership. Whatever benefit to be had by triggering a sealed chaotic abomination. I want a part of it. To risk the wrath of the God King and every noble family in Tryon. The benefits must be incalculable. General Augustus realized the loophole those despicable partners of his used to circumvent the oath. They mentioned the presence of an abomination on the plan. But not the type of abomination. It was a subtle difference, but in this situation it meant everything. He stood up and waved his hand. His throne shrank and entered his forehead. He needed answers and he was going to get them. Rowan's body lay on a beach in a world of death. Around his still form an ephemeral storm rages, while an eye blacker than night watches in fury. Suddenly his body twitched, his hand slapping the ground repeatedly, and then he began convulsing. The shell on his body began to quickly dissipate as multiple invisible mouths consumed it, and numerous bulges appeared underneath his skin, as if countless roaches roamed beneath. In a short while every shell in his body was gone, and he lay naked on the beach. Except for his twitching body, he was not breathing. His body began to grow hot, the surrounding air began to warp by the increasing heat. A mini vortex was created around him as a result of the extremely hot air being forced away from him. He began to grow. His increasing attributes were not just numbers on a status screen, they reflected on his physique, and with his Ouroboros bloodline, his body had begun a transformation that made his flesh comparable to divine metal. He grew to 7 feet tall and stopped growing. His body made metallic clunks as his muscles expanded and toughened. His skin got darker until it was a light shade of bronze, and every motion he made was like a blur to the naked eye. Slowly the activities in his body ceased, and yet he did not breathe. Inside his body, a peculiar change was happening. Before Rowan's soul fell into slumber, he poured all his soul points into the Ouroboros bloodline, but this process was a continual one. Even if he wished to pour all 10,000 of his soul points into the Ouroboros bloodline, it would only funnel the soul points one at a time, although this process happened rapidly. As the Ouroboros bloodline grew, the snakes around his hearts were intensely stimulated, and their growth increased exponentially. They gave out quiet hisses as they feasted on his shell until there was nothing else, and they began to expand in size. Rowan had a conjecture previously about the nature of the size of the snakes in his heart, and if he were conscious at the moment, he would have seen something amazing happening inside of him. Although the snakes were growing larger, the space they occupied remained the same. His body almost seemed like it contained an infinite amount of space around his heart, and no matter how big the snakes got, they would always be contained inside his chest. His bloodline growth was constant as it slowly ticked upward, and then it hit the threshold of the legendary mark and paused. It was as if the last soul point encountered a barrier, and it could not push through, and it stayed that way, but a pressure was beginning to build. Rowan had dumped all his points into Ouroboros, and one way or another it was going to develop that bloodline. For a mortal to become a legendary state being, it would need to be thoroughly prepared, for it was about to elevate his entire being from the mundane to the mystical. There were specific rituals and specific preparations to be made because it could be argued that this step was the most important to becoming powerful, for even though a proper mortal foundation was necessary, it was at the legendary state that the true wheat would be separated from the chaff. At the legendary state, the Dominator's body is now capable enough to access and contain ether, but they are unable to utilize it in an active manner, that is, until the Dominator ascends to the Rift state. The known state of change that Rowan knew were the mortal state, the legendary state, the Rift state, and the incarnation state. Though there should be many other states of change higher than the incarnation state, he was not at the level to access such information. Nevertheless, from the legendary state, the Dominator could utilize ether only through their given ability, and from the Rift state they could now wield ether. Ether is called many things: the life force of a world, the blood of gods, or the light of wisdom, but essentially ether was a force that only beings of legendary state and above could access. It could be found in all corners of the universe in different densities. Some parts of the universe had a stupendous amount of ether, while others barely had none. Regions of the universe that had massive amounts of ether usually developed into a vibrant and powerful location, where gods, titans, beasts, and elemental creatures could be born into. They were regions of great prosperity and also greater conflicts. When a Dominator crosses the cusp of legendary, their bodies are open to ether, and their bloodlines are nurtured to produce an ability it is inclined towards. This step was critical, for the first great divide of a powerful Dominator to a lesser one was at this point. Unique Dominators that were born at the legendary state or above typically had powerful legendary abilities that were closer to the roots of their bloodline. Those abilities had a high potential for growth and could often determine the endpoint of a Dominator. A Dominator that had a passive ability of gathering and purifying ether would regularly grow to higher states of change than one whose ability was strengthening or fireballs. However, no ability was useless, and most times it depended on the ingenuity of the Dominator to find the best use for it. Every so often a powerful ability was not a good thing for the Dominator, for some were left with abilities that were too destructive or others were too mystical. The user could not understand its usage and ended up harming themselves. There had been babies born at the legendary state who obtained abilities relating to spatial traversal. They found themselves locked in a unique region of space that only they could access. The only thing that was heard from them was their steadily weakening cries over the months before death took them. Few would survive such an ordeal, for the space they were in could not be rashly broken into, else it would collapse and only luck could enable one to find them using a careful manner. Most likely, in a few years later, their bones would be spat out around the area of their birth. Rowan's case was different, for as an Empyrean they were the children of the universe, and this gave them the right to have access to all their bloodline abilities, but at each state of change they could only select one that they could tolerate. You could learn and develop the abilities alongside the ones given to you when you reached the Rift state, but that was very difficult, or get those abilities as you upgrade your state of change. At every state of change, a Dominator was given a chance to draw one ability from their bloodline origin. Unlike every other being who had to be lucky to have a powerful ability, an Empyrean just had to choose the direction it desired to develop towards, and if his bloodline could tolerate that level of power, it was then selected. Not all Empyrean are created equal, and some are vastly more powerful than others, but the weakest Empyrean was not something most creatures in the universe could stand against. For even the weakest Empyrean, at a minimum, could destroy entire solar systems with ease. Rowan was at the edge of legendary before he passed out, and unlike a normal form of unconsciousness, he was barely alive. The sacrifice of his people gave his soul a bit of light, but they were ultimately too weak to cause a fundamental change to his soul. Nevertheless, they gave him more time, and that was what he really needed. His bloodline trait was activated, and if he was conscious, right at this moment he should have found himself in an ocean of golden blood. The farther you went up the ocean was the level of power you would be able to draw from. The golden ocean of blood was extremely deep. It could be said that it had no depth. It was not possible to see ashore, for the ocean seemed endless. Rowan was unconscious, but the instruction he gave himself was not to be denied. He poured all his soul points into Ouroboros, and like being caught between an unstoppable force and an immovable object, his bloodline was being forced to grow, yet he was not awake to select the ability he was to ascend with. A storm began to build inside his body as his soul points were held back by a single point, yet it continued to pile up the pressure. He began to cough blood as his body began to crack open. And although he healed extremely fast, his blood began to decorate the teleportation rune beneath him. It was a good thing his physique had grown to a terrifying state, else the destructive forces raging in his body would have reduced him to atoms. It was unknown if he would be able to survive a wound like that given his fragile soul. It appeared that he would soon be torn apart from the pressure until something gave. His soul points could not enter his bloodline, but its aura was able to penetrate the mystical location, which was the source of the Empyrean bloodline. In that ocean of blood, an unknown aura that defied meaning but represented the height of potential in the multiverse swept through it. It resembled a formless force that could appear as diverse things to different individuals. It was the height of desire for any sentient and non-sentient species, and its presence on the material world was a temptation that none could withstand. Rowan only understood a fraction of the potential of his soul point, which could be seen as a good thing as well as a bad one. There was a reason the primordial keepers were not permitted to exist in the material multiverse. The golden ocean beneath that had been still for most of the time since the beginning of creation began to stir, and soon it began to tremble. This movement caused a great conflagration, and the surrounding space began to twist and was torn apart. This space was incredibly stable, and it would be impossible for most known forces to make it even tremble. Yet the movement of the golden ocean twisted this space. Such display of power was shocking and represented the enormous powers that the golden ocean contained. The aura of the soul points was enough to stir this impressive power, and then a compromise was given. As Rowan was unable to choose an ability presently for him to ascend to the legendary state, an ability inside this entire ocean of blood was willing to bond with him, was to rise and merge with him. Presently, only one legendary ability from the myriad of abilities would have to bond with him, an Empyrean with the light of creation at the tip of his fingers. For a long while, the ocean was like an agitated volcano. Massive amounts of bloodline essence spewed thousands of feet into the air, and the skies were covered by thunderstorms that seemed to reach the end of existence. Inside the ocean, massive golden runes began to arise. The power they released was powerful enough to suppress an entire star. What was important was that this part of the bloodline ocean contained abilities only given to legendary Empyrean, and the bloodline runes that emerged were a unique ability of Empyrean. For a while there was endless pandemonium in the bloodline ocean, before a loud call emerged from the depth of the ocean. The bloodline rune that emerged were massive, and their presence silenced a major part of the ocean. These runes had not seen the light of the surface for countless eras, and as they arose more of the ocean became silent, and there were 12 of them. They were all at a similar level of power. They gave out deep golden glows that seemed like a sort of communication pathway between them, because there could only be one winner that could merge with this blood. The 12 bloodline runes released massive amounts of power to intimidate their peers, but they were at a standstill, as they all had similar levels of abilities. Their competition was stopped by a massive sound that shook the entire ocean of blood, even extending far past the legendary parts of the ocean, and 3 massive bloodline rune emerged from the ocean, giving out a palpable sense of antiquity as if they had existed at the beginning of creation. These runes seemed almost alive, and their level of power had far surpassed the legendary state, and was giving out waves of power exceeding even the incarnation state. The 12 bloodline runes giving out golden light fled instantly and buried themselves inside the bloodline origin, and the skies above the golden ocean became clear and silent. The 3 runes began to arise, and they all seemed equal, and there was no confrontation between them. Clearly this 3 bloodline rune were willing to merge with Rowan. As they approached the massive aura that Rowan's soul point revealed, a change occurred, and suddenly the power that the aura revealed increased once more. Inside Rowan's body, the soul points had never stopped trying to penetrate his bloodline, even if it was futile, and now, instead of the usual single point attempting to penetrate the bloodline. An astonishing change occurred, perhaps due to the blockage caused by the bloodline traits, and every soul point now labored to enter the bloodline at once. What it caused inside the bloodline origin was catastrophic. The aura that the soul points emitted before suddenly multiplied in volume. and shrouded most of the ocean, and this formless aura did not stop its spread at the Empyrean bloodline ocean, for it exceeded even that and proceeded towards the very source. At the edge of the bloodline origin were incredibly ancient Empyrean, older than any living memory. These Empyrean had outlived even the universe that birthed them, and each of them was larger than a galaxy. They all bowed towards the beginning of the bloodline origin, and it seemed they have been at that position for an infinite amount of time. At the beginning of the bloodline origin was an area of dense fog that spanned multiple universes in scope. It was impossible for a mind lesser than a god to even fathom the scale of this fog. Myriad lights and ephemeral echoes emitted from this area, and in a tiny part of it, a trickle of golden blood escaped from the edge. It was this trickle that created the entire bloodline origin for Empyrean. From that fog, it was possible to see massive mystical chains that seemed to have no permanent state. They fluttered between the corporeal and spiritual, and each chain could contain entire galaxies. Those chains were uncountable in numbers, and they ran through the fog and seemed to contain it. The aura of the soul point spread past the chains and into the fog, and it was swallowed, leaving no trace behind. The chains began to shudder as something resembling a voice escaped from that fog. It was guttural and deep, and it was not something that any living creature should be able to speak out. The chains began to give out deep clanking sounds that echoed all over the universe, and more chains were summoned, and the voice escaping the fog stopped. In the commotion, a drop of black blood shot out from the fog with an indescribable speed, and the chains were too slow to stop the escaping blood, which shot into the bloodline origin of the Empyrean and disappeared. One of the kneeling primordial Empyrean trembled as the blood drop shot past it. It was in the shape of a sphere, but the sphere was made up of massive coils of countless serpents and dragons. Atop the sphere was a sleeping female, and everything below her waist was what made up the coils of reptiles and dragons. Her hair was made up of countless serpents, and if we put the size of this ancient primordial Empyrean into perspective, each strand of her hair should be larger than an entire belt of solar systems. She began to awaken, but in the time span that such an ancient Empyrean operates, it would be in another 17 million years before her eyes would open, and for an ancient Empyrean, that was a blink of an eye. That blood drop passed through the entire bloodline origin, and the golden ocean froze. The three hovering bloodline rune that stood before Rowan's aura were destroyed. It would take countless years for them to be reformed. The black blood drop silently merged with that aura, and Rowan's path to the legendary state was unlocked as the soul points flooded into his bloodline. But all the soul points were diverted into that black drop of blood, which began transforming. The blood drop seemed to be shifting through countless possibilities to find the best manner to fuse with Rowan. The transformation stopped when it became three runes that resembled obsidian, that was shaped like a blade. It pierced through his heart, and they rapidly began turning black. The black hearts released thin lines of black metallic tendrils that carved a path through Rowan's chest, and slowly a fourth heart was being created. The snakes around his hearts became agitated, and giving out long hisses, they began to attack his first three hearts, and horrifyingly began consuming it. Rowan's heart presently was tougher than diamonds, but the snakes sliced through it like a hot knife through butter, and each bite made Rowan's body twitch. They secreted venom that halted the regeneration of his heart, and when his heart was devoured halfway, his soul awoke. But his mind was blurry, he was still fragile, and the transformation of his soul was just beginning. He helplessly watched his hearts being entirely consumed by the snakes, and after they finished consuming it, they began giving out silent wails of pain. "Well, good for you." Rowan thought inside, "You ate my heart. Clearly it does not agree with you." The disturbance they gave was massive, and their wails became louder, and simultaneously they all rushed to escape his body, and since he had no direct control over them due to his weakened soul, they simply tore out of his body in a spray of golden blood. One snake burst out through his mouth. It was as large as a python, and it continued shooting out of his mouth with deadly momentum, and even after more than 30 feet of its body had escaped from his mouth, it was not the end, and more was still coming out. The force of its emergence tore his throat to shreds, and his jaws were dislocated. The entire length of the snake finally came out to 70 feet long as its tail finally left his ravaged mouth. Another snake burst out from his left chest, and the last from his stomach. They emerged with such violence his body was nearly torn in three. The pain for him was meaningless. He sought to understand what was happening, as well as observe the snakes that just left his body after consuming his hearts. His body was rapidly healing, but the location of his hearts was noticeably empty. His blurry sight captured the three massive 40-foot snakes hovering above him. He noticed that they were beginning to shed, for their scales were previously golden, but now, beneath the skin was presently a darker gold scales. With a great hiss, they simultaneously discarded their previous skins, and they began to circle in the air while giving out hisses of joy. They also began to expand rapidly. Rowan noticed that each snake had grown a little to 75 feet long. Each of them seemed able to fly without any aid. Their faces were not like snakes, but more like dragons, and the snakes had distinct appearances. The first one that burst out from his mouth had only a single eye like a cyclops. The large orb was entirely white and covered a large portion of its face. Its scales were dark golden with white stripes along its stomach. The second, that came from his chest, had two red eyes that appeared remarkably close to humans. Rowan saw it even had lashes. This one seemed to have a gentle nature, as it stopped hissing and began looking around curiously. Its scales were a light shade of gold, and numerous purple dots covered its scales. The last from his stomach had three eyes, with the third being at the center of its head. Its eyes were slit like a reptile, and its gaze was cold. Unlike the other two snakes that had an aura of majesty, this one emanated brutality and bloodthirst. It was golden red, with the red almost overtaking its gold coloration. Its head were now as large as a cart, and it began turning both ways as its tongue flickered from its mouth, as if it was scanning the environment for prey. Its eyes became fixed on the hovering black eye that was still continuously generating a soul storm around Rowan's body. Faster than Rowan's sight could follow, it attacked. The open mouth was like the gates to the abyss. As massive needle-sharp teeth began to grow inside its mouth at a rapid pace, its mouth closed over the eyes, and its body swayed as if it was chewing on the eye. The eyes of the third snake were slightly closed as if in enjoyment. No, it was enjoyment. As Rowan was beginning to detect a growing connection between him and the three hovering snakes. He felt a phantom pain, as the head of the snake chewing on the eyes of a primordial keeper exploded. That action caused the other two snakes to react as they released an aura of barbaric savagery. Even the gentle second snake with the human eyes seemed to transform into a creature of endless bloodthirst, and they began attacking the eyes. The head from the third snake had already reformed as the scattered pieces of its head transformed to golden mist and fused back to its flesh, and in seconds it was whole again. Rowan stared in dumb amazement. It joined the attack, and again all three of their heads were blasted apart, but they reformed their heads and relentlessly attacked. Each of them had grown needle-sharp teeth the size of long swords that made a shrill sound as they cut through the air. Rowan was detecting a formless energy flowing down the head of the snakes and into his body. It was cold, and he nearly gave out a moan of pleasure, as this energy seemed to be massaging his soul and was transforming it. That energy went into the soul Caesar bloodline, and Rowan did not have to check, but he knew the bloodline was evolving even without him using any soul points. Somehow, even though the snakes were repeatedly being destroyed, they seemed immortal, and they were currently plundering vital essence from the eye. Giving out a furious scream that reverberated through the horizon, the eye began to ascend, clearly intending to leave, but the snakes pursued it. Their speed was ghost-like, and in the short while before the eye vanished from the material world, the snakes had repeatedly bitten and plundered a lot of its essence. It appeared dispirited and weak, but it gave out a final scream that pushed away the snakes and reality was torn apart as it fled into a crack in the middle of the sky. The snakes hovered in the sky, giving out mighty roars of exultation. They must not have been cold-blooded, for he could see faint steam emanating from their mouth, and he could sense the fire in their blood. CK me. When do snakes roar? Seriously though, should that be the primary thought in my mind now? Rowan rubbed his healing chest and began to stand up. He unleashed all his senses first to analyze his surroundings. The link between him and the flying giant snakes was becoming more intimate, as he could almost sense himself inside them, flying through the sparse clouds under the red moon. The sensation almost felt like a fever dream. His mind was split into 3 extra sections, and even though he could not control his motion, he felt like he was in the driver's seat of a roller coaster. Using his energy sight, which had surprisingly gotten more powerful, he saw a thick stream of energy linking him and the 3 snakes. Now and then a pulse of power flowed down the snakes and entered his body, and he felt himself noticeably becoming stronger. In his energy sight, the snakes burned like a furnace. As they resembled an endless source of energy, there seemed to be a certain energy reaction occurring inside their bodies, which released a burst of energy that flowed down the link and into his body. Rowan closed his eyes for a few seconds and allowed himself to breathe calmly. knowing he was alive because of sheer luck and a little practical reasoning. He had no time to fully experiment with his abilities and knew he was lucky that his conjectures were correct. The only reason he was alive was not just because of the graces of his people who gave up their soul light to illuminate his own. It was because even in the heat of battle and numerous problems, he was still thinking about the uses of his abilities. The last time he was awake, he was at the edge of death, his soul at the boundary of dissipation, and he was furious at the powers playing with his life. He had made a gamble, hoping his intense desires would fuel his actions. Even if he were to fall, he had poured his intent into his soul, conveying out all his longings to live, to ascend beyond the mortal coil, to surpass all those who would do him harm, and to protect all that he was coming to love and cherish. Rowan had made it. He survived against the odds, and he knew that the best chance to kill him was gone. He was not necessarily bragging because he knew that the board had shifted. Not only that, but he had escaped his most trying moments. After all, how much threat could he have been before? He had held on with his last breath for longer than was possible, and he was a man at the end of his ropes, and even though he saw many suspicious events, he tried not to ruffle feathers. But no more. Now he had awakened beneath that red moon with the 3 flying snakes overhead that appeared closer to him with every passing moment. He spread his arms wide, letting the winds of this world blow over his naked form. His blonde hair was now shoulder length, and on his face was a slight growth of beard. His eyes were now more enigmatic, as it seemed to give out light. "I am legend." His 3 companions suddenly roared. Their voice had a penetrating quality that made the surroundings vibrate. They were expressing their excitement. He could feel the power coursing through his veins like magma, and unlike previously when he was feeling a faint sense of lethargy in his soul, currently he has never felt so alive. He could not help himself and gave a loud roar too. The 3 snakes joined him, and for a while only their cries of excitement were heard. "Can you see me?" His roar seemed to communicate with the souls that gave him a second chance. He did not fail their expectations. He reviewed himself with his sight, his body standing at 7 feet tall, with muscles to put a Greek statue to shame, accompanied by a streamlined beauty that only a body at perfection could bring. Beneath the surface of his body was an engine of power that thrummed with endless vitality and potential. His body felt present, as if his body had become more real. The alacrity in his soul made him aware that the curse of his fading lifespan was gone. He bent to pick up the axe, which was now very still. It had sucked all its energy inside, and if not for the growing veins of golden energy on the weapon, which were now closer to the axe head, he would have taken it for dead metal. With his energy sight, he could see that the green color of the axe was not its true color. Instead, it acted as a sort of seal that bounded the true form of the axe. Rowan was not too surprised, for he knew the history of this weapon must be quite deep, and even though thanks to the axe he was granted the berserker aspect, he was still wary of the weapon. The growing vein of gold was his vitality that had been eating away at the seal covering the weapon. Even when he was immortal, the essence he had funneled into the axe was not so easily digested. The weapon had been greedy in consuming his vitality. The desire to consume an essence such as this must have been very overwhelming, but it would seem that the opposite was happening, as his essence was slowly digesting the axe. He idly wondered what would occur if he finished stripping away the seals from the axe. It was part of his upcoming agenda, but it was not at the top of the list, and he did not need to put much thought behind it because his vitality was slowly consuming the seal on the weapon anyway. Even if he never got to use the axe anymore, it was not much of a bother because he now had weapons, 3 of them, and alongside the power he was feeling burning inside him, his body could be the most potent of all his weapons. He began folding the discarded snake skin from their first shedding. It had a faint golden glow around it, and as he folded it, it felt like he was molding metal. He was not used to walking around naked, so he began wrapping the last snake skin around his waist, and with a few tucks here and there, it stayed right around his waist. With his ever-growing powers, he would need a material that he could safely wear. His body was extremely powerful, and tearing through his clothes and armor was effortless. If he could craft a set of clothes using these scales, he would have solved an essential need of his. Although his body was beautiful in every aesthetic sense, he was not a shallow individual, and he would find it extremely off-putting to constantly change his clothes every hour. His body felt like an endless abyss filled with uncountable mysteries that would take him an eternity to search through. But he had the primordial record, and he would soon receive his answers. Although he almost did not want to use the record and slowly delve into his abilities bit by bit, that was a luxury he could not afford. He expected that he would need to kill lots of people soon, and he needed to thoroughly understand all the weapons in his arsenal. He was about to open the primordial record when he heard a frightening crack and his surroundings shook. The blood sea ahead of him began to bubble, and a massive skull rose from the ocean. The skull was of an avian beast that had a long pointy beak. The red ocean poured from its two empty eye sockets, and it seemed as if it was weeping blood. A massive spinal column emerged from the ocean that was connected to the massive bones around him, and he realized that this being was far larger than he thought, and the body ashore was still a part of it. A greater part of its body was buried inside the bloody ocean, and as it arose, it brought a formless pressure that drove the breath away from his lungs. It appeared he might have overstayed his welcome. He hurriedly poured his spatial sight into the rune below him. His mind tensed as he saw that whatever method the teleportation circle used, it would take a few more seconds to charge before he could leave. The pressure from the giant was beginning to mount, and then his snakes attacked. Gada asterisk nit, they are like mindless brats who bite everything that moves. The sounds made as their numerous sharp teeth ripped through the bones were spine-chilling. This was all disregarding the fact that they were consuming the body of a creature with powers that Rowan feared neared or were equal to a god. The reaction of the giant avian skeleton was a bit sluggish, but it soon shook in agitation when the third snake with 3 eyes, which unlike its other 2 siblings who ate along the surface, it was focused on boring deeper into the skeleton. It must have reached particularly deep, for the skeleton gave a strange scream like nails scratching a board, and a green ghost fire emerged from its sockets. Its eyes blazed for a moment with that emerald flame before it spewed it at the 3 snakes, and they turned to dust, yet even before they died, they opened their mouths wide and greedily swallowed the flames. Lloyd. Rowan felt a thump inside his chest, and a frightening sense of weakness before his body steadied itself, and looking inside his body, he saw the 3 snakes had resurrected inside the void where his hearts previously resided. Before he could give any instructions, the snakes burst out of his body with startling speed, driving him to his knees as they shot towards the giant. They emerged from his body in a reduced form before they rapidly expanded once more, which was a good thing because with their current size, they would kill him the moment they emerged from his body, as his constitution was like paper to them. Okay, he was never going to get used to that. The snake with 2 eyes with a more mild temperament did not rush into battle like its 2 siblings, but paused, and seeing the massive bones surrounding them, rushed towards the bones and began to take massive bites. Their stomach must be endless, for Rowan had seen it must have eaten more than twice its body weight. A massive rib bone began to wobble, as the 2-eyed snake had eaten its connecting part to the vertebra. Meanwhile, the other 2 snakes were braving the onslaught of the giant head, who was spewing a fresh round of green flames. Both of them were blasted by the flames coming out of the eyes of the giant skeleton, and Rowan was surprised that the damage inflicted did not turn them to dust. Instead, only their scales and most of their flesh were burned off. Their skeletons roared in anger and charged ahead through the flames. Meanwhile, Rowan had been feeling a massive amount of pressure building up for a while now. He knew he had to leave, else if this giant erupted with whatever techniques it was brewing, he doubted he would survive it. Thankfully, the rune lit up before him and he began to fade away. The 2 snakes ahead burned to ashes ultimately. They could not handle more of the flames, but they had swallowed a lot of it. The last snake seized the falling rib bone as they disappeared. Behind him, the world shattered as the giant skeleton unleashed its endless fury, but Rowan was already inside the spatial passage. The last snake outside his body had its mouth opened wide as it was swallowing the rib bone, 8 times its length. The other 2 gluttons burst out of him, tearing his body apart as they began fighting for the rib bone. In less than 10 seconds, they had finished consuming it. The spatial passage did not seem to have any influence on the massive serpents, as they flew around, and the 3-eyed one began biting the glowing floor of the passage. The others looked around, and the 1-eyed snake fixed on the axe in Rowan's hand and charged over. No, you don't. Rowan moved the axe away, but it had already a bit down on it, and Rowan did not know which of them was more surprised that the needle's sharp teeth did not penetrate the axe. The axe retaliated with a green glow that pushed the snake away, shaking its head in annoyance. It joined its siblings in roaming the spatial passage and occasionally biting at the walls and floors, leaving a glowing imprint of their teeth on them. Rowan wanted to laugh at their silliness, as he felt that he was looking at babies that were mouthing. Everything was new and fresh in their eyes, and everything must be tasted. He almost wanted to let them play, as he took the time to check the primordial record, But that was before the passage vibrated, and the snake with 3 eyes reared up as it swallowed a massive pile of glowing gems from the passage floor. Rowan's face went black as chaos erupted all over the passage, and it began to shrink. Outside the passage was only the chaos of endless space. He began running towards the green door. The snake screamed in surprise and instead of fleeing, continued attacking and eating the shrinking passage. Rowan's anger was beginning to mount as he forcefully pulled them into his chest, and with a force of will, he opened the green door and reappeared inside the mansion. The gem behind him began to crack. He turned around in anger, as in less than 3 seconds the massive yellow gem collapsed into dust. The wave of breeze blowing towards him as they filled the void the gem left behind did nothing to chill his growing outrage. An endless source of soul points just disappeared because of the need for these gluttons to feed their endless stomach. He felt like hitting something really hard to reduce his frustration. But the wave of spatial powers that began to flow through his body made him pause as he watched his spatial sight beginning to grow. Its dimension was rapidly expanding, and soon he was able to effortlessly cover the entire room and most of the adjoining passage. The vision his spatial sight showed him got richer than before, and that eerie dimension that formed over him, when his body senses and his spatial sight merged, got stronger as he effortlessly levitated a couple of chairs inside his sphere of influence. His anger was mildly tempered by this, but it still burned bright. The exuberant snakes became meek as they turned into a ball and hid their faces inside their coils. Looking at his growing fourth heart, would they soon become another new source of headache? In fact, how many hearts could he even have? His body did not seem to even need them at this point. His body was far from normal, and seeing as how it could hold massive living organisms, it was unlikely that space was an issue for him, so he had no idea how many hearts he could even end up having. Zog. Now would be a good time to get knowledge from another Empyrean, but where would he find a being like that? This world must be like a speck of dust before their eyes. Well, it was time to check his record. He had held back long enough to settle his spirit. He hoped he was ready for the revelations it would show him. He was mistaken. Name Rowan Curanes. Age 11-33000. Strength 716.7. Agility 715.9. Constitution 1100. Spirit 280.7. Class None. Title Planewalker Chaos Blood. Aspect Spatial Sight Tier 3. Berserker Tier 1. Skills. Enrage Level 10 Mortal State completed. Vortex Level 10 Mortal State completed. Bash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Dash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Smash Level 10 Mortal State completed. Combo Attack Level 10 Mortal State completed. Passive Decipher Language complete. Icy Soul Level 4. Records. Chaos Blood Level 10/10,000. REAVER Level 00/5000. Legendary Skill Gained, Chaos World Engine 3/3. World Seed Level Minor World. Chaos World Seed Charge. Seed 1, 313,876, 10000000000. Seed 2, 308,776, 10000000000. Seed 3 765 665/1 000000000. Rift Rule Gained, Absolute Body Locked. Incarnation Path Unlocked. Path Gained, Chaos Territory Creation Locked. Active Skill Gained. World Soul Manipulation Locked. World Recreation Locked. World Merging Locked. Aspect Upgrade Spatial Sight Tier 3 Spirit plus 50. Bloodline Upgrade Soul Reaver. Passive Skill Upgrade Icy Soul Icefire Soul Level 6 Spirit plus 150. Soul Point 1458.4532. Remark Nascent Titan. Rowan doubted it was less than 24 hours since he left for that world, and he had obtained a transformation beyond his wildest dreams. There was so much information on his updated status that he did not even know where to start from, but seeing the many zeros beside his lifespan made him grin so widely he did not doubt that he resembled a clown. What does it mean to have 33,000 years of life? If he uses the historical events of his previous life as a time frame, that meant that he could have eaten with the pharaohs, had a chat with Gilgamesh in ancient Mesopotamia, watched every rise and fall of human civilization, and he would be barely middle-aged. He could watch the very mountain corrode into sand, and the years for him would have the importance of minutes. What would such a lifespan mean for someone like him, who, combining his two lives, barely lived a grand total of 60 years? Going from zero to tens of thousands in a few short moments was jarring, and his mind was numb trying to imagine the sheer scale of such a number. He solely doubted any dominator in this world had such an exaggerated lifespan at the legendary state. Even Rift State or Incarnation State dominators would be floored by his lifespan. Theoretically, if he kept growing stronger, then his lifespan would turn every single enemy he is currently having to dust. He could just take a nap for tens of thousands of years. The surface world would have changed 10 times over. But my enemies are not just fragile dominators, are they? Just the same way the dominators are slowly becoming ants before my might, I am less than an ant before the primordial keepers. He tempered his excitement. This might seem like an extremely long time to him, but with the timescale of the truly powerful it was nothing. His mind was still too fixated on his mortal life, and gathering truly universal powers would take an extremely long time. He pushed his focus to the rest of his attributes, his mind working the numbers with surprising ease as his enhanced spirit made his thought flow to be smooth. Agility made his perception of time to be extremely slow and gave him more time to think with every passing seconds. His stats were expected, as he had calculated how much he would gain from reaching the legendary state. His constitution had surpassed the Rift State and was now in the realm of incarnation. Rowan's spirit growth never failed to surprise him, as it was an attribute he had never actively cultivated, but its uses to him were invaluable. Perhaps it was because he used those skills involving spirit far beyond their capabilities that they grew extremely fast. He now saw a slight disadvantage concerning his ever-growing physique, that is, he may never get to push his physical skills to the limit because he was too powerful. What was the use of learning all the intricacies of waving around a sword, when a simple punch from you can level mountains? Rowan slapped that silly thought away from his mind. He just fled from a being who could have turned him to dust. Disregarding his lifespan, if he was trapped by that creature and repeatedly killed, in due time he would die a true death. He sighed, aware that he was trying to run when he should be walking. He should not be so eager to test himself against foes like that, but with his potential he would inevitably get to that level. From the interface of the primordial record, it was clear that skills could grow, and its might could exceed his imagination. With the right skills, it might be possible to fight someone far above your level. Rowan was determined not to become lax in his journey towards power. He would use every available tool he had until he had crushed all his enemies to dust. He was aware that his 7-foot frame was just a facade. It held within a boundless growing mountain. His strength and agility dwarfed his previous self by a significant amount, and the world had now become extremely fragile to him. If he were to live comfortably, he would have to build his home out of adamantine or something similar. The thought of that brought him joy, to be able to live and discover what this world had to offer him, to slowly learn and build. He wished for such a life, but not yet. Not much time had passed since he awoke in this world, but the events that had occurred around him were branded into his mind. He could still vividly see every laughter. He could still feel the goodwill of the souls who gave him everything. How could he look their children in the eyes without doing his possible best to tear down all those who caused them pain? His blood began to boil and the snakes were stirring. They were creatures with primal intensities. They held no fear or doubts, and they were relentless. He calmed himself. Everything would fall in its time, whatever experiment they performed on him. He doubted they understood what he had become. The presence of a transmigrated soul brought about an intense shift in whatever laid-down plan they had, that it would be impossible for them to correct them. He had a new title, Chaos Blood. Rowan wanted to find out the meaning via the primordial record, but it came out blank. Could the record not access the meaning of this title? That was surprising. He had assigned a mantle of omniscience on the primordial record, but it seems there were some things it could not even access. Rowan would like to think it was, because he might be limiting this enigmatic black book in some manner. Apparently, the ascension to the legendary state came with many unknown factors, and the most likely cause was the legendary ability that came from his bloodline. He had a new title, and somehow all his pathways until the incarnation state had been unlocked. He tried accessing the locked abilities to see if he could glean their meaning, but he could not. With his previous knowledge, he thought you had to select new bloodline abilities every time you broke through a state. But it seems like the ability he got from his bloodline was so powerful, he could only utilize part of it in each state. What sort of ability could be that powerful? It pushed every successive abilities he might ever have to the side. It appeared to be powerful though, so he had no problems with the ability for now. He had two boxes he had yet to check, his legendary skill and his Soul Caesar bloodline upgrade. He still felt great apprehension from this skill, even though it was the true fuel behind his bloodline growth. The bloodline was now Soul Reaver, and although they came across as similar titles, he did not doubt that this one was more powerful than the Soul Caesar bloodline. As his spirit grew, so too did his ability to comprehend esoteric forces and other fundamental laws. He was now more capable of understanding certain intricate flows of power. The Soul Reaver bloodline oozed power and control. It pointed to a path beyond the material universe, to the control of forces so abstract that its presence could rewrite the laws governing reality. Yet he had no desire to even upgrade or utilize the bloodline beyond its soul collection ability for the moment. If he could still collect soul points without any issues, he did not plan to touch this bloodline until he understood it well enough. He may be making a mistake, but he was unwilling to walk on blind in any matters concerning the primordial keepers. Unlike his Empyrean bloodline, he sensed malice from this other bloodline. His field of vision was still too small, as he had not gotten into contact with the wide world. Before touching this bloodline, he had to make sure he was prepared. If life itself was a chessboard, he was still a pawn. Even with all his potential, it would be easy to crush him. Maybe if he was a youth or a younger man with less experience in life, he may be willing to charge into battle without second thought. He was not a young man anymore, and even if he would fearlessly charge into battle, he would make sure he properly assessed his odds. The massive amount of soul point that was needed to develop the Soul Reaver bloodline also made his eyes twitch. He pushed this genie lamp to the side. It was tempting, and would likely have stupendous benefits, but he still had his fears that he was too ignorant about the true meaning of his Empyrean bloodlines. If this world had gods, then it was not far-fetched to think they must have vast knowledge of other powerful beings. He doubted he would be able to collect any information from them, yet. But that was not the point. There must certainly be libraries and other sources of valuable information he could be able to gather. At this time he was in a cage, but he would soon break out, and his second source of weakness, lack of information, would be solved to a certain extent. It was not lost on him how peculiar his situation was. He may have had access to knowledge that could exceed the scope of everyone around him, but he was missing certain fundamental common information to tie together all this knowledge he had. He was like a mad scientist that could know the formula to the most complicated equation in existence, but did not know how to tie his shoes or cook his food. He was an idiot savant who knew of powers far beyond the gods, but could not understand the mortal stages that were below them. His perception dwelled on the second box he needed to uncover, his legendary ability. The presence of this ability emitted was strange. It seemed to faintly suppress his bloodline, as if it suppressed itself in order to fit inside him. He guessed maybe it was because this bloodline ability was too powerful, and even though his attributes were extremely inflated for a legendary state dominator, he was still too weak to harness its might properly. Just the legendary ability that was randomly selected by his unconscious self had such a vast aura behind it. He felt humbled. Was this just a random bloodline ability, or did he just win the lottery? The snakes in his heart actually began to stir, as this ability had become intrinsically connected to them. It was a stark reminder that however he had grown, he was still an ant in the sight of the truly powerful. Speaking of ants, Rowan's hand snapped out like a whip and seized an invisible object. It quivered in his hand, making long hissing sounds before it revealed itself. It was an eyeball with bat wings grafted to its sides. The pupils were silver and it dilated rapidly as if it was scanning him. Rowan felt an intense revulsion, not just because this thing had essentially been a voyeur watching every move he had been making, but because from it he could sense the aura of that hooded figure. Now that he really thought about it, he knew where he had seen a lesser version of that aura. It was from the abomination thrall that was causing havoc inside the mansion. It was a testament to how distracted he was that he did not take time to do an in-depth scanning of all the individuals inside the mansion, but all that was soon to end. He wondered if that father knew he was working beside an abomination thrall. Knowing him, he doubted he would care. The third prince was a man who wears faces like a mask, but one thing Rowan could be sure of was that he was worse than any abomination thrall. It was clear now that he was being closely monitored, both by visible and invisible eyes, but he doubted they knew how powerful his bloodline was, else they would have killed him when he was immortal. Even the primordial keepers knew of the threat he posed, and they crossed from outside the universe to kill him. He knew they must have a part to play in him receiving the primordial record, but he doubted they knew what his bloodline was because, from what he could understand from the primordial record, the bloodlines he had access to must have a fundamental connection with him. The bloodline of Scion of Light and Scion of Darkness must have been linked to the previous prince, so if Rowan had not transmigrated, he was sure that the prince would have only had the option of those two choices to select from. The abnormality that arose was him. He was sure his soul crossed a different universe before it arrived at this body, and he brought with him the touch of the primordial keeper, for he was a soul that escaped their grasp, so he was sure that the primordial record used that connection and made this bloodline available to him. He had a hint about how he got the Ouroboros bloodline. For one, he did not remember how he died. He was sure he had been drinking, but that was it. Furthermore, he was still healthy and kept himself in great shape. But he remembered the introduction to the Ouroboros bloodline, where he saw an Empyrean tear through a planet as it was born. What if that planet belonged to his previous life? After all, he was alive one moment, and in the next he was inside another man's body, although that body was a child then, but that was not the point. That should be the most reasonable explanation of how he got that bloodline. An unlucky or a very stubborn soul that had his body destroyed by an Empyrean and escaped the clutch of the primordial keepers. This chance of each individual event happening on its own was very unlikely. For the three such events to happen to the same soul, killed by an Empyrean, escaped the primordial keepers and transmigrated to another world or universe, was so infinitesimally small that he knew he was unique in all creation. Although it sounded very boastful when he thought of it, in that way it was most likely the truth, so that would mean that although he was in a bad position previously, he just needed a slight advantage to pull ahead in the race. He had solved the issue of his lifespan, and now it was time to attack. He was not used to allowing those who would do him harm a moment's respite. He would take his advantages and use it to tear apart this charade. Rowan squeezed the eye, turning it to mulch. Suddenly his palm opened, and a mouth filled with many sharp teeth seized the pulped eye and retreated. Rowan paused. Of course it had to be the three-eyed snake. That little glutton was simply the worst among all three of his siblings. He saw that this meal only gave it a single energy value, but that would never stop it. He gave the snakes assurance that they would soon be feasting on better meals soon. Sighing, he called up his legendary ability, and from the depth of his bloodline, he understood what it was, and he nearly fell to the ground in shock. He had to place his hands on the wall, and he disregarded his strength for a while, and his hand effortlessly went through the concrete walls. He distractedly pulled his hands away from the wall, his mind screaming in shock. Should something like this be possible? With everything that had happened to him, it would be tough to break his mind. He had no doubt that outside this place, the world would be filled with wonders beyond what he could presently imagine, but the scale of this ability that was within his grasp was frightening. He felt such a power was not to be given to anyone. Although he had seen creatures of immense powers, the potential of this ability of his would be unmatched. Rowan replayed the memory that the primordial record showed him when he checked the details of this ability. His mind had blurred and he was transported to another location, where he saw a blue planet that reminded him of his first world. His sight was transported into the planet, where he saw luscious forest and grand oceans. Beasts of all shapes and sizes roamed this beautiful world. The skies were blue and the air smelled like flowers. Abruptly, the blue sky turned red, as a falling object blazed down towards the planet, leaving purple contrails like a comet. He knew that was a world seed. The seed impacted on an ocean, throwing a wave thousands of feet into the air, and it quickly reached the bottom of the ocean, where it drilled into the core of the planet. In the core of the planet, it began to rapidly disperse itself, and it took root. Using the energy from the planet, it began releasing massive branches, hundreds of kilometers long, that penetrated the entirety of the planet. When the branch had occupied the entire core of the planet, it began releasing tiny, invisible spores that enshrouded the planet. Decades passed. Gradually, the vegetation of this planet began to change, followed by its beasts and insects. Even down to its microorganisms, the planet slowly became the living heart of an Empyrean. The evolutionary pathway of the planet changed, and massive beasts and powerful sentient races were born from the indigenous species, who resembled more of their creator's image with every generation that passed. The last thing the vision showed him was a colossus with 8 arms and 4 heads, holding a planet in each hand. The world he held was a hell world with beings that resembled Asuras. Their mighty roars reached space. The details of this ability streamed into his mind. Chaos World Engine. Create a world engine that births world seeds. After seeding 10,000 worlds, the Chaos World Engine would be upgraded. World Seed Level. Minor World Right Arrow Major World Right Arrow Realm World. Chaos World Engine Minor. Engine 1, 313,876, 10000000000. Engine 2, 308,776, 10000000000. Engine 3, 765, 666/1, 000000000. Well, this ability was broken as hell, but it did nothing to drastically improve his powers at the moment, but the potential of this ability was limitless. Thinking about its utility almost made cold sweat pour from his brows. By now, he did not trust that the vision he saw was the true limit of his ability. The Empyrean he saw in that vision seeded 8 planets, but according to the primordial record, his Chaos World Engine could create world seeds, and for the ability to be upgraded, he would have to seed 10,000 worlds. What made this ability even more crazy when it fell under his hands was because each of his snakes were theoretically a single Chaos Engine. That would mean for him to completely upgrade this ability, he would have to seed 30,000 worlds. D*MM. It was a good thing that there were plentiful worlds in the universe, else he would be stumped on how he was to go about seeding worlds. How could he get to those worlds? Well, not considering the fact that there were mystical methods to essentially teleport to foreign worlds like the ones his snakes just destroyed. He did not find it such a bad idea to seed the world he was in right now. I mean, why search far and wide for something when you could find it right beside you? Okay, if he understood this correctly, a world seed could transform a planet into your domain. Everything inside the planet would be molded in your image, and the entire resources of the planet would be at your disposal. Just the resources from a single planet, the indigenous species, the massive ether it generates, and many more benefits were simply incalculable. What would it mean to seed 30,000 worlds or even more? Would he be able to create armies from his seeded planet that could cover an entire galaxy? How powerful would he become if he could have access to ether from 30,000 different planets? It took a while for him to settle down. Maybe this ability did not come with an immediate leap in his combat capabilities, but it would eventually surpass any sort of ability he could ever have. He might also be wrong about the immediate usage of this ability, for he remembered the sheer adaptability of the snake, that he was sure was a side effect of them being the host of the Chaos World Engine. They could consume any energy and still gave him tangible benefits from those consumed materials. Besides, he did not really need any more fancy abilities. His body was a powerful weapon all on its own, and the more he upgraded his bloodline, the more powerful he would get, and this would also reflect on the snakes too. They could be the perfect long-range attack he solely needed to round up his skill set. Coupled with the fact that they would swallow any energy given to them, made it very possible that he had any opponent in the incarnation state or below. He did not know the capabilities of his father and his other accomplices, but to play it safe, he should assume they were all beyond the incarnation state, then he would have to play it safe but not too safe. He would need to test his capabilities shortly, and it was good enough that he had enough abominations to try his hands on. It would take time to gather the amount of energy needed, but knowing the gluttonous habits of the snakes and their seeming immortality, if he let them loose, they would gather massive amounts of energy in little time. He should really begin thinking of names for the snakes, especially if he was growing more hearts, which translate to more snakes in the future. But what sort of names would fit these creatures? The usage of his present attributes made him flow through his thoughts in no time. To the outside world, he may have appeared to be deep in thought for a short while, but he had already made many plans going forward. Leaving future matters aside, it was time to deal with the present situation, starting from the invisible eyes watching him to the invisible strings that were bounding him. Inside his domain, he could clearly sense the flying eyes and the 3 invisible strings that bound his head, heart, and eyes. A boy with white hair carrying 2 heads stood before the shore of the Sylvan Lakes. Behind him was a trail of gore. The journey must have been more than 10 miles, and he had bled through most of it. His blood he shed alternated between the vivid red of a human's blood and the muddy yellow of an abomination. These 2 opposite natures dwelled inside his body, and instead of the invasive blood of the abomination corrupting and taking over his body, it seemed to have been stalled. For every time the foul blood of the abomination rose to take over his body, An inhuman resolve from the boy pushed it back. It could be seen by the white hair on his head, coupled with the heavy wounds on his body, that this boy had suffered far beyond what any human should. Rodolphe had forgotten everything except for two things. He was starving and he had to protect Stasa and Mama. It was all that occupied his mind. Pain went by in a haze, and in the depth of his madness he kept hearing the same voice. It came with the voice of Stasa. "Big brother, you are finally here with us." It came in the voice of Rose, his mother. "Come closer to me, my child." Now and then the hunger pangs would get too much for him, and via the urging of the voices he would bend and eat off the bundle he held in his hand. The blood of abominations was powerful, but it could not be created out of nothing. The boy had been healed countless times, and that blood needed sustenance. Although there must have been something inside him that rebelled, making his healing wounds tear apart again and again. That resolve had gotten extremely twisted, for he slowly ate the last of the bundle in his hand. He let the bloodied cloth drop to the floor, and unexpectedly he began to wail, giving out a long-drawn-out howl like a hyena, and as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Rodolphe stood there by the shore for what seemed like an eternity. As he stood, the water in front of him began to bubble, and massive shapes began to move within. In a short while, giant abominations began coming out of the lake. There were 3, 4, a dozen, until finally 14 giants stood before the lone figure of the boy. Some of them eyed him with various eyes scattered all over their bodies, but soon looked away in apparent disinterest. In the case of Rodolphe, if he could see them, he gave no indication. He just stood and stared at the lake as if he were waiting for something. A soft sigh came from the lake, and the 14 giant abominations that stood at its shores went still like statues. As one, they all turned towards the lake. A solemn voice came from the depth of the water. If any mortal had heard it, their bodies would have exploded on the spot, their souls would be crushed, and their lineage cursed. A dominator would be transfixed, and would, shortly after, a grisly fate much worse than death would follow. The time draws near. My wait is nearly over. A mother loves all, even the least of her children. A drop of gray blood rose from the water. The water parted around it, and the air seemed to burn. Poor children, take of mother's breast. You shall starve no more. The giant abominations went crazy and began to attack each other. The battle was not quick, even though they did not defend themselves. They tore each other apart, and their nature worked against them as they healed quickly. But their perseverance to kill and devour the other was inhumane, and soon they began to consume each other. The saliva from their mouth seemed to restrict the healing capabilities of their bodies. It was a grisly affair, and the screams from the fallen giants being devoured would send chills down the spine of anyone. Bone and flesh were chewed and torn apart, and the yellow blood flowed into the lake in a small flood. A single giant was soon left, and this one was very nightmarish. It had devoured the 13 other abominations, and its body was shattering apart. It had become a creature of pure disorder. None of its features could serve any visibly sensible purpose. It screamed with numerous mouths at the pale sky. The last giant abomination had more than 15 heads and an excessive number of limbs. Eyes grew under its feet and tongues grew from its chest. It stood more than 70 feet tall, and it began to grow other limbs that could support its weight, but they ended up exploding from the sheer weight of this creature. It screamed in fury, as it had yet to learn control over its new form that was proving too difficult for it to effectively control. Bones grew out of its skin, and from its numerous open mouths came out human hair, which flowed in long silken strands. The giant cried out in the voice of a host of devils. For many souls dwelled within it, and it could not find an equilibrium with itself. It shambled and slowly crawled towards the gray blood that was burning in the air. The sounds from the dozens of mouths in its body screamed of desire. When it got to the blood, the biggest mouth in its body opened. The mouth was located on a random shoulder. Inside that mouth was another mouth, and that one also opened to reveal yet another mouth, like a haunted Matryoshka doll. A final mouth opened, and a thick green tongue that had ears growing on it and intestines entangled around it, stretched out like a decaying worm and lapped at the blood like a dog. The mouth began to slowly disintegrate, and it screamed and returned into the body. Another mouth came, and it opened and also lapped at the blood. It soon began to fall apart, and it returned, and another mouth came. The creature used the mouths from all over its body to lick the blood, and the giant abomination gradually began to shrink. It used that method to slowly whittle away at the drop of blood until it consumed half of it. Any more and it would destroy itself, for it was severely bleeding as the portion that disintegrated from touching that blood did not heal. When it appeared as if the giant abomination could no longer consume the blood, the remaining blood drop began to fall into the water. A sigh came from the depth. Mitchildren have fallen far to frailty. Mimel cleft waist. A single great eye opened in the body of the shrunken abomination. The eyes were filled with lust, greed, and other fell desires. The abomination suddenly leaped forward and opened a jaw that was the size of half its body and swallowed the blood drop. It curled into itself on the shore of the lake and it began to burn. Pieces of it liquefied and turned to black ooze, and it slowly shrank until it formed the shape of a placenta. A whispering voice that sounded like the chill of the abyss came from the placenta. Mother, your child comes. You are not good enough, little one. My champion is here. Rigolf twitched and began to walk towards the milky white placenta. He seemed to have smelled a very pleasant fragrance, and the hunger that had been driving him to madness increased tenfold. He leaped onto the placenta that was 10 times his size and began to devour it. His teeth were too fragile, so he ended up breaking them, and when they got stuck, the force from his bite pulled them from their roots. He worked on the corner of the placenta for a while. It was very tough for his fragile human teeth to chew through, but even as he lost all his teeth, the yellow abomination blood soon grew new ones for him. His persistence finally paid off, and he managed to chew through a small section of the placenta and began to drink the fluids inside. A panic scream came from inside the placenta. Mother, why have you abandoned me? I was to be your champion. Hush, child, time has changed. I would soon be free of my torment. In the new world that comes, you are too frail to endure in it. I do this for your sake. You should have believed in me. Mother, I would have prevailed. The voice from the placenta went increasingly weak until it faded. Meanwhile, the body of the white hair boy had been growing crazily, from the shrunken figure of a boy to a healthy man. His white hair had grown until it reached his knees, and his mouth was fixed on that opening as he drank. Soon he began to shudder, and his body began to strain against something invisible. His body would grow to an extent before it was crushed down, as if by invisible hands. Behind him, the water began to bubble and fog rose from the water. The fog began to pulsate in the rhythm of breathing, and as it swirled around, it was possible to see a massive entity inside. Unlike the sight that Rowan had seen, the gigantic head of the abomination core had truly arisen. It turned towards the manor, her eyes holding incomparable mysteries. Hold for a while, my champion. Soon we shall be free. The spikes in the numerous eyes in her hair continued to quiver, and it was possible to see tiny strings like spider webs on the body of the spikes. Rowan's hands passed through the strings. They were intangible, but now that he could see them within his domain, it was possible to slightly feel them. It felt like strands of cobwebs that lightly brushed your skin, and beneath that physical sensation was a gut-churning sense of intense disgust. It was that familiar feeling he once felt when he had awoken in this world, and also when he touched the eye tattoo on his chest. He had already felt it before, but his senses were far too weak to understand what he was feeling at that time. He knew there was no way they would have left him with a tool such as the primordial record without leaving safeguards. Rowan used his senses to trace the strings entering his body, and he saw that although it went through different parts of his body, which was his eyes, forehead, and chest, they were all linked to the primordial record. They seemed to be bounding certain pages, precisely the first 6 pages. He had his curiosity at first about why he was only able to access the 7th page of the primordial record. But since he had no idea about how the singularity works, it was a mystery. He thought at first that he may never get to understand, but he should have been more discerning. To be fair, though, he had no experience previously in singularity management. His mind began to work furiously as he began reassessing what he knew about the singularity and the possible effects of the locked pages. Knowing he had no advantages beyond his omnipotent bloodline and the ease by which he had acquired skills and aspects, he began to make plans and set contingencies for issues he could not anticipate because of his limited understanding of this world. D*MN. He needed further information. How was he going to find an unbiased source? Rowan had to rightfully assume that every source of information around him was compromised in subtle ways that might throw him off the truth. He would have to use the tools that he had available to him and make do with it. Using his spatial sight, he began to zoom into the structure of the strings, which looked simple from afar, but viewing it at closer lengths, he saw that it may be one of the most intricate things he had ever seen. From up close, each of the strings resembled massive spirals of glowing lines that intertwined in many complicated manners and patterns that even with his spirit, he was unable to trace where one line started and another ended. They could almost be described as beautiful. These were a series of lines arranged in geometry beyond any mortal reason. An instinct told him that this was the handiwork of a divine being. Nothing else could reproduce something with such stunning complexities that it boggles the mind. Mind you, with his present spirit, Rowan would be able to understand and outperform many computers in his previous life, in relation to pattern recognition, analytical reasoning, and so much more. His spirit could effortlessly deduce every single trajectories of incoming missiles, energy bolts, various natural forces like gravity, wind, and even light entering his domain, and give him accurate results inside a chaotic environment like a field of battle. Yet with such a potent tool in his arsenal, he could hardly understand the glowing lines on a single inch of that string. There was also something extremely strange that happened the closer he viewed the strings. He began hearing screams, and not just any normal screams, but resonant howls that sounded extremely tragic. If he had ever wanted to know about what the sounds of hell would ever be, it was here. The screams were disturbing in their sheer intensity. There was no way to fake the sheer sense of terror and pain emanating from it. Rowan felt a blossoming feeling of fear in his chest. The screams touched something deep inside him, his mortal side that he thought he had lost. I was never really free after all. He had a thought, and he commanded one of the snakes to touch a string. The serpent shrank itself, until it was the size of a small snake that was 4 foot long. It pierced through his bicep and crawled to his chest, where it began to nibble on the string. Rowan heard and felt a part of the string beginning to give, and he commanded it to stop. Although he wanted to free himself quickly, he needed to make certain preparations. He would rather not be rash at this moment. The snakes had access to his consciousness, and it flew and began swallowing the invisible eyes inside the room. There were 3 reasons why he stopped cutting the strings. It was because he found their makeup very familiar, and it would take a short time to confirm his suspicion. He felt that if he cut this string already without verifying his suspicions, he may end up regretting it. The second was that there were too many eyes watching him at the moment. He needed to pluck them out. Both the invisible. Someone began knocking at the door. Young noble, your presence is being urgently requested. The voice belongs to Captain Titus. And the visible. Rowan paused before he replied, give me a moment. Rowan turned towards his wardrobe to prepare for his final performance, because after now, he was done playing games. The third reason was that he had sworn to protect his people. He was saved from death by the goodwill of their fallen. He would take no action that may put them in danger. He would need to separate the wolves in sheep's clothing. He had only one chance to make it right. 2 men sat by an open flame. One of them poked at the flames with his bare hand to stoke the fire, as a succulent pig on a spit was rotating above it. Now and then the figure takes a brush and coats the roasting meat with a fragrant sauce. The scent of delectable roasting meat fills the air. There was a metal jug by the side of the fire, and a purple-colored wine was faintly bubbling inside. The aroma from the roasting meat and the bubbling wine filled the surrounding, bringing with it a relaxing atmosphere. The full moon overhead poured on the clearing where both men sat, and around them were the sounds of small animals and insects. It is unclear to me why you keep doing that. One of the men said. It was a hooded figure that was speaking, his face lost inside deep darkness that defied even the light cast by the fire. In some angles it may even appear as if he had no head, only a hood covering a ball of darkness, and in his hands was a book that was the exact replica of the primordial record. Unlike the primordial record that resides inside the body of Rowan, this one was tangible, and the first 3 pages could be opened, but it was seen that the pages were blank and their color was white as bone. My spices are running out. What? Oh, you mean this? The third prince pointed at the barbecue and the wine. Well, I could say the same of you and your order concerning that book. After all this time, you should know by now that you will not be able to read it. You have a sort of control over it, should it not be enough. You have achieved what many couldn't. Even the previous holders could not understand those damned words. Zoid, just because you know how to use something does not stop you from trying to learn how it works. Moreover, saying we have control over the singularity is false. 10,000 years of study, and we have barely scratched the surface. When you put it that way anyway, replying to your first question. The third prince cut a large part of the roasting pig and started eating it. He took a long swig from the hot wine and said, I think it was maybe 400 or possibly it was 500 years ago when I came across a particular barbarian tribe in the north. Why am I not surprised that you would visit places like that? The hooded figure said as he carefully closed the page of the black book and kept it inside the fold of his voluminous robe. Why wouldn't I? Although our abilities are severely suppressed on that continent, and dying to the countless dangers there is easier than breathing, I am telling you, my friend. Nowhere, and I mean nowhere else in this world would you find food better than that place. You don't say, the hooded figure replied disinterestedly. Maybe it's because of the countless herbs and spices they have. The third prince eagerly gestured as he took a healthy bite from the meat, oil staining his lips, or their tradition of selective breeding of their population into various castes, so you have an entire family who for hundreds of generations have always been cooks or butchers. Not just that, even in the family of butchers, they have individual units who only kills just one specific animal or cook only a single dish. Imagine perfection honed over countless years. It was clear that the third prince was very passionate about the subject of food. I have eaten all sort of delectable cuisines on all 5 inhabited continents, from the palace of kings to the slums with beggars. I have tried every known dish and also some lesser-known ones, but nothing beats the barbarians. He took the time to chug down his wine and swirled the jug as he did. Tiny strands of moonlight gathered inside the jug, and it was refilled by the purple wine. Back to your question, this particular tribe was of warriors who had a tradition of feasting before a battle, which in itself is not a particularly strange event. Everyone else does it, but what caught my attention was the spice. The hooded figure was getting a little more interested in his story. What's up with the spices? Heh, this is a good one. They're prisoners of war. Men, women, and children are taken and nailed on wooden logs that are kept in a few feet of water, so the logs can soak up moisture and the herbs and spices are grown on their living bodies. I want you to imagine flying over miles and miles of fields with such delightful red herbs that from the skies look like a carpet made of sunset. The scent of the herbs carried by the wind was beyond compare, while below it the screams of countless people. Rowan pushed the door open. The captain's eyes became fixed on his chest, no doubt expecting someone smaller. His eyes slowly traveled up to his face and they widened in surprise. To his credit, he was quick on the uptake. He quickly recovered his composure and his discerning eyes pored over the details of Rowan's face. There were portraits of him inside the manor, and even though he was now 7 feet tall with a chin that could cut glass, he still had his boyish looks. His golden serpentine eyes only served to enhance his features. His shoulder-length hair resembled gold threads, and they highlighted his face, almost as if he had a halo behind his head. He was wearing a pressed black trousers with a white silk long-sleeved shirt with gold buttons. He left the first 3 opened over it. He wore a dark red long coat, with the emblem of the Curane's family on the left shoulder, which was an erupting volcano. In his left hand was an axe that had a golden shaft, with a green axe head that was tainted by golden veins. A closer look would reveal that the area where the golden veins were concentrated on was the spot where the snakes had bitten into when it wanted to eat the weapon. Lord Rowan, you are, the captain, even with his composure, found it hard to describe the present state of Rowan. He was breathtaking not only because his appearance could be described as perfect, but his sheer presence was palpable. This was brought about not only by his massive attributes, but also his Empyrean bloodline that had repeatedly evolved and transformed his body countless times over. His bloodline was originally extremely domineering and Rowan was a cut above the rest. He had just entered the legendary state, but his presence reminded Captain Titus of his superiors, those lofty and distant figures whose existence seemed to wrap reality around them. Only the extreme horror in his heart could shadow his surprise, and then Rowan spoke. The sound of his voice dragged him away from the reverie he was under. The captain noticed his voice had become deeper, yet possessing a rich quality like a finely tuned musical instrument. He felt his heart shake and he became slightly confused because for an instant he had the urge to worship him. There must be an important reason why you disturbed me, Captain. I gave clear instruction that I should be left alone. Did something urgent come up? Yes, my lord. Something happened inside the manor that we found critical enough to bring to your notice. Maeve is busy with setting up the sigils, and this might turn out to be extremely difficult on morale if not handled properly. If that is the case, lead the way, Captain. Captain Titus saluted and turned around as he began walking briskly towards the stairs, where he began descending to the first floor.